Five Mini looking for an angle. Manui gets knocked back, tries to get the quickness. Look at Five Mini. He's found the backline. This AoE is massive from AMI. They don't have the damage though. Kisno dodging out. Now gets locked down. The cease and desist for perfect timing. The dog is down, but Conviction, it's still a 3v2. And Aaron has been untouched this entire time. Open up, because it's going to be him. Dancing in the pit right now. Kisno all by himself, but here comes Conviction. Oh, Five Mini finds the backline, tries to find Aaron, but can't do it. Kisno right back into it. Here comes the Deadly, as now it's the open up from Aaron, who's laying those shots in, but it's the rest of the team cleaning house. The Five Mini just took down 3 members. Darkwings will clean up a Realm Warp.
Can maybe save the game, but it's hard.
Oh no, the Jhin has encountered their ultimate foe in a top laner, but Darkwings, 1 more auto, 2 more auto, he's got it.
Crossback from the airport.
Yeah, they want the play. They want to take down Fake God. They got to execute it though. They want Spica to get more gold. They get Fake God out from turret, and the flash from TF Blade puts him down. Queue up that counter strike, but can't find it. Nice double shove as a 3-man pop blast that comes through from Zazel. Is that the saving grace? Insanity is cooking. Insanity goes golden near airport. They need 1. They need 2. Double Lip looking for even more. He's going 7-3 in the first game of the series.
Leads off the charge here. Decent Cyclone and Magnastorm. Mega Inferno Bomb gets a lot done on the Sajed, but here comes Spyrax and Yuji, but Adam's got the resets. The Emperor's Divine is going to push them all right back into the mood of Sion. Can he do the work necessary? Yuji flies on in, finds the monkey with the spear. Trying to stop the leashing on the Otacon, but Bile's getting in range, forces the Cyclone Mega Inferno Bomb just to get it lower down. Oh, it was a good attempt by Polestar, but Yuji's quicker with the hands, and now Zamudo's turning it on. Unstoppable onslaught into the back line, and Polestar are running for the hills. Yuji is looking for more, as there is a tiny Yordle who is caught in between this Pantheon and the Rakan. Sweeping in with Spyrax on the Sand Soldiers, and Dark Zero just laying down the pain train once again.
You got Levitate, trying to put some pressure. Unstoppable onslaught there as well. They get the CCG. Oh no! The miscommunication there. Solar Flare goes a little bit wide, but only 35 still flashes out. Keeper's Verdict goes completely wide, but Blue Otter. Maybe this is the scaling we've been waiting for. The flash play from Music. That direction is what was needed for Blue Otter. And they find the fight. They actually end up denying a couple of those flowers from the Atacon take. Oh, he gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so he's unstoppable. It doesn't matter. Now Nature's Grasp went across the back line, though, and that's the problem that Blue Otter are dealing with. Quacker's losing his health bar. Nice Deadly Flourish there into it.
Samikin?
And a big Samikin shuffle. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think it's enough. The health bars are just not moving. It's a double kill already for Sword. They're looking for more, and guess who's still alive? It's triple kill for Sword, and it's a game 1 win for Winthrop. Otter going into a natural habitat is something as a Zookeeper I love to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster, though, as we have seen a lot of these names before.
And this was a team that returning as 5 people.
What's this? These are their actual pictures. We finally found the pictures. Quick, label your favorite one. Mine's Levitate.
Dinosaur music. He's holding a dinosaur. No contest.
I love that it represents their personalities so well.
Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL. It is split 1 of the 2025 season and we are ready to get week number 2 started. So buckle up because we're about to watch the future of the LTA take battle. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Deserex Beltran. Joining me, of course, you know, Caramel's best pairing, it's Chocolate. It is Beatdown Boulevard. How you doing today, brother?
Damn, bro, not in front of the audience like that. That's crazy. I'm doing great, though. I love that premium gas coming through, Eric, and I love that we're casting together again. I have to ask really quickly, you were smiling. You seemed a little giddy when we got live. Can you tell everyone, like, what was so funny? What's going on?
No, we thought we cold started earlier. Nothing else. We were going to stop at that.
Cold started what, though? Don't you want to talk about what
that's your thing, B. You're the one who made
Are you sure? The thing is, no one will believe you.
Dude, I know it's been 6 months. I know we got a little bit of edge on our shoulders right now, but we're here to cast League of Legends, beat down, and avoid our mishaps that happen off screen, you know.
You know what? Fair enough. Then let's cast some League of Legends, Eric.
All right, so let's go ahead and pull up our next slide, looking for the schedule of the day to see what's actually going to unfold. Actually, standings first, excuse me, to see what's unfolded over the last week that we had. Beat down.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, if we're just talking about a lot of our expectations going into the league. For the most part, things are, where we expected. Dark Zero Dragon Steel being our reigning champs from the last split, being at the top of the standings makes sense. You look at teams like CCG, I kind of expected them to get their first win as well. Conviction starting off stronger than I expected, though. It was a pleasant surprise, I gotta say.
Yeah, and I know some people are going to look at Near Airport and be like, hey, what's going on there? It's just Luminosity is a very tough opponent to go against for your very first matchup, even if you are a squad of veterans. I don't think it really hampers on them anymore. We should see more action coming out of them as they climb the ladder.
Today.
But yeah, honestly, mostly to be expected for these standings so far.
Yeah, one thing I will say that's really important is that, again, this is a single round robin here for the regular split, so every match does count, as there are only so many you're going to have for playoff qualifications. And you can see our schedule for the day. Pulse was just mentioned. They are going to be playing Winthrop University, and it's CCG versus Near Airport, as you kind of alluded to, Eric, trying to climb the ladder, so to speak.
It's funny, man. I mean, with the first matchup, you have a lot of new blood that are looking to establish their name in the NACL. In our second match, it's like, good job, CCG, but I hear boss music in the background. You should be concerned.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, there was a lot of praise when Ao Jun's way, particularly for his debut performance in the NACL last week. And it's like, all right, man, you did a great job in your first match, and now you're going to play 3-time LCS champion Full Belter.
So let's start talking about our first match of the day, and that was going to be that Polestar versus Winthrop University. I mean, for this matchup, it's two teams that we haven't seen these rosters in particular. For Polestar, they played a lot in the qualifiers with that roster before they were actually picked up by the Polestar organization. And Winthrop last year, it was St. Louis as well as Denethor. Now we got a more true squad of Winthrop University.
For sure, and I think we got to give a little bit of grace there to the players over on Polestar, just because, again,
It's last minute.
Yeah, the roster did come together last minute. I even talked to their coach, Bobby, really quickly last night, and he had even mentioned that, he joined the team also very late. He wasn't even with them during qualifiers, so there's definitely going to be a lot of growing pains with this team, and I expect them to improve a little bit as the split goes on.
Yeah, and I had a talk with Denethor as well, because he said he didn't feel like he performed his best. He was a little bit upset at that, but didn't let it weigh on him too much, because it wasn't the true roster. They had a lot of complications getting that St. Louis plus Denethor roster. Now he has his true team alongside him, which should mean, the boys. They go golfing together, is what I was told by Only 35 earlier. It's the boys together, and sometimes that team synergy, that team environment really does matter a lot, because we see that for Maryville now, Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because it is really important. Cubby harps on this one a lot for good reason, that being together in person, it really is a big deal. Practicing together, playing together, really improves your performances.
All right, so pulling up the rosters, we are going to start with Polestar. Again, this was a kind of last-second thing. These players did play together on the qualifiers. There is some established history with Dr. Calculus and Bio. They spent a lot of 2024 playing together. But yeah, that's pretty much the story of this squad. It's last minute, how can we adjust and get our tires spinning for the NACL?
Yeah, and although things haven't started off so great for them, there is still that potential on this roster. You mentioned the synergy from the top and jungle. I think Hub is worth mentioning too. A lot of people say that he performs really well in solo queue, so there is just going to be that time to bridge that gap into competitive play, and maybe we can see that come out today.
Yeah, and again, even though it was last second, they did play in the quals. It's important to note that they did win 2 of their qualifying matches before they did fall out. So, they do have some history playing together. They just got to get that synergy together. Let's pull up Winthrop University, their opponents on the Rift. I mean, week 1, we saw them break even. We had a few standout performances from Denethor. He played really well. Wilson was active on the map, but we're definitely looking for a little bit more convincing beatdown.
Yeah, for now, I gotta say, even though Blue Otter didn't show their best work in their match against Winthrop University, I will say I think Winthrop actually did look pretty good. I liked some of the plays, how they were playing the map, how they were playing team fights, and I really particularly liked this Game 1 draft what they went for with Only 35, the new player coming through for this roster, playing that Maokai support. I think he played it really nicely.
Yeah, and again, it's important to really talk about the stakes of this match. It's a single round robin beatdown, and that really does matter a lot, especially these teams who we're kind of expecting them to be somewhere around the same place in the standings. So if you're facing off once, you have to win this match. It really does weigh heavily.
Yeah, because just like in the past, bottom two do get sent to that promotion relegation tournament. So when you're facing off against teams where you kind of expect to be fighting with them to get those last few spots to stay in the league, matches like this are really important for the sake of tiebreakers. And so I think that's going to be a really important thing both of these teams are looking for as well, and a pretty big deal for them this game.
So as we wait for the draft right now, I do want to set some expectations for this, for some of the situations we're going to watch unfold here. I mean, when I look over at Winthrop, I do see them as the favorites just from some of that veterancy that we have here, mobility.
Yeah.
It's sure he's a starter for the first time, but he's been subbing for so many different challenger/academy teams in the previous iterations of Tier 2. Denethor, we did see his first experience. We're looking for more growth there. I do like what we have. I mean, only 35. I haven't talked too much about him, but he spends a lot of time in the ERLs, man. He was in MSI, I forget which year. I think it was like 2018, 2019 around.
Yeah, and what did they call him, by the way? I know you were really excited about this nickname, so I'm just going to let you take it.
Okay. You have to look up his old picture in order for this to make more sense. He still kind of has it, but they called him the Turkish Afro-Moo. Purely because he has an afro.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good-looking afro. For now, you're just going to have to take Dark Services' word on it because he didn't come prepared with that in his OBS Ninja. So, you know, real quick, everyone boo Eric's lack of preparedness in the chat.
No, I got this, man.
Boo.
Don't you boo me. Don't you boo me. I got it on my phone. You can see.
He does. Okay,
there
respect. Unboo, unboo.
Maybe not the most focused, but you can tell there's an afro right there, man.
It's a nice-looking afro. Dude really does take care of his hair no matter the length. You like to see it. You know what, Eric? Respect. I was not familiar with your game.
So I want to ask you, Beatdown, where do you put a lot of the priority for Polestar in specific? Because again, this is a team that we haven't seen too much of in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a bit, again, of that top side in other tournaments as well, outside of the NACL with Bio and Dr. Calculus. I think there is definitely a good amount of power there. And I am still curious about their bot laner and hub, and how good he actually is going to be. Because I think in the last series, he had a couple games, you know, some of it not really his fault. So I think he really hasn't had a chance yet to really showcase how good he actually can be. So I'm still keeping my eye on that bot lane for that reason.
I mean, it's a rough situation to really be in, looking across the lane, being that you are newer and you see someone experienced like mobility, you see someone experienced like only 35 who you're going to be against. I think it's an important thing to not let those nerves get to you and just treat it like any other game. Just put the nameplates off, man.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because I did, like I said earlier, I got to talk to the coach Bobby last night, and something that he had mentioned was the fact that, yeah, I think this is not the most ideal circumstances, but they're really not feeling a whole lot of that pressure because of the situation that they're in. This team, like these players, they played for Slated 6. They didn't end up qualifying. They got pulled into this Pulse roster, and people don't expect much from them. And as players, I think it is a little... it's a little undervalued how much that can ease the tension. We saw something similar with Blue Otter. Last year when they were all but mathematically eliminated from playoffs. No one had expectations for them, and it was just so much easier for them because everyone was against them. They're like, okay, whatever, you don't expect us to win. There's no pressure on us, and they blossomed.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to really bring up because expectations are low. Everyone, I really want to stress this, is that at the start of the season, Blue Otter was seen at the very bottom of the pack. Polestar have a chance to really just throw those expectations out the window and really overcome, let people let their hubris really get to them there. You never really know how it's going to go. And sometimes a lot of these more quirkier setups, that's what we saw from Blue Otter. They played the map well, but they also had some pretty quirky champion picks that you don't play against often, and you kind of have to take a lot more time to adjust to.
Yeah, and that's the hope that I would love to see there coming through from Polestar. More of that focus and priority on things that they're good on. I mean, we saw in their previous series that high priority on a champ like a Rumble, even though on this patch, champions like Gwen, Nefiri are considered S+++, etc. tier. So kind of sticking to that game while trying to understand what other people are going for, I think will be important for them.
That'll be a big matter, especially Coming into this match again, standings very, very close right there. We're still very early on into this week. Polestar have played 2 series thus far, especially last week. We had double up from both of these squads, I believe. And Polestar were the ones who didn't actually have the results they were looking for. They just got swept in 0-2s for both of them. So now it's time to try and turn that bus around. You don't want to be in the bottom 2, because that's where you're at risk for that relegation out, and someone can take your spot and promote into the NACL.
Yeah, 100%. And every win you can get is going to help you try and avoid that situation. Of course, you could still win your way back, but Eric, how much better does it feel to just not even have to worry about it, to go to playoffs, to just keep playing at NACL and have your spot locked in for next summer? I know which one I would pick. It's easy.
Tell me.
Oh, I would pick relegation, obviously. What kind of question is that? Tell me.
I just wanted to go along with it, man. I just want to go along.
I mean, I'm done, man. It's your turn. Like, what do you got for me? What would you pick, huh? How does that feel?
I pick promotion into the LTA. That's what I pick.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. That wasn't one of the options. So try again.
You know, I will say there is some experience over on the side of Winthrop, only 35. When he debuted with Luger. He was playing with...
true.
Yeah, the old CLG/100 Thieves ADC. And they promoted into the TSL with that squad, so hey, only 35, he's got experience promoting them. But
Eric,
we are on the draft now.
We had to vent for like 5 minutes, and you're only just pulling out that trivia fun fact now, bro. We have the draft, like, lock in, bro.
It's been 6 months beat down. I'm shaking off the rust, man.
All right. Anyways, why don't we shake off the jokes and let's talk about the draft.
All right, I'm good.
I'm just kidding. There will always be jokes, but let's talk about the draft.
All right, first ban's coming in. It's going to be blue side for Pulse. They'll get first pick. They ban away, focusing both on that Jason Oriana. A lot of mid lane focus overall for the mages as Anivia gets banned away. No surprise that the dog will get banned as well in a Fury.
Yeah, I like the Ori shout, actually. It was a big one for Sword last week. I talked about only 35 playing the Maokai. Part of what worked about it so well was the pairing with the Oriana, allowing them to use that Twisted Advance, toss the Orban, and get great shockwaves off. So that was part of what I liked about how Winthrop were drafting and were playing, which got them their win over Blue Otter.
And it shows that the homework's been done from Polestar so far, because they do know the lanes to focus on. Sword is a very, very potent mid laner when it comes to playing mages over there, as unfortunately my camera has...
Just keep talking.
I'm going to come back. Don't worry.
All right, it's just me. Hello. Interesting things so far. Nefiri was banned, but was banned second on red side, but Pulse seemed not really interested in playing Gwen, as they could have taken that one for B1. I think that Ezreal is a hub shout. Apparently Hub's Ezreal is top tier. So now a lot of options here for the first pick. Varus would be interesting. They prioritized Rumble in the past there for Dr. Calculus, as he's a good Rumble player. We'll see what they actually lock in.
Okay. Don't mind me, I'm still here, even though I'm not on camera. I am still alive right now. We're just fixing up the camera. I think we're good once again. You were talking about a lot of priority going on to Rumble for some of these squads. We do see that lock-in coming out for Winthrop University.
Hey, he's back.
For the pick. And I do like the Vi pairing alongside that. You have something immobile like the Varus. This Vi can punish that and really jump onto the backline.
Yeah, and I'm curious how Pulse is going to try and draft around that. We're seeing a rise in the on-hit Varus picks coming through here. If you play that style, it is really important that you as a team can make space for your AD carry. And it's tough when Vi and Rumble can, as soon as you're on your screen, they have a really good chance at blowing you up. So now we're seeing other picks here from the side of Pulse to be able to round things out. I mean, you do have the Skarner, which is still prioritized despite several nerfs, in the Aurora.
The Aurora does have a lot of map control, a lot of zoning control specifically.
Oh, it's probably also top lane, because it's really good into Rumble.
Yeah, so we can have that matchup, mage versus mage on the top side. I'm going to count to 4, and Mazel is going to appear because Jin just got locked in for Winthrop University. Mobility going to take that champ.
Yeah, so I think that one has worked out for him pretty nicely. It does give you that range. It does allow you to follow up on all this long-range damage and engage that Winthrop University are going for. It's also why I like the Braum ban. Just able to remove a lot of the ability to soak up damage, to kind of eat that engage coming through here. I wonder if we're going to see another ban in the support pool, like something like the Alistar maybe. Yeah, something like that.
Be a way to go take away that very, very heavy engage that can really kind of just mess up a lot of these team fights.
I had a second there. I forgot the LeBlanc update has already
LeBlanc
happened.
Update, yep.
I was like, who's that?
I was staring for a bit too. It threw me off. Don't worry, I'm with you on that one.
We're here. Yeah. Now we're gonna see what that last pick is. Again, I'm betting another support. I think you needed someone else for Tubbs to go in on with the Skarner, but instead, wow, okay, so they would rather get rid of a mid matchup there because, I mean, we have the bars coming through. They're definitely banning Adam.
Yeah, Corki has been played twice by Polestar, and it did go to hubs both times. So I don't know. It could be the switch up like you were saying. I would think it would be for that matter, but not really one to talk about it because Corki is banned away. Now Hui getting banned out. First pick goes over to Winthrop.
I actually really like that look just because, again, it fits really well with all the range that they're working with here. It is Vi.
Ooh,
so of course
I like
we're just
this.
going to go ahead and lock in the Ahri. So you do have a dive buddy coming in here for the side of Winthrop University, and they're just saving that support counter pick to give mobility and only 35 a better lane.
This is great. This is great out of Winthrop. I like their draft. It's coherent. It makes sense so far. And it's high pressure that Polestar have to figure out an answer to because, again, Vi and Ahri work so well as a pairing when it comes to the mid jungle. They can roam this map and really tear you apart.
Oh, they can, and now, I mean, honestly, I like the Sylas angle, even though the lane is not as great for you. I mean, you can steal, there's a lot of great ultimates for you to steal, and the Nautilus lock-in too kind of limits the support options. Only 35, I mean, if we think about what engaged supports are left, Alistar, Rel, Leona, Sylas, really happy to take all of those ultimates.
So it's really just posing a question. Which ultimate are you going to give me, bro?
Yeah.
Which engage do you want to give?
I mean, I kind of like the Leona angle. I think you want the tankiest support possible, not named Alistar, because Sylas is on the other side. Just to go in there with this Vi and Ahri combination, and that's it.
I'm not going to lie, this scares me for hubs. Vi, Ahri, Leona. You also got an equalizer that's probably going to drop on your head on top of that. So he's going to be a high priority target for these fights. You're going to have to play a lot of defense. You're going to have to see Bio and Tubbs really try and peel for this Varus and make sure he's not in a bad spot. Good positioning, can do a lot here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's an angle too where Hub ends up going for the poke Varus build. I still think it is very viable. It's not as great in lane, of course, but it does allow you to play the game at a much safer distance. And if I'm looking at if I'm a Varus facing down the barrel of Rumble, Leona, Vi, Ahri, I'm just like, I want to be as far away as possible, man. Stay way over there.
I'm taking a plane ticket right out. I don't want to be anywhere near that because that engage can come from across the screen if you're not careful. Just a flash Q and you're locked down by the cease and desist. So you're going to have to be careful about that. But what about the offensive options for Polestar? I do want to talk about that. You were mentioning Poke Varus is one of the potentials.
I think so. I mean, we talk about Aurora as well. Both of these teams have basically champions who want to dive that backline. So both Mobility and Hub are actually in a lot of danger this game, and I think it is going to be really important for both of them to be able to keep their lives, avoid those all-ins coming in from champions like the Aurora, the Sylas, the Skarner. So I think about how you can defend your backline and how these AD carries can actually play these fights out is going to be crucial.
Of course, every time you get the fourth shot, it's the auto crit. If you crit, you get the movement speed buff. So that is your mobility. That is it right there that you have to utilize to get away from the rest of what's going on for the engage of Polestar. And, you know, mobility is in the name, so I'm kind of expecting him to be able to pull that off. But again, he's an experienced player. He had 6 games with AoE last year, summer 2024. Spent a lot with the EG Challengers. Let's see if he can step up as we get ready for game number 1. Winthrop University versus Polestar.
And I gotta say, I mean, talking about mobility, I think as a player, since we first saw him on Evil Genius Challengers back in 2023, take that in there, 2 years ago now, when he was subbing while we were waiting for King to get his visa. I think he's come a long way since then. He's improved a good bit, and now he's in the NACL, not as a sub, not as a emergency measure, but as a starter. And he's trying to make his mark as he's still very hungry.
Yeah, he only had 6 games on AoE last summer, and in that, he had a high KD of 6.1. He was one of the better farmers at 9.5 CS per minute, so he really did pull his worth despite being a sub. And with a more stable roster to start off with Winthrop University, should look good for him. As Polestar, going to be on the map right now, working as a 5 unit, just trying to find any stragglers that might be lost in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I like that angle there. You already have a pretty good matchup in the top lane. You catch Denethor slipping, you could just ruin his day that much more. Few things worth pointing out. Adam is going for the Electrocute on the Sylas. I actually kind of like this angle, not just because Electrocute has been buffed recently, but also I think this whole idea here is he knows he's diving for the backline. He wants to take someone down like Mobility, like Denethor, and he just wants to get as much burst damage as he can. Also worth noting, Hub, he's going on hit. He's a very brave man, braver than me. He's he doesn't have the Keystone, but he's going to need to be fleet of foot this game.
That is scary, man. That puts you in the danger zone.
Yes.
You know, you have to walk up to get the auto attacks in. You're not just relying on that Q anymore, so that can be a rough choice made out by Hubs. Jungler starting, they're going to be on the same side of the map. Red buff start for Wilson. Bio starting on his blue buff. Looks like they'll be going for full clears as well, so should be meeting towards the bot lane in the end.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for both of these teams, both junglers, a lot of early game gank potential, and I'm expecting that to take place. Oh, hold on.
Oh, nice for Pulse to actually get out the flash for Mobility real early into this one. Again, the junglers are going to be ending on that bot side, so this makes Winthrop's bot lane at threat.
Yeah, and I mean, they're already so chunked for Mobility and only 35. And though, yeah, we mentioned the danger of lethal tempo Varus in this game, it's really strong in the lane. You get a lot of damage off, a lot of DPS to work with. That's why you're seeing Mobility. He goes for the back and he's walking back to lane, but he will lose a bit for it.
The Thubs bot lane, that's what I want to call them now.
Yeah, what happened to, what were you going to say in beforehand? Wasn't it Thug?
No, it was Thubs.
Oh, I just misheard you then, my bad.
Yeah.
Thubs is good. Thubs is good. All right, okay. I respect
But
the vision.
that's a great start for them. I mean, again, this is an experienced bot lane that they're against in Mobility and only 35. They recognize their strong points. That's very important right there, and they capitalize.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see, I like that Hub and Tubbs take that angle to just go for a cheater as well. I mean, Tubbs just gets him what looks like a control ward, and Hub does get the dagger, but I mean, he's already working with lethal tempo. That extra little bit helps.
Yep.
And coming back to lane with that crab spawning means that I think Wilson is going to have to think about going to the top side, because he's just not in a position to go for this, but he's going to anyway.
He was not spotted out by Bio, just around the bush right there. Does not go for the scuttle because the gank has been called by Bio. Nothing really found. Tubbs patrolling.
Yeah, I mean, I like this cover, but he's a bit in danger.
Yeah, caught by the Q. Chain of damage coming in. Will burn his flash to get away.
It's like a half summoner spell. He still has Hex Flash to work with, but honestly, I respect the angle there from Bio. He could have gone for that bot scuttle crab, but instead,
oh, beautiful by Mobility. He will get the Deadly Flourish root, and that results in first blood with the follow-up of Winthrop.
I like that play there from Wilson. Not only the recognition that a Bio walks through mid and he can put pressure on Tubbs, but Mobility and only 35 saying, hey, if Tubbs is greedy, we have first blood on our hands here, and it goes to the Jhin. So whatever Mobility lost on that first play, almost dying, they got it right back and then some.
And again, this was off that flash being burnt from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he had no way to do anything about it at this point. I like the flash.
Just don't go that way,
trigger
you know?
pull. I mean, that is really the solution. Your 80 carries it not in any danger. You can afford to spend a little bit of extra time to go around there, so it is an oopsie.
The take notes emote as well. Gotta love it from only 35. I keep almost calling him only 33. I don't know why.
Honestly, I thought you were going to say something else. So that's a respectable mistake to make. Are you 33? Is that why?
I'm 34. Thank you.
Okay.
Make
so
me
you're almost
publicly
35.
admit this. I'm the esports boomer season 1 I've been watching.
I mean, it's already been admitted. Remember, I told you were twice the age of a sniper.
I'm old enough to know that Double Lift started off as a Blitzcrank main. I remember his old videos from back then.
Wow. I'm gonna take your word for that one. That is way before my time.
All right, so getting our matters back into the game right now. Sword was able to get a recall in. Only gets his catalyst off of it, which will give him some good mana sustain at the very least to stay in this lane and teleport back in for the push.
Yeah, it is going to be the... I mean, they call it the tank Ahri, but it's more of the bruiser Ahri build. Going to be building a lot of health items, essentially. So you are going to be a little tankier. And honestly, it works with a lot of the players on Pulse because there is going to be a lot of HP stacking. You do usually go for the Leandri, so I think Sword will be able to find some value in that regard. Oh, did we lose Eric?
I am here. I just
Oh,
had a
okay.
little problem with my feed. It's all good now. We are fixed back
welcome
up.
back.
Good to go. Don't mind me. We're just ironing out some of those wrinkles and going for the grubs right now. Neutral objectives being called by both teams. Polestar will have priority on to the Drake. Chooses to take that in response to Wilson taking the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one makes sense. Mobility had to go for the reset and spend all that gold that he earned. So I like the call there from Winthrop to take the Dragon, and of course Wilson's going to get all the grubs. I want to point out, I do like the Dirk coming through from mobility. Because there's so much magic damage on Winthrop's side, there's a good chance Pulse are going to be mostly building magic resist. So going for early lethality build actually will get him a lot of value.
Yeah, it really adds to that damage. I mean, fourth shot. Let's see what Dirk can do right now. Go ahead, pop it on hubs.
I think he's scared.
Yeah, already eating that. But Bio's around the corner, coming in for the gank, finds it on a mobility.
Oh.
Mobility gets pulled away, and now stuck between three members of Polestar. One more piercing
he could've
arrow to put him in
auto.
the dirt. Bio finishes off the last kill, and the bot lane of Winthrop falls. Polestar get two.
Really nice play coming through from the jungler of Polestar. All Wilson's going to be able to trade is the Grump on the top side, but that's 2 kills going over, 1 into Hub's pocket. So the catch-up that mobility went for is essentially nullified right then and there.
Yeah. And that's gotta hurt. I mean, you had some idea that Polestar wore towards that side of the map because they just finished up the Drake, but incorrectly guessing the recall, Bio just ganks.
The tough thing, too, is that, I mean, mobility, he didn't get hit by the dredge line, so I really thought he was going to be okay, but he ended up overstaying, not noticing the Skarner was in the area because of that.
His
the end of the
flash
day.
just ticked off cooldown. They
I
got
mean-
it right at the end.
I mean, Flash was not saving him there. Unless
Saving
you
him
mean it
from
as in the
the
right
original.
beginning.
At the
Oh,
beginning,
then
at
yes,
the beginning,
then yes,
yeah.
then yes. Then yeah, well then, feels bad. Good job for Pulse, tracking that Flash timer,
Yeah.
recognizing they had an angle right before it ends up coming back.
Great from Bio, showing a lot of awareness of these summoner spells that are going to be burnt down. I mean, it's really big, especially on immobile ADCs like the Varus,
yeah.
like the Jhin. And Bio recognizes that. It's going to give Polestar a kill lead in this game.
Yeah, I will say though, now Winthrop in a pretty good opportunity to start making plays of their own. I mean, Sword and Wilson have both gotten well past level 6. This Vi-Ahri combo is essentially ready to go, even if it is the Roa build there. Sword still has damage to play for. He still has the charm to pair with Wilson's ultimate. So my eyes are going to be on them, especially because Sword, and he's still in a matchup where he has a good amount of pushing power. With Wilson heading bot lane, maybe he pushes this wave and looks for a roam.
It's hard to know why this mid-jungle duo is so good. They just set each other up so well. You get cease and desist, you get free charm, but you're getting pinned against a wall if you're only 35. Bio is paying so much attention to this bot lane, and now Wilson on the counter attack brings the fist to the jaw of Tubbs and gets the kill.
Nice response from Wilson. I think this one is over. We don't actually take that Q. And I want to give quick props to Mobility for not listening to the voices and using his flash for an already secured kill. So we get a response here on the bottom side from Wilson, and they still have ults to speak of. Even though I like that Sword went for the look, even though he didn't end up being needed. But again, that Vi-Ahri combo is still something to look out for from these two.
You can see right here, Bio. How many times can I repeat this? How many times can it work? This was the time where it was a blunder, because Wilson, right place, right time.
Yeah, and the part of the problem is that Tubbs ends up getting split off. I mean, this is... Aftershock is gone there for Nautilus. Nautilus already is just not very tanky as far as engaged supports go, so it's a pretty easy thing to be able to take him out.
10 minutes into this, Winthrop able to get a 1K lead, just barely. Doesn't really mean too much in this early game. Let's see where that gold is allocated at the end of the day. For the most part, it is kind of just back and forth. Junglers have the kill, ADC has the kill. Looking for more map play now. As you said, Winthrop are the ones who kind of have that onus of pressure to start making these plays happen.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about Onus, something they've already started setting up for is that next set of grubs, which is really important. They got all of the first rotation, so they have that opportunity to get all 6 grubs and have a chance to start knocking down some of these structures. They already have a bit of a brush setup here.
Yeah, Winthrop looking for the setup. Wilson mobility, only 35. You have Sword on the opposite end looking for the flank pincher. Will not be able to pinch in and find Tubbs just yet. Still, the grubs are up and available as they do get reset over the wall. Here comes Dr. Calculus, ready to take him to school. Will find a kill, now following through onto only 35, who's fed to the wolves. A double kill for Hub.
A really great recognition coming through there from Pulse. The setup, the lane assignments from Winthrop were really difficult. I mean, you want Sword to be there with Wilson, but Sword's the one with the teleport while Denethor had it on cooldown. So it created the situation where while Denethor was walking, Adam had an easy time showing up for the engage. So you get 3 grubs for yourself as Pulse, you deny the grub again from Winthrop, and you collect more kills onto Hub, who's currently sitting at 3-0.
It's a great response out of Polestar over the fact that if Winthrop keep up this momentum and they have 6 grubs, it's going to be hard to stop them. So the contest right here, right place, right time, and boy, was that collapse vicious.
I mean, okay, Sword was also on vision in mid lane, so I think that's just an overstep coming through from Winthrop University. But again, props to Pulse from recognizing that, hey, this is really illegal. Let's kill them. Now they have they've managed to close that gold lead just a little bit. They're going to be able to collect that objective and pretty easily walk towards this next dragon as well. So they're already halfway to that Drake Soul.
Yeah, this is good map play coming out of Polestar. I really do like the responses that they're having to some of the blunders that they had earlier on. They didn't really get caught up in the contest of the first grub spawn. They just went for the Drake. They know they're in a better position for the second, so they can test then. So playing with these neutrals, playing a lot around a lot of these timers very well. It's a good look for Pulse.
Yeah, 100%. And I will say, though not one of the more powerful Drake Souls that we're used to, I think Chemtech Soul actually is kind of nice for them if they manage to secure it. They won't get much from the individual Drakes, but that damage resist when you're below 50% health, it's going to be really good for champions like Silas. Even like the Aurora, who are going to be really getting in there in these team fights and want to live as long as they can.
Dive deep into those fights. Need as many tools as you can to be able to get out of there. Now, Sword, a lot of positioning coming out of Winthrop. They are looking towards this blue side quadrant of Polestar. Potentially looking to catch someone out, maybe a pick. Wilson, Sword, only 35 are all in the area, and those are the tools that are required for Winthrop to grab those picks in a quick and in a hurry. Testing the blue buff over the wall. Here comes Dr. Calculus. It's going to be a 3-on-3 as the charm comes in. Wilson is dead, man.
Wow, really nice response there from Dr. Calc and just all of Polestar. I mean, you know they're fishing for the blue buff, and it's kind of no big deal with that numbers advantage to be able to take them out. Again, Vi Ahri, strong combo, but I'm starting to notice a pattern with Ahris in this league who are going for this build. They're playing it like the old Ahri, where you're just building pure damage and you have so much power to work with. But it's about attrition when you're going for this build. Use your health, use your ability to interact with tanks, but instead, look what ends up happening. There's nothing for Sword to do. Wilson gets taken out so easily.
I mean, the big hope there was to be able to catch someone at the blue buff, pick them off. It ends up going the complete opposite way around. And this is looking even better for Polestar. It was a 1K lead earlier at the 10-minute mark. Now Polestar are starting to get in the lead themselves.
Yeah, they certainly are. It isn't by much, but the gold is pretty much where you'd want it to be, Desiree. A lot of it is on Hub, and so far, he hasn't died yet in a lot of these skirmishes and fights, although they haven't exactly been clean 5v5. So as long as Pulse, they're going to continue being able to make space for him, allow him to free hit, as this is the on-hit build. I think Pulse are going to be a really good position in a lot of these team fights. His concern really is that Vi Ahri, is that equalizer from across the screen, but if his team can help him avoid those, he's fine.
I mean, we were getting closer and closer to that threshold, that mid-game power spike that you really get from the composition drafted by Winthrop, because they just run around and they find picks on the map. That's supposed to be the game plan here. You can't really do that when you're the one being picked off, and these counter engages from Polestar getting enough vision and enough information to know where Winthrop are trying to strike. It's making it quite the deal that Winthrop have to get by, and it's a good look for Polestar right now as We get closer and closer towards that 16-minute mark.
Yeah, Rift Herald is what everybody's setting their sights on. Again, a little bit of a forward look coming here from Winthrop University, just slightly, but they are spotted out. Now they have to be aware that a lot of members of Pulse are waiting in the wings, much like in that last play. But I think Herald is something Winthrop really would like to get for themselves. Just being able to knock down a turret, even though plates have fallen. To be able to get another brick for themselves would be big.
Pressure's on the mid lane right now. Trying to fight for that control of the wave so you can rotate that over to where the Rift Herald is. This might be tight right now. Hubs has been eaten good in this game thus far, so can bring a lot of damage. It's up to Winthrop to collapse onto him if they choose to take a fight.
That's going to be the question. I mean, looking at items right now, we're mostly even across the board. So there could be an angle, and Pulse, they look like they want something. I don't think they're letting this go.
AK health remains. Adam on a sort of pseudo flank has the ability to get over that wall to try and get something in. Charm goes wide. Pulse are still stepping up in the reset pound on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Denethor is in a bit of a situation right now. They know where he is, and he is not really in a great spot to be able to walk through that choke. He knows there's vision. Yeah. So right now, I think he's biding his time, trying to push this mid wave in, but I think he's a little stuck right now.
If a fight breaks out, Denethor's equalizer is going to be huge to how the momentum goes. And get in the right spot. This is where a lot of that practice comes in. Here comes Season looking for the back line. They want to find the ADC, and just like that, both fall. The fight going to continue now. Adam bailing out. Winthrop on the retreat, stunned up against the wall. Wilson slain. Now Denethor caught by the grasp of Adam. Burnt down. The flamethrower returns fire, but still Polestar will clean up the final kill. 2 for 3 in favor of Polestar.
Yeah, Pulse managed to come out on top. I'll give some props to Denethor. He got a lot more damage off than I was expecting, considering how that one started, but Pulse come out on top. Not just in kills, they secure the Herald. They're getting their Dragon Soul point because Wilson is still on the gray screen, and Pulse, I like what we've been seeing so far from them this series. They're looking like they're well on their way to secure a Game 1 win.
Very much so. It was great targeting. Great target selection coming through. They went after mobility, and they killed him right away. It was a little worrisome because Hubs got the same treatment. At the end of the day, Polestar, they do squeeze out ahead. And as you said earlier, Dragon Soul points now acquired by Pulse.
Yeah, it just really feels like Pulse have more damage to work with. Even when Hub is out of the picture, you still have this Electrocute Silas, you still have Aurora, who does a lot of burst damage. And we'll see how this fight started. Again, props to Denethor. He actually got a really good equalizer out, but mobility got taken out of the picture immediately, and the response was just so late, even though they got some in the back half. I mean, watch Dr. Calculus, even watch Adam. He's getting a lot of work done in this fight.
Couple more punches with the overheated autos, but unlucky for Winthrop, to say the least. That's putting it in a nice way. It was a fight that they shouldn't really be taking when you don't have mobility, who is being your primary source of damage in these earlier phases. You had mentioned earlier, Beatdown, Sword is not going to be online with damage yet.
Yeah, I mean, once you get the Leandres, which he's really close to grabbing, it will be really nice. But now they have to defend this turret as long as they can, but it's really just not long for this world.
Yeah, Hook going to be found on the only 35, and that support is all by his lonesome. He's on his own, and he's not going to make it. Curtain Call will do nothing. Now Polestar are going to walk away with another kill.
I mean, I do like that it's tough that they got the kill, but I like that Winthrop was trying to make them work for it, buying time for Denethor. Unfortunately, you got to TP out, little bro. I don't know where you're walking to.
No, there's no way of getting away from this. It's a Nautilus, man. It's one of the stickiest supports you can get caught by. But hey, the root didn't land. No, Adam missed.
Denethor, I just want to apologize. I was not familiar with your game and your ability to dodge the Silas E. My bad, bro. This is still tough, though, because you know you're going to lose this turret eventually. You don't want to slip up and give a kill. So only 35. Does slip up a little bit there. But again, the turret trade on the bottom side, walking away from the Nautilus ult, that is still something for Winthrop.
You know, I really do wonder how this game is weighing on Winthrop overall. More specifically, mobility. I had a talk with Only 35, and he did say that mobility does about 75% to 80% of the shot calls, which is rather rare for an ADC. And when you're having a rough game like this, I really do wonder where that puts him, what space he's in currently.
Yeah, it is definitely... It's not easy, but we'll see. Oh,
okay, here we go. Cease and desist going to land right on the ADC.
Wow.
Hubs has fallen, but it gets repeated back to Wilson. Only 35 pulled back towards the tower.
Wow.
Teleport coming in. Here comes Denethor, but he can do nothing but watch his support die once again as the equalizer goes down. It's only drawing a line in the sand that no one is willing to cross because they got a different route. Express to Sword's face. Flamethrower finds one. Denethor survives with a slither thanks to the scrap shield, and it's going to be 2 for 3 once again in favor of Polestar.
and Polestar, they just keep coming out on top in these fights. Again, the damage is there, and champions like the Silas, and they keep healing themselves back up. You gotta give credit to Winthrop. They have that good target selection. Watch how this fight starts, and look at that, right onto Hub. He dies before he can get a single bit of damage off, but Dr. Calculus, he's doing so much to make up for it, and of course, once Adam comes through, I mean, Silas with the Ahri ult, man, it's just not fair.
Adam's been doing a lot of work, and Dr. Calculus, in just kind of like pulling apart Winthrop at the seams. I mean, we saw it earlier during the blue buff. It was just Dr. Calculus jumping right over that wall and getting to business. And then this one, Adam's just in your face and no one can do a damn thing about it. It is a struggle for Winthrop to deal with these mages.
Yeah, now we're at a point where we're seeing a lot of second items come through from both sides. Winthrop going for a risky pull on the Otacon. I think Pulse have sniffed it out. Maybe they haven't. They actually haven't really, nope, they're not actually going for it. You know what? Respect.
Oh, they know now.
Oh, maybe they just had no idea. I see. No way.
Oh, here he goes. He tried to get the steal. Not going to find it. It does leave him with the members of Winthrop. Which
Are you kidding me?
My God! Bio drags Winthrop and will pull them in kicking and screaming to their demise. Sword in the middle of it all wants to find something in the name of the university. Will be able to pop the Guardian Angel.
Whoa,
now mobility's by himself.
Mobility.
He gets one kill back. He
Wait,
gets a
wait,
second
wait, wait,
kill
wait.
back. And the worth was found as mobility is popping heads.
Whoa. Okay, mobility kind of saves that one a little bit because that was looking really brutal for the side of Winthrop University. I gotta say, it was a nicely executed fight. You do remove a lot of the GAs here. Even though Bio missed, I thought he was done. But it was a really nice ultimate where he pulls people just into Dr. Calculus's ultimate. Again, that's that experience these two have playing with each other for the last little while.
And that was kind of the worry right here. You really needed mobility to get kills. Otherwise, you just got the GA for absolutely nothing, you know?
Yeah.
And it was pretty clutch. 2 kills back to back, showing that he can operate in some of these tight situations. Will be able to get something back in the name of Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this is what I was talking about and why I like that collector star for mobility. We're only just now seeing some armor come through for Bio, and Tubbs has a little bit as well because of the locket. So you can see how much work mobility is able to do if he's actually given the space to auto attack. That's kind of the problem he's running into, Deserex. You know, Silas, Nautilus, Skarner, they're making it really hard for him. But we saw a glimpse of what he could be.
All right, here we go. Wilson under attack. Will use the cease and desist to find Hubs. Hubs is stuck in that equalizer. Burns down. It's a trade jungler for Marksman.
Yeah, that's an ADC moment if I've ever seen one. The timing, if this happened less than a minute later, Pulse would be going for that Baron rip immediately. So it is a safe, oh, hold on.
All right, here we go. Engage on Adam. Mobility's trying to escape between worlds. Going to be popped. There's the Zenith Blade. Could be another one of those GAs taken away. Only 35 has a lot of issues right now because he does not have one. As you said, he will fall. Polestar get the kill.
Now it's, I mean, again, saved by that Otacon GA. Because you can see now, even though Pulse are really close to that Baron spawning, it's going to be tough for them to go for it. They're just going to have to settle for getting some really good deep vision. So I'm expecting an angle where maybe we do see them go for it. I mean, look at the text flash. Okay, never mind.
We'll get away from the root. Tubbs, Bio, Adam, all in the area. not much vision really for Winthrop, so they don't really know what they're walking into. And now here comes the fight. Gonna find the Impale once again. Wilson tries to get over the wall, stealing away the Ahri ultimate. Will be Adam looking for the chase, but here's the curtain call. Fourth shot gonna fire through, waiting for it. It goes on to Bio, but he is too tanky. He's not falling anytime soon. Polestar, they'll get a pick, and they'll be right back at that Baron.
Yeah, no Denethor means maybe they could actually go for this one again. On-hit Varus means you're going to take this one down really quickly, but Wilson, Sword, they still have ultimates to work with. Oh, hey.
This is a horror movie, man. Just Bio keeps busting through walls and terrifying your support. Only 35. That's his 6th death of the game from them just picking him off time and time again.
Yeah, and so far the Bush plays Pulse have been going for in this game 1 have been really impressive. The way they're able to always pick people off, isolate them, and take them down is a nice thing to see. Now, though, Sword and Wilson, there's some low health bars here. They might have to try something.
Sword using Spirit Rush to get over the wall. He needs to see the health bar because there's Control Ward right there, but hooks on the Sword. Sword is done. Dr. Calculus, integrate this whooping boy. Now coming right over is Adam, finds Wilson. 2 picked off. Pulse keep bringing it to Winthrop.
And Winthrop, unfortunately, have to keep taking it, as now Polestar are going to be able to get the Baron as well. Mobility and Denethor, I mean, I don't think they have a way to actually stop this.
No way. Well, the health bars are getting a little bit low. I mean, it might be a little bit of cope, but with some lockdown and a well-placed equalizer, there are some windows of opportunity. Here we go. That's not going to be the equalizer that does it, though. 14 remains, 1,400 remains, and it does take it gets secured by Polestar. As they'll grab the kills. Coming over the wall is going to be Bio. Will look for the lockdown of mobility. Needs to use the blast plant and finds his escape.
But Polestar still find the Baron Deserex, and now they get all that big gold injection that that comes with it, and they solidify this gold lead at a nice 4,000. Even though they weren't able to get that Dragon Soul a few minutes ago, now with this Baron buff, now with this extra gold they picked up, this Drake's in a minute, and I think it's got Polestar's name all over it.
Yeah, Polestar have been running these fights in particular with a lot of the angles that they take on it. You can see it right there from Tubbs. Finds an excellent angle on mobility, and that stops a lot of the damage that Winthrop were looking to bring into that fight.
And there wasn't a whole lot of damage to speak of, considering the state of the game we're in as well. So that's just insult to injury. I think Polestar done a really good job this game of securing their objectives, setting up vision beforehand, and of course recognizing that they have a comp that is great at setting up traps.
And this has got to feel great for this squad. I mean, this is a squad that was eliminated during the qualifiers. They got picked up last second by this organization who was looking to fill out for a team, and now you're taking it to Winthrop University, who have experienced players. This is what you like to see from some of these new players, from some 100%. Of these new squads, from these new teams. Yeah,
I mean, that improvement mindset is something the coach Bobby is just so focused on there, Eric. Just the idea that they were happy with how the first 2 matches went. Blue Water and Dark Zero saying they exposed the mistakes of Polestar and said they knew exactly what they needed to work on. So focusing on the end of the split, recognizing that this is a journey more than just one match, I think is so great.
Now here we go. Dragon Soul on the table. Winthrop University are nowhere to be seen. They'll just let Pulse take that for free.
And there it is. Took us almost 30 minutes, but the objective bounties are up on the board. Riot Games is taking pity on Winthrop University. The question is, they're not in a great spot to really knock down any turrets. Sure, the mid-tier 1 would be pretty easy, but I'd be really scared if I was Winthrop to go any deeper on that side than that.
And then even in team fights, you want an influx of gold on mobility, but who's the guy who has the bounty? It's Bio. That's the one you're not breaking through. There's a lot of armor on that man already.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Dead Man's Plate as well. The move speed to make sure he can keep up.
Gotta hunt him down.
The mobility. Yeah, like they're not getting away. And you're already seeing this angle here too, where they have Hub pushing this top wave, and they're pushing deep because they know how strong they are.
Oh, Sword, this is not your side of the map anymore. Impale lands right flush on the money. Rooted down for ages, and Tubbs will get the kill.
Wow, really great recognition from Bio to be able to instantly flash and hit that E to make sure there is no chance for Sword to flash or ult before he goes down. So now, they're going to get another turret. They're going to start knocking on the base of Winthrop University.
Dude, these picks have been insane from Polestar so far. This is what's been really leading them. It's not even just the outright 5v5 team fights, it's the angles at which they take them. Now in the driver's seat as they take an inhibitor.
And that's right, they're going to happily walk away after earning all that gold, looking to take that mid-tier 2 as well, just to remove the last turret outside of Winthrop's base, putting them in a really difficult position where it's going to be hard for them to walk out of their base. Because this comp, we talked about it, it's really good at setting up traps. And the fact is, Polestar have been doing a good job removing all the vision that they can to keep Winthrop's side of the map as dark as possible. So with the comp that they have, that's a really scary prospect.
And what's more terrifying than a Skarner breaking through the wall and grabbing your entire squad? Well,
Skarner flashing on you.
Out. Yeah.
Flashing on you, pushing you into the wall. There's really not much else to say about this clip, Sword. Needed to flash that.
The Sword is having a hard time. So is the rest of Winthrop. I mean, just look at those death counters, man. KDAs are getting obliterated in this game. No more stat padding available.
No, not really. Not a whole lot else really available for Winthrop University. We have an Elder Dragon. The thing kind of broke in the top right corridor, but it should be only a couple minutes away now. So that's going to be that last chance I'm expecting for Winthrop University to get themselves back into this one. But otherwise, it's more likely going to be their nail in the coffin.
There's not too many ways for them to find their way back. Really, their team was, their composition was supposed to be strongest around the mid game when they can start running these lanes, but they just never got those picks that they wanted. It was Pulse setting those traps, as you had mentioned. And with a couple minutes left on that Elder Drake, Polestar will be keeping control of this quadrant of the jungle.
And I gotta say, I really like how Polestar have played this mid to late game so far. You talk about Dark Zero, their match against Dark Zero revealing some of their mistakes. They actually had a really good opening to game one against who, you know, a lot of people are saying they're the best team in the league. So to be able to kind of clean that up since last week a little bit, I think it's a really nice thing to see. And again, speaks to that mindset of improvement more than focusing on, you know, the difficult circumstance they may find themselves in.
To improve in the NACL, you have to improve as a squad as well as an individual. I mean, that's the way that's going to get you above and beyond synergizing with your team and looking to actually try and find a way to climb these ladders. Because lots of people, you know, they come into the NACL and they have that mechanical prowess. You've got to bring it together as a team, though. And now only 35, locked down by another route that came out from Tubbs. Still, the fight continues as the cooldown is up and Bio is dominating. Current call is open, but mobility, I think you want to run away. There's some bad guys approaching you right now, and they want to light you up as the rest of Winthrop get their wings clipped. Polestar just run the rift.
And the show is over, just like that. There are still supers in the top side of the map, so Pulse have everything they need to end this first game and get themselves a win.
And what an excellent showing coming out from Pulse as they march to the base. Dragon Soul acquired. Timers unfortunately freezed up now. Wilson dead. The last stand for Winthrop will amount to absolutely nothing. Polestar will take game number one.
Really nicely done from the Polestar roster, getting a big win here over Winthrop University. Now, all it's going to take is one more to get themselves their first series win here in the NACL.
Yeah, I really like the adaptations we saw. This is completely different Polestar that was able to work on, as you said, the mid to late game. Early game openings, that's great. That's great. That doesn't get you to the end, though. We need to work on that late game macro, and that is something they improved on this week, Pete.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is important to talk about the strength of opponent and things like that, because it was Dark Zero, a really strong team in the league, but still to be able to make that happen here today, it still says wonders about their ability to improve. And I mean, Pulse fans, you got to be really happy about that one.
Yeah, it was quite really kind of a interesting affair all over the map with the way it went through. I was going to say it was a top-sided affair, but even Hubs and Tubbs in the bottom lane, recognizing that they had a way to get one up on Mobility's Jhin, they utilized that. I like the mages. They were playing the sides very well, the sides of these fights very well. And of course, Bio just busting out from every wall was terrifying.
Yeah, it was, he was really good, Eric.
Yeah. So off of that note, congratulations, Polestar. They'll get their first game win. Can they get their first series win, though? That we're going to have to find out right after this break. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to the NACL game number 1 between Winthrop University and Polestar just completed. And despite everything, man, Polestar had a rough week number 1. And guess what? Week number 2, we're back and we're ready to fight.
Oh, they've bounced back all right, Eric. I mean, it was a good start for them in the early lane phase. And as the game went longer and longer, I mean, they managed to just keep that momentum up. You got to give that credit to Bio for a lot of that early game pressure on the bot side, as we're seeing in a lot of these clips, allowing Hub and Tub to be able to get that significant lead they had and pretty much kept it for most of the game.
And don't give any discredit to Hub and Tub. They did punish very early on with the lethal tempo, making sure that they got into the face of mobility. It felt like everyone on Polestar did their work to make this a win.
I think so. I mean, Dr. Calculus, Adam, everybody was doing damage. Everyone was fulfilling their role. Again, I think the big credit I want to give them is just improving that mid to late game a good bit from what we saw from them last week in their first matches. So to be able to work on that, again, that recognition from their coach, Bobby, to say, hey, look, last week it was tough. We learned a lot of our mistakes, and now we're working on them. Again, you just love to see it in this league.
Yeah, last week's scrims.
Yeah, true. Exactly. It's just warm up. Doesn't count.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. We just throw it out the window, put it in the back of our minds, and look forward. And very forward-thinking has been Polestar for this matchup. Again, I do give credit to the whole squad, but I think the player who was shining out the most to me, I think you could agree with this beatdown, was Bio. His presence on this Skarner was so hard for Winthrop to respond to, and they kept falling into those traps. Yeah,
I want to say I probably will give it to Bio, but I want to give that shout out to Tub, just because I actually think even though he had a couple oopsies at level 2, I think since then he actually got to managed to land a lot of clutch hooks that the rest of the team were able to follow up on. But otherwise, yeah, I would agree. I think Bio had a really good opening game. I mean, 7-0 and 14. Bro did not die, could not die.
I mean, these two were just the death squad together. You had, it's kind of funny the way they positioned some of their fights. You would have Bio on the other side of a wall and Polestar standing completely opposite to that, waiting for the open hook. And then, like, what are you going to fall victim to? Are you going to fall victim to that hook, or is Bio going to burst the wall and slam you against it? You have so many threats you have to think about, dude.
Yeah, it is that catch-22 that I think Polestar set up really well so far in this game. But they need to close out the series. They managed to close out game 1. Props to them. But now we're going to see if they can finish things off going into this second game as we kind of finish this highlight package that we saw going on here. And I want to say real quick, too, it was nice to see Dr. Calculus whip out the Aurora. Usually the Rumble is a favorite champion of his, so I like that moment of, pick that in my face? Blind? How dare you?
Yeah, he was quite vicious on that Aurora. I mean, both of these solo main lages did a lot of work when the fights did start to unfold, so credit to both of them nonetheless, and a great start for this squad of Polestar in week number 2. The thing is, we have to keep in mind, they used a pick comp, and they used it very, very well. This is Fearless. You're not going to have the same champions for the next game.
I actually think this is the longest in time in a broadcast we've gone without mentioning Fearless, because you're right, Eric. None of these champs are going to be available in this next game in the series, so we're going to see what else these teams are going to be pulling out. I mean, again, there's still a lot of S-tier picks available. Nefiri, Gwen, still in that first rotation of bans. I think that's what everybody are kind of keeping an eye on.
Yeah, watching out for those, as well as some of the stronger picks that we have. I mean, it already showed that Polestar did their homework. They banned away some of the mages that Sword likes to play. So that's always going to bode extremely well for them if they can keep up bans like that. They also targeted Denethor through a lot of that, so they do know where the power points of Winthrop are.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just good research coming through there from the side of Polestar. So going into this game 2, any other question is, how are Winthrop going to kind of bring it back? Because I think we've seen good plays from them so far since they've debuted this split. And I think we could see this, I could see this game, or this match rather, potentially going to that game 3. Again, it is pretty important for both of these teams, just given the perceived power going into this split and after week 1, kind of expecting these two teams to be on the lower end of the standings. So every win you can get against teams at your level, below your level, is super important for trying to maintain your spot in this league, just staying out of that top 2.
All right, well, here we go into the draft of game number 2, Winthrop University versus Polestar. Now it's going to be Winthrop on the blue side to take their first pick. And I do wonder where they want to leverage that to. We've seen in the past that they've leveraged Denethor many, many times off the priority. You're not going to have the Fearless Rumble this time, so that's no longer available for that B1.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a couple of angles. I mean, Mbessa's still high priority. I already mentioned the Fury and Gwen. So we'll see what Polestar allow to go through and what Winthrop are actually looking to prioritize here. So early Braum ban is pretty interesting. Kind of tells me they want something really specific, or they just Tubbs Braum is something to be feared.
Now, one of the reasons I wanted to bring up the pivoting around Denethor is because last year we saw that a lot with the St. Louis Denethor squad. Is Denethor was the one who would blind into his matchups most of the time.
That's true.
For that team. So I'm curious if that's still going to be the same dynamic going into this, or now that we have the true Winthrop team, we can start to see more dynamics.
Yeah, and real quick too, Winthrop, yeah, I like that they don't ban the Nefiri because Polestar already kind of show their hand by banning the Gwen. So now there's that kind of decision. You going to ban Nefiri, or are you going to let it through in favor of something else? And I think the answer is no. I think that's the right answer. Yeah. So good stuff. I mean, Pulse learned from last week. Trading Rumble for Gwen and Nefiri, not great. So now they ban both.
I've been liking the Jaces we've been seeing lately. I want to throw over to LCK real quick. I remember Doran playing Jace, and it's like, what is he going to do? Oh, he's just going to play the int Jace, where you build tanky and get in their face, and they're still going to try and kill you, but they're not going to be able to do it.
I mean, at least this time, I'm pretty sure that build doesn't really exist anymore. Now, you still go Grasp pretty often, but otherwise, I think just Jace builds like he usually does. The other thing worth noting, we're seeing that early Corki come through. We kind of talked about during the previous game draft that is something that Hub has played every time this team has picked the champion, and we're kind of expecting that to stay that way.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of curious about the Corki ban last time, because it did seem like Hub was quite suited for that Varus, but now we're going to see that Corki coming through, locked in over on their side. Can bring a surprising amount of damage once you do get that shred going in with the Gatling gun, and you have a good pairing, a good engage with this Rel.
Yeah, and on the other side too, I mean, we see the Maokai, definitely a flex pick with this team. It could be Wilson, it could be only 35. Could pair nicely with that Misfortune as well. So there is a lot of range that they're playing with, especially with that bullet time. And it's something that is just generally strong in lane.
And it kind of makes it scary for some of these river fights, because now you have a Maokai and a Misfortune. It means you pretty much have the entire river as threatened if Polestar decide to walk into 5v5s.
Yeah, and we see that Xin. I like this because you definitely need some early power when you're already showing something like the Corki, and you already know it's going to have a difficult lane matchup if it goes bot lane into that Misfortune. So now you have a jungler in bio who's going to be able to move around the map, skirmish, try and get this early advantages going for his team.
A little bit unrelated, but the LeBlanc ban again, man, that picture is just so gangster, dude. It's just,
dude, it looks good.
Up,
it's a great visual up there.
It goes hard, dude. It goes hard.
True. Put it on a rap album.
Definitely. Gotta have that happen, you know? Get our gamers out there. Next band coming in, it's gonna be that Alistair. Hey, gamers in the rap space. That's what I'm saying. Alistair gonna be banned away, taken away from only 35. I can exactly see why, because you already have so much control drafted by Winthrop by just having that Maokai. You pair him with another tank who's gonna be bouncing them all around. Short range Corki, that could spell disaster. So good band to come out. Now top lane focus for Winthrop University, Ambessa and Renekton taking off the rift.
Yeah, and I like that top focus there. We're probably gonna see that top lane pick come on 4, so you just want to limit the options with the Jace that's already showing. Keep in mind it could be flex to mid, but we've been seeing a lot of Jace top so far. The thing I'm most interested in is what's Winthrop gonna draft and support. I think the bans we've seen so far, Braum being out of the picture, Alistar being out of the picture, does make me think that it is actually going to be Maokai's support, and Wilson, he has the angle to go for another jungler.
All right, Azir getting locked in. How do I feel about that? In terms of how we're looking to play this out in the mid lane, it could be interesting depending on what gets locked in next for Winthrop University. The hover is already towards that victor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one would end up being pretty fine. You don't really have to interact with Azir too much. and you have a pretty safe angle to farm things up. Oh yeah, I did forget about Rakan, so that actually would be a good look for the side of Winthrop University. So there you go.
No, not locked in yet. We're just hovering it. We got.
But it could be.
Potentially. It could be.
Potentially.
Already hovering away. And it's going to be Sejuani instead.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Sejuani jungle.
That's taking the Maokai down into the support role. And yeah, Sejuani jungle. Now we have 2 very strong engagers that Polestar have to respond to. They will respond with engager of their own, taking the Scion.
Yeah, so it's just going to be, I mean, I already am imagining Dr. Calculus is just going to be kind of left alone for the most part on the top side.
It's
and I'm wondering, that is what it is. I'm wondering if we will see the level 1 Scion play. We've already kind of seen that come up in this league. I believe it was actually Winthrop who went for it in their previous match. For that old Scion level 1 cheese, you know the one. We dive bot lane, TP top lane.
I thought you were talking the one where you sack yourself to the jungle camp and steal away.
Oh no, that one was so, that one's so funny, but no.
All right, game number 2 now underway. Polestar versus Winthrop University. Polestar, an excellent game 1, played off of a lot of poke potential. They ran it right through Winthrop. Now Winthrop looking to snap back in this game 2.
Yeah, and I think something we didn't really get to talk about yet is kind of what are we expecting from both of these drafts? And I think early on when we want to talk about like late game potential, I think there is a lot working for Polestar just in terms of when we talk about like damage, you have a Azir, a lot of DPS, Corki, a lot of DPS as well. So I think Polestar, they're looking for these front-to-back compositions. Yeah. They do have a comp where, again, they can try to set up traps like they did previously, and I might need to... Oh, what is happening?
I don't know. We're just kind of doodling around right now.
Oh,
Wilson,
wait.
What are you doing there, buddy? Whew. Or's going to have to burn the flash to escape what was a little bit of a silly skirmish beatdown.
I mean, I think that was actually just a really good lane setup there from Pulse. Now, understanding the expectation that an invade like that could take place and being able to force Wilson's flash out of it. I mean, it's a good look. Plus, this is a delayed start for the Sejuani as well. Bio, he's already getting on top of his camps. And Wilson, he's still walking, bro. So a great opening from Pulse in this game, too.
And you have to appreciate that ward being there. It does mean Wilson might have to take a little bit of a different route just to let that ward expire and not give that much information to where the whereabouts of Wilson could be.
I don't think he even knows, to be honest. Because usually we'd see the pings, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you got a point there. He still is taking the route that he should. So still not going to give that info.
Yeah, I mean, for the moment, too, we saw pings. It looks like Pulse is expecting... him to be on the top side of the map, but yeah, once they pass by the Raptor camp, it is going to give them that bit of information. It would be cool though, if Wilson had that expectation, it just ends up skipping it just to mess with their info, but we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like he's headed towards it. The ping has been called out.
They got him.
So yeah, they do know he's in that location. They are able to scout out the opposing jungler, which does give a little bit of an early edge over to Polestar's decision making.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, to Wilson's credit, I think because of the way, because Bio went for that Raptor start, Wilson was actually able to kind of catch up a little bit. They're both finished their red side quadrant at the same time. So Wilson actually punished a lot less than I expected from that flash and back that was forced earlier.
And wave pushing heavily for Denethor onto that top side. It's an opposite thing going down in the bottom lane right now, and that's a lane I'm going to be interested in as we go more and more, because we haven't really seen too many of those pure Corki players like Hubs. Let's see what kind of tricks he has up the sleeve. This lane going to crash in. A little bit of trading for the bot lane.
Yeah, and the trading has been going really well for Hub and Tubbs. I mean, mobility, you can see it. He's gotten both the summoners expended again in this early lane phase. Is under a lot of that pressure. Because of that, now Hub and Tubb have been able to get a bit of deep vision coming through here, and they have that lane pushed in constantly. What happened?
It's just the name, man. It has such a...
I'm sorry, Thub.
No, it's just Hub and Tubb. It's just
Hub and
something
Tubb.
about it, you know?
Dude, it's goated. It's coordination. That's
goated.
What we need from the eye. Misfortune Q, bro. I don't like that ability.
That hurt.
Yeah.
It's always an auto crit if it kills the minion, right?
Yep. Yep.
That's
What?
Hub, stop eating him, bro. Come on.
We need a chrono break in here, bro. This is ridiculous.
You need to run, bro. Tubbs looking to play the defense because they realize the opening is there. Tubbs gets pushed back. Mobility, though, will fall. It's a trade 1-for-1 support for ADC, and Hub will be the one eating good.
Wow, again, a really nice lane coming through here in the early lane phase from Hub and Tub. There was that hype around Hub for being a really strong, top-rated solo queue player. We're starting to see some of that come up here in this match today.
I don't know. If I was like making a D&D campaign and I had a set of twins that you interacted, it'd be like Hub and Tub. It just has that ring to it as what a turnaround from this play. This was very close to going wrong for Pulse.
Dude, 2 nonsense misfortune cues made me think that this lane was almost over with. But that recognition, knowing that mobility is low enough that Hub can use that Valkyrie in to get that damage to make that trade. And he ends up forcing the flash from only 35 as well. And because of that, the wave ends up going in. Hub maintains a slight lead, and they get a nice back.
So you're telling me that Hub and Tub got a dub. Got it.
How long were you sitting on that one?
I just came to mind right now.
Ooh, he's quick with it.
It's good, dude. It's just good with the way they're playing so far. This is 2 early games back-to-back where they're getting the better of only 35 in mobility.
Yeah, 100%. And we're seeing now, too, that Pulse, again, making good use of their advantages. This prio they have in that mid lane from the Azir early on to just go ahead and start the streak. They're doing it early enough that there could be an angle for them to potentially go for that first scrub spot as well. They're going to be a little late for it, but it's possible.
So now Dragon getting taken. You do have position coming out from Dr. Calculus, who's moving towards the blue side jungle of Wilson. Potentially looking to scout for information for that setup that you were talking about earlier. Rotating from the Dragon to the grubs,
the whole
getting
team's
that mid lane control.
Yeah, I mean, all of Polestar are moving up to this play. I think this is just the angle for Winthrop to back off and leave mobility on that bot side. He should have an easy time getting that wave in, and maybe he's going to be able to get a plate or 2 for it. So as Winthrop, it actually doesn't feel that bad, but it's contingent on whether or not they're able to stop Pulse from getting all 6 scrubs. If they do, then it sucks.
And it's a good call from the way Pulse are positioning this map because, hey, if you're sending them up anyway, just do the lane swap. You have Hub and Tub now over in the top lane. They're not going to lose out on much CS in comparison to mobility and only 35.
Yeah, no, true, because Dr. Calculus, he ended up backing immediately once they knew they got pressure. So it actually ensures that mobility can't actually touch the turret, has to back and match the bot lane of Polestar to move topside. So Winthrop really forced to move to Pulse's rhythm so far this early game. And Pulse have gotten everything for it. First Drake, 3 grubs, and a kill.
I mean, the only thing they didn't get was first blood, but it didn't matter because Hub was the one taking out mobility, you know? So,
yeah, yeah,
it's good so far. Winthrop University, they have to look for a way into this, and I mean, they do have some decent ones. Sejuani is a good ganking jungler. You just got to find the lane in which you're going to make the play towards.
I think the play is top. Wilson, he's level 6. He has the ult. They know Bio is nearby, but will they actually go for it?
Oh, man. This could be very, very dangerous right now. Winthrop have kind of fallen for this before where they've set up
okay, now walk away.
Potential
now
play,
walk away.
And then Polestar are able to counter, and this is a better move.
Yeah, because look at bot side. The only one blocking that turret is Tubbs. So Denethor, I mean, he has the Demolish working for him. He has an angle where he's able to start knocking down turret plays. I like this decision much more and going for the red buff than going for a dive. That was honestly just never going to work.
Ooh,
but
and this is so good. Here comes
works.
the bullet time. Bio is getting rained pain down upon his head. Only 35 gets the kill.
Yeah, really nicely done. Also, Bio, a little bit of an illegal move. It happens. Winthrop, the position police, will punish him for it big time. And I like that he doesn't end up expending his ultimate, because really, it was going to do nothing, Eric.
And it's showing good adaptions from Winthrop, because what I saw from last game was Winthrop overcommitting to a lot of plays. Now instead they pull off and they go for the next best thing.
Yeah, and I really like that decision so far. I think first game wasn't great for them. There weren't many options for them to actually play the way Polestar was running the game. But this time around, it does look good. They got themselves a kill up. They're able to secure 2 turret plates for Denethor on this Jace, who's already a couple waves up on CS as well. So I think so far with this early game, you're feeling okay as Winthrop.
It's a 1.7k lead. 9 minutes in, that's not nothing, man. That's very, very early on, getting a good influx of gold coming in. Dr.
Nice
Calculus.
hitbox.
They trade around, doing some hitbox shenanigans over there in the bottom lane. Yeah, Winthrop will be in the driver's seat as we approach 10.
Yeah, and considering that grubs are spawning in just over a minute's time, I'm kind of expecting these current lane assignments to stay as they are because, again, if you're Pulse, you would love to have 6 grubs. If you're Winthrop, you would hate for them to have 6 grubs. So we're definitely going to have some kind of skirmish coming up soon. Big question for me, only 35. He just needs a little bit more experience so he can get that level 6. He's the only one who doesn't have his ult. But as long as he gets that, it's going to be a good fight.
Tower under attack by Winthrop University. Potential rotation called. You saw Adam was moving towards the river right there. A lot of this is to get control for this river, get the vision down there, and get control of the top lane and mid lane because that is going to give you positioning for those grubs, which are going to be spawning 30 seconds. Still keeping these lanes where they are. Lane swapped upside down. Here we go.
I'm waiting. It's only 35, gets 6 off this wave. That's actually a really big deal for Winthrop, or is he just that far behind? No, he's still level 5. That's crazy. Surely this next wave.
Wow.
If he doesn't get it, I just don't feel great about Winthrop's ability to fight.
No, you need the Maokai ultimate. It takes up the entirety of the river. And it does act as a potential setup for this bullet time that mobility is looking to rain down. Void Grubs are up. He's still level 5, looking to clear a few more minions.
Nah, surely this wave. Surely this wave. Okay.
Finally, there's the level 6. And there it goes. Ultimate comes out right away. They go for the engage, able to find it onto the Xin Zhao Bio, looking to bail. Bullet time comes out. Crescent Guard will block and swords over the wall, getting some tap damage in. And now the battle line's drawn. Denethor will step past it towards Tubbs. Goes the other way around for it to drop the hammer onto Adam. Adam gets pulverized. The kill goes to Sword. Pulse looking to continue the chase. Denethor on retreat, looking to kite this one out. Will not get the knockup. Dr. Calculus can't find it, and now Tubbs is fed to mobility. The chase continues. Laser lands, looking for the counter engage. Hubs wants the kill. He will find it. 2 health bars remain for both squads, but the grubs are wailing away on mobility. A shutdown's gonna be found as Sword will claim hubs, and everyone but Calc and Sword is down.
Wow, I was just about to criticize Pulse for kind of flip-flopping between going for the grubs and going for the fight, but they end up squeezing out a stalemate. The only downside for them is now we can see that Wilson is going for those grubs, so there probably won't be a grub again. But I like this look. Again, good flash from only 35, but the real hero of this fight, in my opinion, is Tubbs. Being able to stop that bullet time immediately, just removing a lot of the damage at this point in the game from Winthrop University is why it even went this well in the first place.
And credit to the targeting of Denethor. Hops right onto Adam, takes him out, and played his positioning really, really well for this fight to try and even this one up, because Polestar were very close to just single-handedly taking it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I will say I criticized Bio for going for the grubs, but I realized they were already aggroed, so I actually think he needed to auto-attack them to stay alive. So I'll take that back. A little sloppy, a little crazy, but Polestar, they do get a lot of kills, and even though they don't secure Grubageddon, they do get the second Drake. A lot of Drake prio for this team this series.
It's still 4 grubs. It's not nothing. It will influence...
Yeah, look, you can see.
Some of this laning as, we're seeing right now, live demonstration. Thank you, Polestar.
Yeah, and it's going to end up being that first brick. It's a lot of gold in their pockets, and though things have evened up, I will say it's got to feel good for Polestar to have your Corki, who's leaning more towards that late game, get so close to his second item already.
Yeah, and we're going to take another look at what happened down here in the bottom lane. Mobility is by himself. It's a Corki, it's a diver, it's a kill.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot else to it.
All right, follow through coming up. Here comes the bullet time. Again with the Crescent Guard from Bio, able to block a lot of that damage. Now only 35 will be the one to fall. Following through as Denethor Shock Blast lands onto Tubbs, looking to drop the hammer. Tubbs will be the diversion to let the rest of Pulse escape. But
Oh my God.
Sword, he is here on the Victor as he starts bringing down the lasers. Corki wants to escape, and Bio says, live, my boy, live.
Yeah, and the timing is so great as well. No plate punish coming through as plates have just fallen, although it will seem like Dr. Calculus from that over index bot lane will be able to secure a turret in the process. So there's trades going across the map from that long chase.
I think the most upsetting thing is this was, ooh, that was a bad
Wow.
recall.
I mean, honestly,
second most
respect for
upsetting
the respect for the guess. Like Wilson, he didn't see him, but he queued. He saw him go into that bush, and he just queued and threw the ult out. So I respect that.
Yeah, that's experience for you right there.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at what happened down in the bottom lane. Bio has been so good with these Crescent Guards, by the way. Just continuously blocking a lot of these bullet times and being
True.
right out of the range.
Yeah, I will say this is a pretty good timing too for Winthrop to go for this play. Not so great for Pulse. And you can see in that mid lane at the beginning of this clip, Adam wants to recall. He's not in a position to actually impact this fight. No teleport, has gold he wants to spend. And because of the timing, there isn't a whole lot he can actually do to punish this one. So for the most part, Winthrop very largely get that for free.
The power of friendship is the only reason Hub stayed alive. Each and every one of them acting as a diversion to protect their poor Corki. Still 4-1-3, and it's still a strong Corki. You know, you have to give credit. He's CSing well. He's got a lot of kills. Trinity Force is completed. So if this Corki can get close enough to start bringing in that damage, then there is a lot of life for Pulse to bring these fights into their favor, and that's what we're kind of seeing as this game does unfold.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give credit to Sword too. He's been farming really well this game. He's got some kills on his belt, under his belt over Adam as well. And once he gets towards that second item, gets more of those Victor upgrades, he is going to be a really big problem for Pulsar to deal with. There's a lot of damage that this Victor is able to do, a lot of utility in the slows. Once you upgrade all your abilities apply a slow. It's kind of obnoxious.
You don't get to play League of Legends.
Nope.
Slowly just walk around the place as they quickly kill you. All right,
Yeah,
well,
pretty much.
Rift Herald has now spawned. It's Winthrop who have priority positioning onto this. Pulse are starting to ease in, but Bio already eating a shock blast.
Teleport.
That poke really does a lot before these fights start, and Denethor is trying to find as much of it as possible. Teleport channel through Tubbs, looking for the angle in. Rift Herald does fall. Wilson will secure it. Root found onto Bio, who uses the Crescent Guard. Now walking in with the onslaught, still not gonna land onto the money. But Adam, he does the Emperor's Divide, and it's him that gets divided by the bullet time. Now Hub looking to bail on out of here. He's too short range. He can't find mobility. The rest of Pulse are starting to bleed. They're hemorrhaging. Dr. Cal can only hold so many back before the door is busted open, and Winthrop University take the team fight.
Big fight coming through as they extend this lead to almost 2,000 gold. But I think, yep, they're not done yet. A great shock blast coming through from Denethor to close things out. And yeah, they secured that Rift Herald. They're going to immediately use it because there's a lot of people on Polestar on gray health. So that's just going to allow them to accelerate this lead further, use those empowered recalls to spend all the gold you earn right in time for this Drake.
Take another look at how that unfolded. This very long fight for the Rift Herald. Wilson will be able to secure it, and then fight breaks out.
Yeah, and I mean, good job for how they were able to lock down Bio. All he could really do in this fight was block the ult. There was no way to stop the bullet time from mobility this time around, and because of that, you lost one of your big damage dealers in the Azir. So as soon as that happens, it really is just a matter of time because Hub, he's not in a position to free fire. You can see how cautious he has to be, how much health he loses so early.
It was an interesting attempt to go for that Shurima shuffle, but that's where you really need to keep track of those flash timers because the moment he went in, he doesn't have a flash of his own. He was alone in there deep, eating just the bullet time. It's those types of decision making and those types of summoner spell tracking that can cost you this game.
Certainly. And you can see it now. Again, now the gold lead for Winthrop University, it's up to 3,000. We're seeing that second item come through for Sword. He is miles ahead of Adam at the moment. So this Victor is really strong. Even the tanks of Polestar because of the double damage overtime items that he's working with, are in trouble.
And the tee up and hit him away from that smash. They will be able to take down his tower, which means no more protection for Dr. Kelk. He needs to call in the buds, and there we go. Retreat for Winthrop.
Yeah. That's still pretty easy to secure a turret. Dr. Calculus, he's threatening a bit of Polestar intervention, but ultimately, there isn't really a play for them to make. I mean, right now, you're just hoping as Polestar that you can reach some of these major item breakpoints. Hub already has that Man Immune. He's trying to upgrade that one as quickly as he can. And Adam, who's pretty behind this game, he's trying to rush towards that second item as well. And he's, again, big source of DPS alongside Hub. He needs to get to that point, especially before things like this Baron come up.
That's what makes it rough. Adam's been slowed down a lot in this game. Has died 3 times. Has been the big focus point for Winthrop in some of these fights. So it makes this acceleration of the Zir quite slow. It will mean that you're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get into that dream of just Azir DPSing down everyone one after the other. You also got to be careful about some of the risks you take. Again, I don't think that shuffle was a good call, and they need to recover from that.
Yeah, right now, Atakan is spawning there on the top side. It is Ruinous. You can see a lot of that focus there from Winthrop University. They're in a position where they could go for it. They could take it down relatively quickly. Tubbs.
They're just teasing you, man.
True. Yeah, Winthrop, they're in a spot where they could take it relatively quickly, but Atakan is one of those ultimates where it's not quite like Baron. You don't want to start it just suddenly or try to rush it because it has a lot of health. It does a lot of damage. And I've definitely seen teams lose to decisions like that, even when they're ahead. So I like that restraint. Just keep pushing the relevant lanes there in mid and top, and just keep your focus as a team on that side of the map.
Yeah, you don't have to pull the trigger right away. Just take a time to really weigh out a lot of the risk on the map right now. You do need proper setup, and that's what Winthrop are going to look for first before they actually make any plays towards that Otacon. And you can see moving towards the top side of the map is going to be Winthrop University.
Just pulling it out.
Yeah, just pulling it deeper and deeper. There's going to be a lot of wards in the jungle of Pulse. Dr. Calc on the opposite will be going for the split push.
Yeah, as he kind of has been doing so far on the Scion right now. Honestly, eyes are on this Drake as well. We're a minute 40 seconds away from there. Polestar, they've gotten the first 2. Hextech Soul is very powerful, something I think they want to build towards. So I'm wondering if Winthrop just going to keep their focus of vision on this top side of the map, sack that Drake, in hopes that Polestar overcommit to it, and then they can just go ahead and secure this Otacon for themselves. And Pulse, they kind of have an idea that this is happening. They want to maintain their own bit of vision on this side of the map as well.
Fight for vision control will be extended. I don't really expect either team to go for an outright fight around the Otacon. I kind of expected more around the dragons than anything else. Denethor will have that side lane control for the time being. His teleport is available, so he can stay in these side lanes if Winthrop look to try and move Pulse around this map.
Okay, yeah, Tubbs does manage to get away. The important thing here for me is that they managed to finish these recalls and head straight towards the Drake. I mean, they kind of done their... Oh, if they get Denethor, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, Denethor's got to be quick. Nice.
Nice dodge, nice. Yeah, really huge.
Lightning could have had that audacious charge really screw him over right there. But not going to lose a member. He'll still be available, still be up. Dragon will be spawning quite soon. You have 23 seconds until that's up, and attention is starting to be attracted down there.
Yeah, 100%. My eyes are honestly on Adam. He's really close to that Leandres. I wonder if he's going to go for a back-end CB with this wave if he has enough gold. That would be a big difference maker in this fight, and I think would really improve Pulse's chances. But given the fact that he's just walking straight down, doesn't quite have that power spike in his hands.
Now it's going to be a little bit of poke war. And it's not just the Jace that's throwing out the shot blast. You still have the rockets from the Corki, so it does get matched. Trading a lot of these long-range abilities. Dragon going to be pooled by Polestar as Winthrop fight for positioning on the river.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal. Hub is so strong right now, Eric. He has 3 items. He has armor pen as well. He is in a really strong position of the Corki, as the Corki, but You called it. Those J Shock Blasts, they do so much to him. This damage from range that the Victor is able to offer as well, it makes it really difficult for him to be able to stay in these fights long term. And given the fact that Adam has fallen behind, there's that added pressure on him as well. So once he gets chunked out, they just back off. They can't take this risk. And I'm wondering if Hub is going to try and index into something like that Bloodthirster. Because I think he really needs some sustain if he wants to have impact in these fights.
You know, I respect the call out of Pulse. They're not in a position where they're really forced to fight over this dragon. No one's at Dragon Soul point just yet. So if you eat that poke, just concede. It's all right. You can set up for the next fight and get ready for it. We still need time for Adam to get into that prime position.
Yeah, and he just got there. He is behind, a little bit behind the curve, being able to get that Leandri's. Yeah, pretty important for dealing with people like the Sejuani, like the Maokai, who is trying to stack some health the longer this game goes. But now we're back to the only thing being relevant on the map is the Otacon. I'm not really expecting any fights, given what we've seen these last couple of minutes. As I say it,
Yep.
never mind, they're just going to send it.
Right out the window. We're going to send it right now. Full send from both squads. I know Pulse will want to do something about this. Hub is there. Tub is there. We have
Bio?
Dr. Cactus coming out from the side.
It's a flip.
And here we go, waiting for that flip to come through. No, it is going to get reset. No one's getting out of con just yet.
And it's tough. Not a whole lot of sustain again on the members of Polestar Tubbs. He's looking for the angle, but a great blue ward is going to spot him out. So nicely done there from Adam. Or not, excuse me, from Sword. To be able to catch out the roaming support. And you can see they're making sure he doesn't have the angle to get in.
Look at the positioning right now. Dr. Calculus is trying to stand in front of where those shock blasts are going to land. It made Dennis That's not a call secured by Pulse! And now the fight breaking through. Oh, there are those resurrections coming through. Winthrop might be empty-handed on this one, but there it goes. The boy's running and he's gone. Pulse, they commit highway robbery.
And this is what I mean about fighting over this objective. At the end of the day, it was ruinous Otacon. So really, the value is if you're able to actually secure all the flowers. But instead, they die, they lose members, and now Winthrop can start the Baron.
I don't know about this. Pulse can engage into this fight without much risk. It's Winthrop who are stressing right now. 3k health remains. They pull away from the Baron. No one's there to steal it. It will get secured by Winthrop. Now Denethor looking to turn around. We'll be able to get one of those GAs popped, another one popped, and Winthrop will lose absolutely no one. They secure the Baron.
Yeah, just like that, Polestar. I mean, they go for the steal, but at what cost, Eric? And that cost is the Baron. So now Winthrop solidify their lead that much more. In a position where they're going to keep on stacking these Drakes going forward. But again, look at this. Again, the value here is the flowers. You can see Hub trying to get some between tossing out rockets. Because again, you need those. That's the real value in getting that objective. But the problem is, because you lose a member, because you lose so much health, the Baron is up. It's so easy for Winthrop to be able to secure this. So I think Pulse recognizes this mistake, and they try to see if they can go for a flip, see if they can push Winthrop out of it. That's the dream scenario, but they just didn't have enough gas to make it happen.
And it was a very interesting the way this part unfolded of the fight, because if I'm Pulse, I'm just running in the face of Wilson right now. I got the resurrection. I'm not that worried. I want them dead at the cost of my own resurrection, and instead they really get pulled by Denethor.
They do. And it's tough. I mean, we got to give props to Denethor as well this game. I mean, he's been doing so much damage. Those accelerated shock blasts have been doing a lot, and they're honestly a big reason alongside Sword's damage for the reason Hub has been having trouble participating in these team fights. Again, Bloodthirster, big thing for Hub. You see that BF Sword come through, that's the big one.
Huge lead for Winthrop University. AK as a potential fight looking to break through. Only 35 is going to be caught up in lockdown. First kill found as Bio finds the backline looking for mobility, but mobility has too much damn damage, man. 2 kills for Winthrop University. It will be support for support, actually 2 kills in the overall.
Close enough, but the point is, Winthrop still managed to get a turret, and they still have this Baron-empowered wave to come through and so much poke. To be able to get some damage down. But they don't really have to do a whole lot. Drake is spawning soon, so maybe they want to back and get some last-second power spikes, last-second item completions to come through, because this will be their sole point, Eric. And not only that, 3 individual Hextech Dragons. So it's a lot of good stats coming in on top of it all.
So you've seen time and time again how willing Pulse are able to just engage onto 32. I was a little bit worried right here, and then I saw Mobility's damage.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it seems like Pulse haven't been able to really focus him down. Every time they do, his flash is back up. So we need more frequency when it comes to getting on that misfortune, and uh-oh.
Oh, here we go. Only 35 looking for the flank. Bio jumps onto him, but he is slain by Sword. Sliding Way is going to be Adam. One down. You no longer have your jungler, and Winthrop have Baron.
Yeah, and it's an easy fast track to their third Drake. Really nothing a Pulse can be able to do about this one, and I think Pulse find themselves in a similar position to Winthrop in this last game. You're at a point where Winthrop are more than online. Their comp is exceptionally powerful. The carries do so much damage, and it feels so difficult to interact with this composition for Polestar. So now they're in a tough spot where their real only angle is trying to make stack plays, where you get a lot of members onto one lane and try and secure a kill so you can at least fix one side of the map.
Baron timing out Dragon Soul Point for Winthrop University. Attention's going to be onto this top side. Both tanks of Winthrop going around the tower. Pulse are still looking to try and defend this tower. They might go for an outright engage. It's Tubbs who's leading the charge right now. Bio right behind him. It does get Winthrop off of that top lane inner.
But will it cost Tubbs his life? He's losing a bit of health. It's looking like the
chilling.
answer is no. Really just delaying the inevitable, though. Winthrop, they're all here. That top tier 2 turret is really low health, SRX. I think they're just going to end up taking it down regardless. And Wilson!
Ultimate goes out. It's on to Dr. Calculus. His job is to be a tanky boy and absorb that damage anyway, so Winthrop will not find the right target to get an engage going.
But no, they will not. But they still managed to secure so much gold in the process. This gold lead now
10K.
has ballooned up to 10K. Yeah, they're in a really strong position. We're going to watch this one again and see how Bio just instantly exploded. They were kind of caught out there. I respect that they were trying to force some kind of play because, like I was saying, like this is the position that they're in at this stage of the game.
Man, that's a dope recall animation.
Wait, am I insane?
What?
Oh, Hub. Oh, I thought he was going for BT, but he ended up building IE. I respect wanting to index into damage, but I mean, the poke from Jason Victor, it is going to feel really bad if Dr. Calculus isn't soaking up all that damage for you.
I think the game plan right now is just to all in, really. Like, you're not looking for the sustain. You just want the damage to get in there as fast as possible, and maybe you coin flip a fight if you're incredibly lucky. But that is a really tough chance to actually pull off.
Yeah, it is, but they're looking nonetheless. Adam, he's level 16, has access to that max rank ultimate with the Emperor's Divide. Maybe we can see him go for something, but it's tough. I think Winthrop, they're playing this map out really nicely. Every time Pulse are trying to make some kind of answering play in the mid lane, Winthrop back off as their solo laners pushing these side waves. So Pulse, they're on this really strict timer. They don't have a play, and someone has to respond to these waves. And while they are, being in mid lane for Polestar, very dangerous, very illegal. So that's why you're seeing them back off and give space.
Objectives spawning. Baron Nashor is now on the map.
Again.
And it's Winthrop University who have priority over this river. Polestar kind of fighting in the mid lane to try and get that back. They don't really have much vision to play with. Tubbs will step up to try and turn that around. Now here come the roots. It lands on the Calculus. They use Calculus as a wall. Appropriate way to block that ultimate.
Yeah, it is tough. They soak up a lot as a result there, getting rid of that Nature's Advance. Or Nature's Grasp, excuse me.
Grasp, yeah.
Yeah, I know, I got there. But now Winthrop, they're in a position. They're just going to go ahead and start the Baron. Hub, he's lost a good chunk of his HP. Doesn't feel good about auto-attacking, but now we're going to see if there's a Baron flip here. This is so risky.
Here we go. Bio over the wall, 3k health remains, falling to 2 now. Looking for the steal, will he secure answers?
Not quite.
Winthrop, grab the Baron, they'll take down the jungler of Pulse, they'll take down the support as well. They're just cashing in so they can walk this straight to the base of Polestar.
Yeah, and I like that move there from Dr. Calculus to at least get rid of that mid lane and just walk back into a spot so that he can go for the recall. Cutting this wave, it means that Winthrop won't actually have an angle to end that game here, plus the Sundisk coming through from Adam. But this game, it's basically all but decided here. You still have a decent spawn timer on Bio and Tubbs, and you have another Baron buff to play with.
You defended your mid lane. Good job. You're still losing an inhibitor, though. You're not stopping that. And that's Winthrop who will be able to take that in the bottom lane. After what was a very close flip, Wilson will secure that Baron.
Yeah, and it looked like Bio, I thought he just chose not to use his ultimate, but it's looking like he got CC'd into his death. So he didn't have an option to use that Crescent Guard. I mean, small saving grace, he can use it here because this is Dragon Soul.
Catalyst by himself. He loses half his health, and that's your frontline tank, who's now hemorrhaging blood leading into this Dragon Soul fight.
Yeah, and remember, mobility, we wanted to see more focus on him while his flash is down. Unfortunately, his flash is back. And this is the Dragon Soul for Winthrop University. Bio, though, I think they don't actually know that he's there. I mean, he revealed himself with the Blast Plant, but still.
Oh, Tubbs is out of position. They should be able to take him down before Polestar can do a thing about it. Bio finally shows. Tubbs is down. Mobility grabs that kill. Now Crescent Guard coming out. They have to get within it to go ahead and take down Bio. Sword is getting critically low. He will fall. There's the Emperor's Divide. Shurima shuffle onto Mobility. Mobility has not fallen. He will trade right back. A triple kill for Denethor. And that was the last gasp of Polestar. They fight tooth and nail, but they cannot overcome Winthrop.
We thought we saw the angle, but Winthrop are going to answer back as they take this series to a Game 3. If Pulse want their first win, they're going to have to work harder than that.
And a very tough fight right there. They went for mobility, but he took your whole team before you finally got him down. Nexus falls. We are at match point, 1-1 apiece.
And I got to say, it was a nice response coming through for Winthrop University. After Game 1, it was a little concerned. So it was a really nice look for them to be able to turn that one around. Again, we got to give props to Denethor. I think he had a really good game on that Jace. And I think overall, Winthrop just had a really great bounce back after Game 1.
Yeah, it was an incredible bounce back to say the least, and they really did look like a team that time. They were able to chain a lot of those ultimates together, protect mobility, allow that bullet time to go through, and just throw Sejuani at faces, man. That's the way it's supposed to run anyway, and it looked good for Winthrop.
No, it did. I think I like that you bring that up. They did a great job protecting mobility to ensure he can get a lot of that damage done. There was a lot of back and forth during that lane phase, but past a certain point, I think once they really got Adam out of the game there for the side of Winthrop, once they put the Azir behind, it felt like since then it was really difficult for Polestar to actually come back.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal for Adam. He had like 4 deaths rather early on from just constantly being focused into that lane. And, you know, hey, it does happen. Sometimes you're the center of attention in the worst of ways. Now, you got to recover from it, dust yourself off as we're ready for game number 3. We're going to throw it over to a short break, and we'll be back with more NACL.
There are some players that use WoW keybinds for League. For me personally, the only thing I use that's weird is my trinket is on 4, and then instead of using spacebar to reset my camera, I use Y, which is camera unlock and camera lock. I just double tap Y instead of pressing space. I don't know why. Some people move their camera with arrow keys as well. That's not uncommon. I'm surprised by that. I don't really have any unique ones, but I have heard of some crazy ones in the WoW settings.
I mean, I use all my mouse buttons and for like toggle champion only, like for turret dives, and for my when I play Nico for the transforms, you can keybind all the different transforms like to all the other players. So yeah, I think that's useful when you play Nico. I guess it would be that.
Okay, so I know people use space to lock their cameras. I use F1 to lock my camera.
I think really a long time ago, I bound attack move to left click. It's actually like pretty cool because Riot ended up adding that as like an official setting that you can do in the game. It's like actually in the keybind menu now. After a while, I realized, okay, this is actually not super great. I should probably just go back to the default settings and just use like A as my attack move. But I kind of like made that pretty popular, and a lot of people ended up copying it, so that was cool.
I guess for me, it's not really weird, but it's like I asked a lot of my friends and they don't really do the same, which is I level up my spells with Shift Q instead of Control Q, which a lot of my friends, or like Control, and then I use my Control to tell my range, which a lot of my teammates don't really use the indicator to show the range of the abilities.
The weirdest keybind. I don't think I have any crazy keybinds. I guess the only one would be I use mouse button for like pinging wards, like enemy has vision. Besides that, I think I have like the most standard mouse buttons.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, Winthrop University versus Polestar. And what a bounce back coming out from Winthrop University. More particularly, I want to look at the bottom lane. Mobility was really running amok.
You picked the best time to say it as he got killed in that clip, but it is true. Once we got out of the lane phase, things did look pretty good. But I think the top side of Winthrop University was cooking from minute one. I think especially Denethor on this chase was solid and honestly one of the biggest proponents of damage on the team. And of course, we saw Sword on the Victor. Kind of a quieter performance. We weren't really hyping him up as much, but he was a big source of damage for the team as well. And there really wasn't a way for the members, the damage members of Winthrop University to really fall under too much damage.
It was a good plan to really focus the mid lane of Polestar and not allow this Azir to get towards those late stages where you are going to be that huge DPS threat. And of course, getting your own carries online. I mean, Jace likes a lot of money, likes a lot of income to get that poke really going through with the Shock Blast. And when you got 8, 1, and 12 Denethor at the end of it, sounds like he did a good job to me.
Yeah, and I think in the back half, we did see a lot of good looks for mobility as well. He was doing a lot of damage. The bullet times were really well placed, and he had a lot of really good flashes, holding his ultimate until he knew for certain that he was safe. I think that was really important because that's how he ended up doing a lot of damage. And he had the most gold by the end of the game.
You're better with timing, Beatdown. You actually got it on the mobility play.
Yeah, get on it, bro.
But yeah, it was a great play from him, and a great play from Winthrop to actually defend mobility and make sure that this squad from Polestar wasn't finding those dives. And a lot of these fights, I mean, even with Polestar getting that steal, it was starting to feel good for them for just a second, but Winthrop do not let up the gas pedal when they realize tempo is in their favor.
And this is what I mean. This is what I keep saying. Like, I think Otacon is a pretty good neutral objective, but especially when Baron is up on the map, like, it's really not just throwing your just everything in the kitchen sink to try and secure that objective, because this is where the game really ran away from Polestar. They risked it all, and even though they secured Otacon, they weren't able to collect all the blood roses, which is really the big highlight of this particular version. They lost the Baron in the end too.
They lost the game in the end, man.
I mean, I was working up to that, but yes, they did lose the game in the end, Eric. Very good.
There were some moments where you saw that type of play that we saw from Game 1 coming out of Polestar where they're trying to attempt it. But when you're down 10K, man, I'm sorry, it's not going to be the same exact result. Great bounce back coming out of Winthrop University on the grand picture of things. It shows that they are able to communicate really well for a team. And when Mobility's in that position where he can flourish, those shot calls look a lot better.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give that credit for Winthrop for how they played that mid to late game. And keeping those side lanes pushed in, limiting the opportunities Pulse had to actually go for fights, and slowly, quietly collecting gold in the process and objectives to top it all out. So they really narrowed Polestar into this corner where the only option really was to just lose.
So just hammering away at that Nexus to go ahead and take their game point as well. But now the stakes are about as high as they can really get, Beat. We said again, these two teams are expected to be right next to each other in the standings, but who's going to go over the other, you know? This game might be the big decider of that.
Yeah, tiebreakers are so important in situations like these. If the bracket at the end of the split pretty much goes as expectations were at the start of the split. So yeah, it is really important for both of these teams to try and secure this win, but only one of them can actually get it done. So now, we're in our third game of Fearless so far. 20 champions out of the picture, 10 more to be banned. What are these guys going to be digging deep into so they can secure the win?
Keep in mind, there's going to be a lot of big picks that are no longer available. I mean, we saw the Vi-Ari combo. That's not there. Varus is no longer going to be there.
True.
Rumble's not there. There's, right now, 20 champions off the map as we head into game number 3 of our Fearless series, best of 3 between these two squads. Match point for both.
Yeah, that's right. So now I can't imagine we're going to see very much draft priority change early on. Maybe some things that are getting banned early, like Braum, will end up being let through, but otherwise the usual suspects. I mean, a lot of people are banning Anivia away from Adam. We're probably just going to be seeing a lot of the same stuff here on the first rotation.
Yeah, taking away some of those more pocket picks, to say the least, does have a pretty big influence. We've seen it in the past, man. I mean, I talk about Moose Hater and Garen. That was terrifying. Keel and Nunu.
That changed the world,
that
bro.
That was a terrifying one.
Yeah, true. I love Keel Nunu, but
it's always fun seeing some of those picks that they've climbed the ladder with and are able to translate well into competitive. We'll see if we ever get that approach with the Anivias. The bans are still pretty mid lane focused, taking away that Orianna, not going to allow Sword to ever play it whatsoever again. Next ban, top lane focused, Gwen, Magic Angel.
And I think Winthrop, I mean, same idea here. Pulse chose to be on that red side, so now I think they're going to be in a position again where they probably have to ban away that Nefiri. While you see that Ezreal focus, again, a pocket pick for Hub. So Winthrop, I think pretty happy with how this first rotation went. They're either going to get Nefiri or they're going to get something else they prioritize.
Yeah, Nefiri, never. We shouldn't see that champ in the first place. Can we just have an auto ban on it so we can get rid of the shenanigans, you know?
Oh, I'd be all right with that. But it's going to end up being the Ashe first pick. I mean, we saw that one prioritized during the first rotation earlier as well, and it's just good. Strong lane into most matchups. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is busted. Hawkshot is great vision. We all know what Ashe does.
Yeah. And it always comes from like a mile away. You never know. I especially like those marksmen who are willing to just back behind their tower real quick, throw out an arrow, and then go back to lane. And they just keep rinse and repeating every time it comes off cooldown in time with the jungler's ganks. Sometimes you can get some fun situations out of that, but now looking at Polestar and what they're trying to bring to the map, you got a lot of zone control, and you got some, you got the Croc coming out in the top lane, something more standard for the top side.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, Mbessa is up and available, so there is that option for it to come through.
Yeah.
For Winthrop, as long as it gets through this first rotation. If they don't pick top lane here, then it is just going to get banned away.
I think that's the idea of the Zyra being locked in. It's realizing that Abessa is on the table. If you get someone who can control a lot of the battlefield, put those plants up, it makes it really hard for her to just dash around and free willy-nilly get kills back and forth. So it is posing that question to the draft of Winthrop.
Yeah, we're going to find out what the answer is. At the moment, we're already seeing that Lilia, so there is going to be that clear for clear type of situation going here, where you have two big farming junglers who are trying to collect as much gold as they can.
It's a lot of team fight now coming out from Polestar. I mean, with Yone, like the sidelining is always great and all, but I just love that ultimate for the team fights when you're able to really group them up all together. Paired with the Zyra ultimate, now you have a pretty strong 5v5 already drafted with the first 3 picks.
Yeah, and then as a reminder, we're playing on 25.06. So Yone's E hasn't been nerfed yet. If you get hit with Lilia's Sleep and he snaps back with his Soul Unbound, he can still get rid of it. So he's still in an okay position. Next week, different story.
Next week, we'll get rid of that eventually. Don't you worry. Next ban comes out. It's going to be a Zed ban. That's pretty interesting. Who's the big Zeg player on this team? I've known Sword to be a mage player for the longest time.
I'm pretty sure. Did he play it last week? Am I insane? I mean, I think it's a good matchup into Yone anyway.
That's true.
And you're looking for an AD mid laner in general to pair with this Lilia. So I do think that ends up being like a natural answer.
I actually want to take a moment to see the last time he's played this champion. Look that up in just a second. Now it's the mid lane focus coming out. Polestar, it's not just said, they will take away that LeBlanc. It's been banned constantly so far. Ziggs not going to allow for that hard push and poke that can come out from a Ziggs. Lucian taken away as well.
Wow, there's a lot of focus into Hub's champion pool there. So we're going to see how deep he's going to actually go. We could actually see the Caitlyn. Okay, there it is. So another bit of lane focus coming through here for the side of Polestar in the bottom lane. And now you're going to leave Tubbs that last counter pick just to ensure you can get that best matchup possible. I mean, it probably is going to end up being something like Lux, but we'll see.
We'll see. Caitlyn Lux, I mean, it's a classic tried and true duo. That's really a pain in the backside to deal with, because the moment you get hit by the light binding, all Caitlyn does is put the bear trap right under you. And you're stuck there for like another minute or two. Next pick coming in for Winthrop University. They're going to grab the Tristana, so we're going to have a double AD combo from their draft.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just about how they want to round things out at the end. I think Enchanter, not the greatest idea. I don't like Ashe being the solo engage. Braum, I think actually would work really well. It was banned a lot from only 35 earlier in the series, and that is what they're going to end up going with.
It took me a while, but I do have the stats up, and he did play Zed last week.
Go.
You were right. You were absolutely right.
Yeah,
he had a good game with it too. 8-2 and 6 on that Zed.
See?
So,
ball knowledge.
That's a big threat you have to deal with, and you deal with it by banning it away. And next pick, what are we going to get right now? We have a lot of crowd control, so Milio could be a good answer right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's I like this one just because Caitlyn Milio in general is a pretty strong pairing. We don't see Milio a lot lately, but just the fact that the passive gives a lot of burn damage. You're able to keep people away when they try and jump on top of you. And of course, the extra range on the Cozy Campfire, all valuable for already a lane bully like the Caitlyn.
And, you know, considering that it's going to be an Ashe, you're going to have a lot of those long-range engagements coming through. If Milio's in the area, he could be that big savior that takes away all these gimmicks that Winthrop are trying to throw at Polestar.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Tubbs is careful to avoid getting hit with the Lilia passive, if Lilia gets a big ult off, you can just get rid of that as well with the Breath of Life.
That's the big one.
Yeah, this will really nice pickup there at the end of the draft there for Tubbs. And we're going to see, like, this is game 3, Eric. This is one of these teams is going to walk away with the dub, and the other one is going to be that much more worried about how their split will end.
The fight to climb the ladder. Expectations be damned. We want to go up. Winthrop University, Polestar, game number 3, now hitting the Rift.
We're going to see now if anything exciting is going to happen in the first minute. I can't really imagine a whole lot, but maybe a late invade. Like, we're looking at Ashbrom. That is actually a very strong level 1 when I think about it. So my eyes will be on mobility and only 35, but no, I'm not seeing it. They're boring.
Now, on a side note, talking about some of these squads and how they've been adapting, it's been interesting to see the least because they're kind of trying to figure themselves out at the same time while being in the NACL. I had different expectations on only 35, kind of being a shot caller for this squad. I was surprised to hear that he wasn't, despite all the experience that he has. A lot of that just comes from like kind of learning the culture, learning how to integrate more so you can communicate with your team. And
learning
you know
North
where
American
this is going,
slang.
dude.
Yep.
Learning North American slang.
Oh, buddy,
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
The one he brought up to me was lost in the sauce. Apparently he didn't know what that meant, and Winthrop had been using that a lot with him, teaching him the ways of the States.
At least the fun ways of the States.
We'll get a more slang terminology, you know?
Yeah, as long as it's still fun. Totally agree with you. But I do like that late invade that ended up coming through here. From the side of Winthrop, again, you have Ashbrom, really strong level 1. Polestar have no choice but to, just kind of accept that and not do anything about it. The real question for me, I didn't quite catch if there are any pings. Do they know that this is happening? So it's all going to depend on whether or not we see this Zyra. Oh, I don't like the direction he's standing in. Oh, Eric, I think he doesn't know. Oh.
Look away.
Ooh.
Look away, be down. Look away. Don't look.
My eyes are closed. No, never mind. Look at the path. Look at the path. I think he is going for the cross map. Okay, never mind.
Okay,
Everything's
okay,
fine.
okay,
They know.
okay.
They know. Whew. I'm glad
look.
I didn't close my eyes. How could you tell me not to look, Eric? I'm a caster.
I wanted to avert your eyes from disaster. I know color casters can get a little emotional when we see moments like this, you know?
You wanted to int my job, bro. Nice try. I'm on to you.
All right. Let's get back to the vertical jungling.
Yeah, it's just going to be an easy 6 for 6. Then again, Wilson, they do have that ward, and we do see that early move coming through here from only 35. So Bio might be in trouble.
He's backing out at the right time, but there's the flash. Able to land the winner's bite. Concussive blows needs 2 more before he gets the stun. It would be a long chase to get that.
Long chase, that was never actually going to work. So only 35. Maybe a little overzealous with the flash, but you do protect some of Bio's camps, and it will allow him to get a little bit of a lead. But now Bio has this opportunity where he's checking. I wonder if they're trying to set up for this dive, because Dr. Calculus, he's been getting some good health trades coming in here.
Yeah, it's like 250 left on Denethor right now. Bio just waiting around the wings. You need to crash the wave, though, and it's not the easiest when these caster minions are about right under the tower.
Yeah,
So,
I think he's about
not
to
gonna
leave.
get this.
Oh, no, I think he's just going to spend the time.
Wow.
Honestly, I respect it. You can get that top crab kind of whenever, and here we go.
See if Denethor can play this right. He goes right after Bio, waiting for the aggro to start up.
Wow,
no one's pulled aggro
nice.
just yet. They bait it back. They wait for the cooldowns to be burnt. A beautiful play from Pulse on the top.
I like that. I like what I saw just now. This is Dr. Calculus and Bio. These are the players that came into this team with that experience playing together. And I like how they did it. They did it nice and clean. They waited for Denethor to flinch
Burn
and use his
everything.
cooldowns. Yeah, and then they took him down.
And that's that pre-established synergy we had talked about. Most of 2024, Bio playing with Dr. Calculus in the Tier 3 space, and it really does show.
Yeah, and I really like Bio going for that auto attack outside of the turret range, kind of baiting Denethor to use some of his spells, thinking he could secure that kill, but didn't quite pan out. It was too clean.
Remember some of the teams that they played on? Ducky Getters, the Straw Hat Crew in ACL.
Yeah.
I always love Tier 3 names. You got to bring them up every time you get a chance.
They're so funny. And I love when they stay until Tier 2. Shout out Zeus Gaming.
No, shout out Team Tony Top, bro.
True, that was also really good. We got some good names in the scene. But, okay, bringing it back to the game. I really like that Wilson went for the invade on the second spawn. of the camps as well. So being able to steal that Gromp is that nice bit of experience. So Bio is a little bit behind as a result, even though it felt good to secure that kill for Dr. Calculus.
This does mean Calculus is going to get a lot of gold without even really looking to take the fight to Denethor. He just walks past and utilizing those Demolish procs to take those stacks and proxy out this wave.
Yeah, you know Wilson's on the other side of the map, and look at that, level 6.
Comes right away, and Denethor is not in the place to be. Wilson going to provide some
me.
backup to turn this around, but
Oh,
there
he got
it is again! The heal from the Q was just too much for Denethor to handle.
Wow, that one turned out really nicely there. Dr. Calculus, he's going to secure that second kill in this 2v1 scenario, and that's got to feel really bad for Denethor. I know he's playing the tank, but still, Renekton getting a lead this early, it feels really bad if you're Winthrop.
Yeah, the Doctor, he's got the PhD in whooping behinds, baby. What a brilliant play coming out from Dr. Calculus. You know, back to back, after we had that dive, he's still going for the proxy and handles a 2v1 like nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is such a good look there for Polestar 2. I mean, this is a comp where we didn't really talk about comp expectations, where you do feel really good in that late game. Yone, Zyra, Caitlyn, if you get ahead, do really nicely post that 20-minute mark. So the fact that this Renekton, who's a little more early mid-game focused, is 2-0 right now, I mean, that's got to feel amazing.
Yeah, an incredible start. Phage picked up, already has the bounty on top of his head. So, I mean, when Renekton really gets going, it's such a pest to try and stop because he does get good control of the side lanes for the early to mid game. And when he hops onto your back line with the slice and dice, it's going to eat you alive. Now here comes the Enchantress Arrow. It lands flush right on the money in mid lane. And with that Buster shot, Buster, you are dead.
That was really nice. Well executed, coming through for Winthrop University, and they get a kill back into their pockets there, onto Sword on this Tristana. And now it's going to assist Wilson in the invading he's been doing constantly. I really like this, though. I love when farming junglers, like Lilia, you have these lane advantages that you can abuse and take advantage of. Eric, I'm not farming my camps. I'm farming your camps, dog. And he's just keeping Bio behind an XP. Wilson's almost doubled his farm. He still has camps to work with. And this Zyra hasn't even hit level 6 yet.
Let's take another look at that enchanted crystal arrow. This is what we're talking about. Ash walks away, just throws out an arrow, sees if it works.
No, and it's great. I bet you there was, we didn't see it, but I bet you there was even the call out that the Yone had used the E. So Adam actually just had no way to save himself there, barring a really quick reaction flash. So honestly, just really good play overall from Winthrop.
Had a good time too, because for the most part, the game is relatively even. Winthrop were able to get the first rubs of the game, got the 3 stack of that. Dragon went over to Polestar, still waiting on those timers to see where these teams want to play next.
And right now, Grubs is definitely in Polestar's sights, just because Lilia takes them really quickly, really effectively. And you don't want to just give away 6 Grubs like that for no fight. So I think that's the angle that they're going to be focusing on. They were able to secure that first Drake, but I imagine we're going to see a lane swap come through soon so that they can get that push, get that set up, so that they can try and deny that from Winthrop University.
If Winthrop are going to secure it, it would mean a lane swap of their own. They still have that enchanted crystal arrow. It's currently available off cooldown. So be careful, Hub. I know you got your flash, but you never really know. And if this does rotate towards the top side, that could be the power that Winthrop need to get Grub again and going.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Wilson. He's maintaining that lead that he's gotten over Bio because of all those constant invades. Now the question is just going to be, can Bio get more off playing towards this Renekton who's really strong? Getting him more gold, if he can get that first item, which is probably the Eclipse, going into this next Grub fight, I mean, Polestar going to be really happy.
Looking at the timers, we still got a minute before we get those Grubs, 2 minutes for the Dragon. Dominus used in the top lane as Dr. Calculus gets Denethor to about 300 health, a big chunk taken there.
Yeah, that chunk means we are going to potentially see that recall and teleport coming through from Denethor. I like the Dr. Calculus is just going ahead, for a quick back as well. He might not even need to TP, but I think he wants to get there early for setup. So, okay, I was wrong. He actually went for the Black Cleaver first. We see this one as well. And, I mean, it's just as valuable. So, Dr. Calculus, very strong position right now. We're seeing the movement come through from Polestar, even though the marksmen haven't joined the party, because they know how important it is to deny these grubs.
I mean, Hub just wanted to get one more wave pushed, and now the wave's crashing in the bot lane. Perfect time to go ahead and walk out and head over towards those grubs. Denethor, that bush doesn't look too friendly. Dr. Calculus pops out. It's a Gator. Some roots to bind him down. It's a lot of damage on the Denethor, but Denethor will stay alive.
Yeah, still. I think Polestar a little trigger happy through their CC all at the same time. So it actually did get blocked by the Pathmaker, allowing Denethor to keep most of his health. But fact is, there is still that first touch on the grubs from Pulse, but Wilson, this is a little dangerous.
Really pushing for these grubs right now. Winthrop have to do something about it.
There you go.
There it is. The beautiful use of the Milio ultimate denies the Wilting Lullaby. Now down a team fight tool. Still a grub going to get picked up by Winthrop University. There's only one more that remains. Might be able to get the full 5. No, Pulse will secure the final one, setting it at 4-2. Favor Winthrop. Now the arrow comes out looking for a kill onto Dr. Calculus, but keep in mind, Dr. Calculus has been doing well. Now bailing out is Adam, looks for the back line, but couldn't find the fight he wanted. Pulse will retreat.
I know, I think this is fine. You get 2 grubs, really happy with that one. We see how powerful this Milio is. Now, I think this dive is not real. I'm gonna be honest.
No, absolutely. Only 35. It's basically your health bar right now, bro. You cannot take this.
I know the health bars are blinking. Okay, it does waste a bit of time. It ensures Sword has more time to knock down plates in the mid lane. And I'll give credit that that's probably what that one was for, just because we know Tristana takes plates very, very quickly.
I mean, it's also the belief that, you know, health bar is a resource, and I'm going to use the entirety of it
of course,
when walking around this map. Especially if you're a tank. I'm just trying to cope right now. I'm not going to be honest. I feel like only 35 being there. It was scary for me, man.
They didn't go for it. That's all that matters to me, really. So it's good. So now the big thing, too, is, I mean, Sword, he already has Yuntal, did collect a lot of gold in the process as well. So he's going to be able to come back immediately, and they know Adam doesn't have ult, so he's in a bit of a precarious situation.
Stopping the Grubageddon was so important for Pulse earlier, but still having 4 grubs will mean a lot for Winthrop when they get on these towers. It's a Tristana. She's an expert at demolishing towers in record time, so it's if Winthrop can play this map well and start pulling Pulse into unadvantaged situations, they can be just taking towers and get a passive gold lead.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard because to some degree you want to pull Polestar around the map, but Dr. Calculus is in a really strong position right now. Nobody on the side of Winthrop can 1v1 him, so the fact is you're always going to need to pull 2 people with this lead that he's got going for him. So with that in mind, I think it's going to be a little hard for for the next while for Winthrop to get that kind of map setup. And now my eyes are on what that setup is going to be for this Rift Herald, because I think that's the next objective that's really worth looking at.
And it will get kind of brutal for Denethor to have to deal with. He's already itemizing armor to deal with that Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's only armor. Bio's still a mage. Bio's going to get some good damage on to this Cassante. So Denethor is still not really out of the woods right now with his itemization. It's going to be a long game for him.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, his goal is just definitely going to be trying to get these backline angles, trying to get that all out onto people like Bio and Hub. If he can do that, then he can still find a lot of value even when he's behind. You know the 80 carry memes. 0-4 Cassante, he's still going to beat the hell out of you. I don't make the rules.
The showmaker copy pasta, that's what it is.
Yes, exactly.
Taking a look at cooldowns, I'm waiting for what Winthrop are. That's exactly why. I was looking at Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they just throw it in the mid lane. Adam, you got to get away, man. But concussive blows means you are stunned up, locked down, and Wilson grabs the kill mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great angle. Again, I love that Winthrop Fish with this Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's what we wanted to see. So unless a kill gets answered back, Winthrop are in a great spot to go ahead and secure this Rift Herald. And the fact that they have even some grubs with 4 of them means they are going to get a lot of value from that charge.
Takes me back to the old days of League. Hotshot GG. playing Ashe in the mid lane, he would take teleport. He would throw his arrow from the spawn and just teleport back in and kill him.
That's really funny, actually. I mean, not much to talk about with this play. It was pretty much over as soon as that arrow hit. So now you can see that angle, that pressure Winthrop were able to get because of it, and they have that look onto the Herald.
Yeah, Herald's up right now. We still got 2 minutes, 45 seconds before we get another Drake. Fighting around this bot lane tower as the push is found by Denethor thus far. Still on the map, but no one's in position to really start up the Herald. You can tell right now that the pings are coming out from Winthrop. They want positioning over there.
Yeah, they do. And I will say, right now, I actually really like the solo lane assignments Winthrop are going for. Denethor, he has to index into armor anyway. And even though he's not quite at a full item, I mean, there's no real kill threat there from Adam. And as long as Sword plays with his jump right and is not too aggressive, he shouldn't be able to die to Dr. Calculus. I don't think he'll kill him. But, you know, that stalemate you're perfectly fine with.
Ooh. Tower goes down. Thought there was going to be a little bit more feistiness right there, but wasn't willing to really throw out the arrow to try and continue chase for that as Denethor, under pressure, has the backup of Wilson and the Wilting Lullaby, so Pulse pull off.
Yeah, I like the look, but I like the response from Wilson even better. I'm taking a look at the gold here. 2K lead, pretty much entirely on the top, the mid and jungle, excuse me, of Winthrop University with Dr. Calculus. He's doing his best, Eric. he's trying to pull his team up with him.
It's a tough one because Renekton isn't that carry champion that kind of like drags you up to the.
I mean, before 20 minutes. Before 20 minutes, he kind of can be.
He kind of feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, but,
I mean,
you know, we're a few minutes away.
Nasty. I mean, just get level 3 and he kind of feels like that. You know? Just get your 3 abilities.
Yeah, seen all your spells. Feels good.
It's going to be overtime for Dr. Calculus is basically what we're trying to get to here.
Yeah, and I mean, right now things have slowed down quite a lot. Herald is still up. We could see a Dragon for Herald trade. Kind of what I'm expecting at the moment here. But
it might not be.
All-Star, maybe they want to go for it. See, the thing that's kind of tough with their comp. Oh, hold on.
Glacial Fisher comes out, finds the knock up onto 2. Mobility around the corner. Looking for an angle. Hey, there comes the Wilting Lullaby. Missed timed the Melio ultimate. Adam shows up, and now only 35 is in danger. Has to dash on out. Hub almost taking him down with the Pills over Peacemaker. Pulse moving forward, but getting slowed down in the process. Rift Herald belongs to Winthrop.
Wow, I mean, that's Ashe for you. There's still low health bars. Pulse could look to try and chase this one out. Yeah. I think there's an angle here while they put some damage onto that mid turret. So if they can get a kill, not bad. No, it's looking like they can't.
If you don't get a kill, you get a mid tower nonetheless. That's still something back, but yeah, I see the problem now.
Yeah, it's tough too because Dr. Calculus, he's really late to this. Bio is even later. And honestly, it's 3v1. Without his ult, he would die anyway. So that's still a big win from Winthrop. They're going to be able to secure that almost 2.5k gold lead. Saving grace for Polestar as they get this Drake, and they're halfway to the soul.
Drake going to be acquired as the hotshot comes through. Does give some information that Pulse are doing, and I don't expect any retaliation to come out of Winthrop. There's not much to really fight over. They got the Rift Herald they wanted earlier. They were able to make the charges that they did with it earlier. Now we're just waiting for the next objective to come around.
And something we didn't really talk about from the draft until now is just this idea that Pulse's comp, while having strengths, there's no reliable way to start team fights off. They're really hoping that they can get into position first and have Winthrop walk into them, but so far that really hasn't been the case. It is the case now, but this is not what they want.
All right, knockup found onto Denethor. Tubbs trying to get away, gets caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and it's another pick for Winthrop.
Yeah, like really nicely done. Pulse, they don't have many ways to trigger pull. Winthrop, they have one of the best ones. It's just Ashe Arrow, especially in tight confines. It's too easy.
I mean, you got something with the Yone ultimate. The problem is he's not really a tank, so once he goes in, it's a one-way ticket unless he can get out fast enough before that damage meets his face. That's what makes it so scary trying to engage with his Yone, and that's about it. That's all you got.
Yeah, and we're getting to a point now, too, where the marksmen of Winthrop University, they're about to hit those 2-item power spikes. They're really strong right now. And you can see how much damage Sword is doing here. Yeah, it is a level 7 Milio, but it's still something to be afraid of as Polestar.
2.5k, 20 minutes into this game. Attention from Polestar is now focused on the top side, still sending the split push for Adam in the bot lane. All the meanwhile, it's the driver's seat for Winthrop University. They will transfer some of the pressure that they found throughout this game and try and get some vision control over towards this top quadrant of Polestar. Red buff has already been taken, and you can see right now, this is a very deadly place to be. Luckily, the Scuttle Crab was picked up, and now the Otacon on the map.
Yeah, I think right now Polestar, they have to play a lot of defense, just minimize their losses for these next couple of minutes. You need Hub at 2 items, you need Adam at 2 items, you especially need Bio at 2 items, Deserex. Oh.
Again with these arrows, but Tubbs is going to be okay for this one. That's 2 big engage tools from the Freljord bot lane.
Yeah, and a little bit of health lost from only 35. I do wonder if this is an angle that they potentially want to take to stop this Otacon from going down. There is a lot of damage here with Lilia and 2 marksmen, but the TP also means they really want this. Honestly, guys, Pulse, it's not that serious. We don't have to fight this. It's okay.
But Dr. Calculus ain't getting any stronger in the late game, man. He's got to go now.
That's true. Yes, Derek's Gage. He's feeling really tanky.
Oh, okay. He's stepping up. 4K health remains. Otacon starting to get lower and lower. Runs critical. Wilson jumps in looking for the wilting lullaby.
Oh, they got
Secured
it.
by Pulse once again. Now able to retreat out. Adam gets picked off, and the rest of Pulse are headed for the hills. They bit off way more than they could chew, and Winthrop punished them for it.
Oh, it feels so bad too, because if Tubbs had the ultimate there and it wasn't forced out earlier, that actually really could have been a winning fight for Polestar. But instead, Winthrop, they collect the Blood Roses, they get all that extra experience as we saw level ups coming through, and they push that advantage that much further.
Yeah, the fight over the Ruinous unfolding. Wilson in a good attempt right there, trying to get the Drowsy in, and it really does impact this fight so much. Look at how many people were asleep.
For quite a while too, so I think that could have really been the difference maker. Not everyone could have been affected by that Breath of Life, but maybe that fight could have gone differently. But instead, Winthrop, they continue. That advantage goes even further than it did before. Now we're starting to see second items come through, only on Hub, but it's kind of too late. I don't think Pulse are in a position where they can fight these objectives again. You just kind of want to slow down, farm as much as you can, and minimize what Winthrop University can take from you.
If anyone gets hit with the arrow, maybe except Dr. Calculus, depending on how many members of Winthrop are there, they're dead. And that's a hard thing to find counterplay for when it's coming out deep from Fog of War. Inner tower going to go down in the bottom lane as Winthrop claim themselves another.
Ooh, and that's just more gold, almost up to 4,000. While Adam is certainly pushing in the side lane, he's very not likely going to be able to take down that tier 2, especially with Sword on the way. But now my eyes are on the bottom side. Dragon is coming up. Polestar with this high Dragon priority for what we've seen so far aren't going to be able to likely get this third Drake. So it's Winthrop who are going to be collecting. Oh! I mean, just looking at the items, I'm not surprised. And the level. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a big Tristana.
A little
Very
bit.
Big. Very big. 302, 400 gold bounty. We know Sword as this mage player. Now, sometimes you get to see these pocket pick performances that come out, and this Tristana has been a lot to deal with for Polestar.
I dare say too much. Because at the moment, they don't really have a way to deal with them. Now it is going to be that second Drake for Winthrop. This one is getting tough. Winthrop, who lost that first game, who looked like they might have given Polestar their first win, have now managed to bounce back. Not just giving us a pretty solid game 2, but also really starting to run away with this game 3. Oh, I don't know if I want to watch this. Oh, you know, okay, to be fair, Turret did a lot of work there. The Turret did a lot of work there. I think it looked like Adam was trying to ult over the wall to escape.
At the same time that the rocket jump went off.
Yeah, because Yone stops when he hits a champion. But if he got over the wall, different story. And Sword dies, I think. But, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we say as we walk away from situations like that, trying to hold our heads up high and cope. But unfortunately, that's the way it is. I mean, I'm just trying to say the cope for Adam more than anything else.
Okay.
I don't know. As I look at this more and more, I lose hope for Polestar finding a way back into this. Going back to one of the things you had talked about, there's no front line. So guess what? You get caught, you're dead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's Dr. Calculus who has to lead. That's why you're seeing him go for that stair escape. But if someone else besides him gets hit with that Ash Arrow, they just explode. There's really no way around it unless Tub saves them. So it's going to be that second Baron buff easily going over to the side, or not second, first Baron buff, going over to the side of Winthrop University. Don't watch that. And it's pretty easy, pretty convincing. Not much else to say.
More than anything, I'm just proud of the adaptions we're seeing from Winthrop. That game one, I was kind of just like, okay, Pulse are going to take this in a quick, easy 2-0, but game by game, they've looked better and they've improved considerably.
And yeah, they have. And again, mobility, who we talked about, has come a long way since subbing for EGC in 2023. Now starting here on Winthrop University, has been having really good performances, especially these last two games on the Misfortune. And here on the Ash, very few of his arrows have actually missed. Actually, if memory serves, I don't think he's missed yet.
Oh.
He probably has, but I'm just going to go ahead and say he didn't.
You know,
Eric, we're the casters. We write the narrative. We can decide these things.
We can decide what's true.
Yes.
And I say Seraphine's not champion anymore.
Hey,
Council's
okay,
spoken.
hold on. What? Hey, I didn't get a vote. What's going on?
I make up this narrative, man, and
Your American side is coming out.
what's coming out right here? Oh, able to get the campfire out and able to stop the crowd control from the Wilting Lullaby. Dr. Calculus teleports in. Denethor holding the line, and Polestar, putting an accent there.
I think
Will
you should have
survive.
left it. But that's brutal. 2 big ults, and you get literally nothing from it except keeping your lives.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an easy tier 3 turret take. They can go for a little more.
There we go again. Glacial Fissure follows up the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to guarantee the kill. Sword goes on a rampage, and look at mobility. Hunts him down. 1 versus 3. He almost gets 2 kills in the process. Adam tries to run away, but Wilson's got his number. Shutdown gonna be found, but your base is in flames.
I mean, there's really not much else to say. Deserex, that's going to be it here. Winthrop University, unless Dr. Calculus and Bio do something obscene, it's over.
Yeah, here's the last stand from the Gator, but the flower has been plucked and the Gator is now boots. Tubbs can only watch his Nexus go up in flames. Polestar not going to find their first win of the season just yet. Winthrop taking the series 2-1.
They secure their second win of the split, and they make it a little bit easier for them to overtake Polestar in a situation where tiebreakers end up happening at the end of the split. Because, guys, this is that first round robin, or single round robin, excuse me, for the split. Every win counts.
And a really good look coming out from Winthrop University for this series. Again, I want to echo what I was saying a little bit earlier, was that game one, I was like almost losing hope immediately. And when we see adaptions like that come in so quickly to show, hey, we messed up right here, we're going to correct that and put it on display in the very next game, that's the development we want to see in the NACL.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, quick shout out to Pulse, looking a little bit better than they did last week. Again, it's one step forward, like they were talking about. And who knows, maybe in the future, sometime soon, they could secure that first win. But Winthrop, they don't have to worry about that. They're already 2 wins deep. They're improving little bit by little bit as well. So things are looking good on their end.
And we're seeing like more dimensions out of the squad as well. What's Denethor? Just a Camille player? No, he does a good Jace as well, like he showed in that game number 2. What about Sword? He's a great mage player. Look at what we just saw with his Zed last week and his Tristana this week. We're seeing more and more levels to this roster now, and it's great.
No, it is. And, you know, that's the kind of thing we want to see improve over time. I think Winthrop as a team overall, they've had their struggles in the past. They made it to several promotion tournaments, but weren't able to close things out. Now they're finally here, new support in hand, and things are looking all right for them so far. Of course, there are still tougher opponents. There are more difficult hills for them to overcome, but for today, looks good.
Yeah, I mean, we can be pretty happy about how they're performing so far. I mean, AMI, it was a series. It went 3 games. They still got a 2-0 against Blue Otter, and now another series against Polestar, putting them at 2-1 so far in the regular season. You can dust yourself off. You can breathe a little bit more, knowing that you're moving away from that relegation side of the standings, knowing you're not going to have to deal with that.
For now.
For now.
Anything can happen. There's still a couple more games for these teams to play, but yeah, you do feel pretty good about that one as Winthrop. Just securing the wins that you're supposed to get is probably what they're thinking to themselves.
So as we pull up some of the highlights from that series coming out so far, I mean, Dr. Calculus, man, if we got to hype up someone, even though it's a loss, I really liked his performance.
I think so far he's been a bright spot on the team this split, especially this series. He's looked really good on that Renekton. It honestly kind of feels bad that he played so well individually, and things don't end up really working out. I mean, if I'm Denethor, I'm typing top cap in all chat. You know, it simply has to be done. But a lot of that value here in Winthrop's comp is just that constant value, that constant targeting of Adam they've done all series long with this Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Being able to just land good arrows all across the board here from mobility.
And we were talking earlier about marksmen doing shot calls. If you're going to shot call on a marksman, Ash feels like the right one to do it because you're literally engaging the fight, you know?
You're making all the decisions. Absolutely.
And we can accept that Otacons are now baits for whoever tries to
hey man, I knew that. You're the one who's late to the party.
I am. I'll be honest about that one, but Polestar
That's okay, I forgive you.
Did they get both Otacons in the last 2 games and then immediately proceed to get smashed?
Yeah, that sounds right. But I'm pretty sure Winthrop were actually the ones who secured it this time around. But the point is, you know, that objective, maybe we don't risk life and limb for it. That's all I'm saying, guys. It's okay. But, you know, there were a lot of other things that contributed to this loss. Winthrop, we got to give them their props for how they played and closed things out. And we'll have an interview with them pretty soon.
Yeah. I am getting word that Wilson will be the recipient of the interview will be coming up soon. So it's going to be nice to hear from him. You know, he has a lot more history than a lot of people give him credit for just because he's changed his name so many times, man.
I mean, that really hampers your ability to have a consistent history. So, you know, I don't really...
Okay, Wildcard Gaming, Taco Gaming, Cincinnati Fear. Come on, man.
Yes, don't get me wrong. I know who he is. I like what he's done and the teams he's played on in the past. But if you keep changing your name, I think it's hard. It's hard for people to keep track. And I understand that.
You feel about that? You feel that way about Aaron and Chrome?
I do. You know how annoyed I was when I was like, "Wait, guys, just Chrome," and you're like, "Aaron." I'm like, "What the hell, man? Like, whatever."
All right, getting back to celebrating this victory before we actually do get Wilson here. Do you have any more thoughts to really add to this? I mean, I like what I saw. I like the development of Winthrop. If they want to be a competitive team and make their bid for the middle of the pack and possibly even more, seeing adaptations like that is the first step.
Yeah, 100%. And I gotta say, I think even though there were a lot of target bans aside of a Sword, I think he ended up handling them pretty well. Lane fine both games, had big team fight impact both games. And I think it was a good look for him. For a player who, since his return to mid lane, we don't get a lot of role swaps that come back. I thought he's been looking pretty solid, so it's nice to see him play well.
I mean, we have the recency of that last Tristana game, the Victor game in game 2. That was pretty monstrous as well. He was cleaning people up, 7-1 and 12 onto that one. Beat down. We're going to have the conversation about the MVP.
MVP. If I'm going to pick an MVP, I kind of want to give it to mobility. But I need to think about it a little more. I need you to talk while I think.
Okay, there's a...
Talk.
I'm looking at the squad as well. There's some good arguments.
Oh, it was Sword. There you go.
Sword?
Woo!
Okay.
Go Sword. 7.2 KDA.
I see it.
You see the vision?
I see it. I see the vision. And
there you go.
Sword is an experienced player. He's had a lot of time. He's on TSM Academy, 100 Thieves developmental squad. That's when we got one of the best looks at Sword we've ever seen. It almost feels like a reflection back to those past times when that 100 Thieves next squad was just dominating everyone. Seeing that form of Sword kind of make its reemergence with some of the champion picks we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I would really hope he could come back to those kinds of routes like that. I think it would end up be really fun, but for now, I still think he has a little bit of a way to go, even though the series did end up looking pretty good for him.
You've seen that Tristana jump all around the Goomba stomps for days. Credit over to Sword for picking up that MVP. It's got to definitely feel good on off champs like that. But we are almost ready for the interview right now. We have Wilson is currently on standby, I believe, ready to be pulled in.
I do see him.
Not the case.
You know, it happens. Well, you know, they got to make sure all the tech is good, so we have a good, clean interview, Eric. So maybe let's not out him
these
just
remote
yet.
broadcasts, man. That's the thing about these remote broadcasts. Sometimes hiccups happen. That's why my camera turned off earlier.
Yes, because we're remote, exactly. I mean, you know what? This is all technology-related things. Like, things go wrong. We're using a lot of complicated systems here. It's just life. That's how it goes. But there you go, guys. We have Sword as our MVP. We're interviewing Wilson, really getting as many players involved as we can.
Yeah, and of course, just vamping as much as we can while we get through some of our tech issues. And of course, just trying to have you enjoy this little conversation that we're having as we're along for the ride for the development of North America Tier 2. I mean, it's been a fun space so far, seeing a lot of these changes come through. I do want to highlight that relegation promotion thing that can happen into the LTA, which does add a lot of weight to playing here in Tier 2. So it's definitely very nice seeing the way the space is kind of shaping up.
Yeah, I'd agree. And it'll be nice to see how it's going to continue to shape up going forward. We still have new players. We still have new teams and orgs joining the league and trying to get involved in the system, and we love to see that.
That's just fun. New players. That's what this series kind of was. You know, you had a lot of players who have yet to see the NACL prior to this season showing up. But you know, that's the way it is. Development for North America. We're going to take a moment to throw it over to short break while we figure out some of these tech issues. So we'll be right back.
The first character I mained was Irelia. That was probably right at the end of Season 1, going into Season 2. I was like, I would have been 12 years old, I think, at the time. I played top and mid. I didn't really care which, and I was honestly pretty good. I mean, back then, I did my placement games, and out of the 5 games, 2 of them I got pentakills in, and I ended up placed gold my first season, so. And I only played the 5 games, so.
I'm not sure exactly, like, at the very early stage, but when I started wanting to maybe go pro, I was playing mid lane, I mained Azir, yeah.
Season 4, and I was actually a top laner because back then my computer, there was a thing where like it always took at least 1 minute to load in to the game. So by the time I loaded in, I would be 1 minute in because my computer was so bad. So I had to play top lane to TP to the lane, you know, because I didn't want to be late to the game. So I had to play top lane, and I played a lot of Darius, and then my original email is also based on Darius. It's like, it's really funny because it's like I'm like 9 years old, 10 years old, and like Darius is like, in my opinion, like super broken. So I just like made my email like Darius overpowered or something, like something silly like that.
First character that I mained in role was support, actually. Season 3, I played Thresh. It was when he came out. So like, yeah, I played a lot of just Thresh and Bard. I was a Thresh Bard like main from like Season 3. I mean, I could play most of the supports, but those are my main 2. It's kind of like the story of ball lane of like, man, if I just had a better support, or vice versa. Like whenever you're if you're support, you hate your AD carry. When you're AD carry, you hate your support. So eventually I was just like, man, I swear I could just play AD carry better than, like, these AD carries are so bad. So I just started playing AD carry, and that's just what I've always done now.
First character I mained was Blitz, and then the first week that I played League, it was really lucky. Blitzcrank was free. There was like 10 champs that are free. Blitz was free. I played him, and I was like, oh, this is exactly like my main. So I'm just gonna, you know, keep playing it, and it was pretty strong.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We've ironed out a lot of those wrinkles, and now we're ready to get back to business, Beat.
We are. So we do have Wilson on standby for an interview from Winthrop University Jungler to talk about the win, how it feels, you know, any questions we might have, things like that.
There you go. How do you put the win in Winthrop? And what does it mean for Throps to be out?
If you want to use your questions on that, man, I'm not going to stop you. But I have a feeling you're not going to get the answers you're looking for. I don't know if we have time for such philosophy, Eric. That's the thing.
I personally like the deep introspective thoughts of talking about Throps, you know? For those of you who don't know, I know some people might be out of the loop right now. Winthrop's old motto, especially during it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago, it was always Throps out. Throps out.
Yeah, I honestly never understood it, but you know.
It caught on for wildfire.
It did catch on, mostly because you made it catch on.
Okay. First of all, it wasn't me, but let's continue. Let's move on. Let's get to the interview. Wilson is now finally ready, so let's pull him on.
All right, okay.
There we go. And there
That's
we go.
him.
We got contact, man. Wilson, how you doing, brother?
Hi, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
We're doing great, man. It was a good match to see, and I want to start to dive into that match right now. Now, given that this is a kind of new iteration of Winthrop, at least not one we're used to seeing in NACL because we had the different roster last time, talk to me about some of the inner workings of this squad. Who's the main voice? Who does a lot of the shot calling?
Right now, I'd say we kind of have 3 main voices, but it kind of swaps up between every game. So I'd say the main one is me and only 35, but also there's mobility that does a lot of the mid-game shot calling. I'm more of the early game and dragon grubs. So yeah, I'd say it's alternating between all 3 of us.
Yeah, it's a team effort.
Yep.
And talking about early on in that series, you guys came back really nicely, but what happened in that first game? You guys kind of seemed like you were struggling, weren't able to really keep up.
Yeah, I think we just we played a team in scrims that played the Vibe Rumble comp that we try to run, and I think we kind of tried to replicate it because we knew they would be one. I forgot what they B1, but that was our plan from the beginning, but we just couldn't execute it. I think we need more practice on it.
So, going more into the series, I want to talk about your personal expectations, where you're looking to develop and grow into the space. What are your goals in the NACL? What are you looking to make out of this?
I think personally, I'm just looking to become a better teammate, just for shot calling, keeping the mental positive, and improving my League of Legends skills. But I think overall, if you're asking for our team ranking, I'd say I'm looking to at least get top 6 to get playoffs.
All right, top 6, not bad. Not bad. See if you could take it even further, man. I would like to see the most out of you guys, and you guys.
I'm just saying a minimum for playoffs.
Yeah. All right. Off of that note, I was talking with Only 35. He said you guys sometimes do some little team bonding. You'll golf together or something like that. Any plans after this game right now?
Not today, but I know in 2 weeks it's gonna be me and Gabrielle's birthday. So at the same date, April 13th. So we might do something that day, but for today, we don't really have anything planned, unfortunately.
All right, just chill out and enjoy the win, man. You got any shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out my teammates. Big shout out to our 2 coaches, Tails and Artemis. I think they play a big role in our improvements. So, yep, big shout out to my teammate, my coach, Winthrop. That's it.
Glad to hear it, man. Well, thank you for joining us for the interview. I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season. I hope you get that top 6, man.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to let Wilson go now and now bring it back to our pretty mugs. I was kind of sad. I thought they were going to, maybe have some more team shenanigans, maybe have a little team dinner together,
Maybe not today. We'll save it. Maybe they'll save it for another time.
Maybe we take the Maryville team gym route,
Is that what they do? They go to the gym
I don't know if they celebrate with it, but they do go to the gym as an entire squad. That's Dark Zero for those who are not familiar.
Yes. Okay, cool. Love that.
I do too.
Oh, wow. I'm really glad that you also enjoy team bombing. But we do have a video that we're going to throw to you for near airport. So we're going to go right to that before we get started on our next series.
one of us is going to be live. So yeah, we're all streamers and kind of like known players, and it's unique that like we're trying to strike the balance between being, you know, in a competitive environment, but also like focusing on streaming and making content. So yeah, I mean, for me, there's like pretty much no doubt that we can win NACL. It's more of a question of like if we can sort of like strike the balance between making it entertaining and juggling two things at once, kind of like connecting with the fans while competing. I think you can just expect us to be trying really hard to be the best team. I mean, it's not fun to watch a team lose, and it's really fun to watch a team win, especially one that you care about. So yeah, I mean, the main expectation is obviously that we win every single match. I'm pretty confident that's going to happen. If we do end up like stumbling and losing and, you know, sort of like needing to work on certain things, I think it's pretty fair to expect us to fix that promptly. And it's also pretty cool that we'll be streaming everything, so everyone will have access to all of our discussions, our strategies, our drafts, etc. And that is something that is like pretty new, because I think you can kind of like follow a team's journey through playing something in solo queue to putting it in practice in scrims to then doing that on stage. So that is something that I'm looking forward to doing.
And yeah, pretty big words coming out from Double Lift right there, which is pretty much setting up the stage for our next match coming through, and that's going to be Near Airport versus CCG beatdown.
Yeah, it is, and a pretty exciting one. I think CCG are a team who have definitely looked better this split versus last split. There's a lot of things to be excited about with that roster. They had a really great opening with the new rookie mid laner having a great performance in Aojun during his debut. And kind of like we were saying at the top of the show, hey man, great first game against tier 2 mid laner. Now you're going to play 3-time LCS champion. Good luck.
You know, it's so interesting. NACL mid laners, man, I don't know. There's something about them. We've had Toasty, we've had Sammykin, and now we got Aojun, who's showing up and making a fantastic debut. Always gotta love to see that, but again, Aojun, I hear boss music. Near Airport is on the other side as we head to draft.
Yeah, 100%. And we're just going to get right into this one here. As yeah, I even talked to Aojun just to, you know, talk about his experience in NACL so far, what he's been thinking, how he's been feeling, and how he stacks up against somebody like Pobelter with so much history in NA League. And he tells me that he feels good about his first match because of how well he performed, showcased how good and resilient his team can be, and he's actually pretty confident about going up against Pobelter. He thinks he's a good player, of course, and he himself definitely has a long way to go, but he still thinks he has a chance of taking him down. And I know a lot of players say that, but it still feels good to hear that from a newer players. Having that confidence is such an important thing.
That's gonna be a tough one, man. I mean, how many LCS titles is it? 3?
3
that Pobelter has that you're going against. Big words, Aojun. Put your money where your mouth is. Want to see it. Let's look at the draft right now as the bans come through. Vi taken away as well as Tristana. CCG banning those away. Varus banned on the side of NA as well as Gwen. Some top lane focus to round it out for CCG as they take away the Jax.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too what we're going to see be that B1 pick for CCG. I'm expecting the Fury to be taken away because that's just kind of how it goes. So at that point, there's something like the Rumble that ends up getting picked a lot. And Bessa's fallen a little bit in priority, but we could see something like that come out as well. Jax ban makes me wonder if we were going to see Xin, but it's looking like they just want to go straight for Jace.
Jace is going to be locked in. Does have a little bit of flexibility, most likely towards the top with Crimson over there. Always fun to see Crimson in the space once again. We did see him in a previous season. I forget which season it was. I remember his debut was Radiance, which was, if you don't know, that was High's old org when he created an amateur squad. So great to see him in the NACL once again, following in the footsteps of Sniper and Viper.
Yeah, and now we're getting that response in draft. The Mbessa that was mentioned. Remember, as a reminder, both of these champions can be flexed around a little bit. Both can go mid, both can go top, and we'll see how things actually turn out.
That's a lot that I hate dealing with. I just hate Mbessa altogether because she won't stop dashing at me, bro. She just constantly keeps dashing at me all the time.
And true, and I mean, one way to deal with it is have a lot of move speed.
Or just put her to sleep too.
Yeah, exactly. So that Lilia will come through. We just saw its success in that last game. I mean, you farm really fast, you clear grubs really fast, which is also a great thing to work with here.
And adding more onto the mages, Aljun looking to play the Hui this time. And if you're good at Hui, if you know those combinations really well, there's some good counterplay that you can have to this Skarner. Just fear him away before he gets that impale.
Yeah, I am wondering, picking a mage when M-Vesta is showing is a little dangerous, but I think Hui probably would have been okay as long as you hold the fear until she gets on top of you, but it's going to end up being the Rise instead in the mid lane, which we've seen pop up quite a bit.
So Rise getting locked in will round out stage number 1 of the draft. As I look over towards CCG side, the thing that stands out to me is the poke potential that you have. The Hui can bring it in. I forget what the combo is. QE.
Which QW is probably what you're thinking.
QW,
the long range. Yeah. We all know what you mean, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's artillery. You have that from 2 different champions, so you're gonna have a lot of that long range to try and poke down NA before these fights.
Yeah. Now my question is just going to be, what is the engage tool? I mean, everything is fair game now at this point, so I'm imagining NA is going to look to try and pinch that support pool just a little bit. But I mean, there are so many things to be looking for here. Maybe they ban Nautilus. You get rid of things like Leona. Just want to remove the ones with easier to land CC. Oh, but instead they go the Jhin route. Just remove potential extra range and utility.
So ADC is both sides. Misfortune going to be bound away, Jhin bound away on the other end. For that, I mean, I'm looking for things that are not going to be devastated by this Skarner and by this M-Vesta that's looking to get into your face. I'm not really sure what's going to be the answer right here. I mean, you got to have some peel. Breezy's really good at playing tank supports, so looking forward for that angle to get Breezy something that can peel off the Skarner.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rakan is good. Nautilus would have been fine as well. You want something that can... you want something that you can reliably land CC on. So that flash R from the Rakan is pretty consistent, even on someone as fast as Lilia. So I think that is a really good pairing there with that Skarner, and it's just going to end up being last pick 80 carry.
The classic, man. Big Breezy, big Alistair.
True.
You know, there's the classic play that he made where he flanked from like a whole lane away.
Another
country,
bro. Yeah, it was pretty insane.
But Breezy's really good at finding those angles on the Alistair, and he's good at being that frontline tank. He's still one of the premier supports, I feel like, within the space. So look for him to be the playmaker for CCG as Ezreal gets locked in.
Yeah, and I like that as the Alistar, if you're going to have him be that solo tank going through here, because you have that ability to get multiple rotations of spells and fights because of your ultimate. You are able to keep people away, and with this sort of a poke composition that CCG have drafted, that's really crucial for them. So that's kind of how they're looking to play this one. You have Rakan, you have this Skarner from the side of NA that are trying to get on top of your carries, and Breezy, who we're kind of seeing if he can step it up this split to become a top support in the league. It's going to be on him to be able to keep them away.
And I want to put the attention towards the bot lane since we're already talking there. I think this is a very interesting matchup to say the least. You have Double Lift and Biofrost. The veterancy speaks for itself right there, but for those who don't watch too much Tier 2, Array and Breezy have been in this space for a while in Tier 2, and they've been standouts for a long time, to the point where Golden Guardians, they dropped their Tier 2 team, but they still kept Array on sub. It kind of speaks to the skill level that these two players have.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is definitely more Breezy for Array, because I think Array's had moments where he has at the top end or just at the doors of the top end of Tier 2. I think Breezy's a player who, I mean, we've been talking about it a good bit on the broadcast. He was never able to be better than, Busio, better than Ayla, players who now have moved on to the LTA North. But now, and a lot of these players aren't here anymore, he does have that opportunity to really step up and finally be at the top end of the support pool in Tier 2.
And when I talked to him earlier, I asked him, how do you feel about the matchup, man? Are nerves high at all? This is Double Lift and Biofrost you're going against. He said he's excited, man. This is going to be a great match, and it's an official setting that he's taking on these players. And he even added to that, I think we have a great chance to beat them.
You love to hear that kind of confidence, especially versus a team of Near Airport. this is going to be an interesting matchup for me, just because CCG is a team. I mean, they already seemed like they were going to be pretty good. They got a really nice win in their first week. And with that in mind, by beating Supernova, who I think I was personally expecting to probably be 4th place, that top 4 area, beating them pretty soundly makes me wonder, okay, how high can they actually go? And I think NA is a great test.
Pobelter holding on to that flash. Breezy wasn't willing to make an attempt for it either. Needs to land that pulverize and wasn't close enough to really risk that attempt. But Pobelter does burn his flash at the end of the day. I did see that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, that's super valid. So there's still an angle there. I mean, I'm expecting Breezy on something like the Alistar to look for some of these early roams to be able to do exactly that. That's another flash. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, there's no way he's gonna live. Yeah, Mystic Shot, first blood goes to Array. Array and Breezy taking it early. Missteps from NA.
Yeah, and I like this call. You know the waves that aren't crashing quite yet, so you want to be, you want to throw some harass over here, over to Spica and double lift, and because Biofrost isn't quite there, you can see them trying to zone him off, make him go the long way in hopes that he's going to miss out on a little bit of golden experience. So good opening from CCG.
And continuing the conversation that I had with Breezy, he did say he was very excited to play with Array. He thinks Array is a fantastic player and one of the best ADCs within this ecosystem. So seeing that on display right there where they can at least capitalize on some of these missteps to get themselves this early lead, it's got to feel good, man.
Yeah, it's a great opening. I mean, Array is a player who...
That's Breezy.
Nice.
He's aggressive, he's in your face, and he's looking to get another kill on the Biofrost. Now blocking those Mystic Shots is double lift, but he can't block it when you flash forward. Array will get the kill, double lift looking to return fire. Will be able to secure one back to near airport.
Breezy was about a half a second away from saving Array's life, but still, you punish Biofrost. Really great recognition that he's going to be behind on XP, so to go in for that play and get a second kill for your Ezreal. I mean, this is still a good start here for the side of CCG, and Array is a player who we've always believed that you get some gold on this guy. He team fights really nicely, so to get him this early lead is so great for this team.
I remember just seeing how well he positions in a lot of these fights, and it's incredibly hard to get onto the backline and take down Array. So getting these early leads means a lot for the team fight phase of the game, which is where we're going to see Array really start to shine out. But with Breezy by your side, it just might be the lane outright as double lift is forced to go home.
Well, that is brutal. Again, no flash already, really low health, so he's just going to have to go home and lose out on a bit more of gold and farm in general. And you can see it, like Array, he's really starting to push this lead already. He came back with a long sword, he's already stacking the tier, and they're at a point where they can already start hitting this tower.
Yeah. Now, all this said, even though it's good in the early stages, it still is double lift, it still is Biofrost, they're very mechanically gifted players, but for Array and Breezy, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I like the call, just recognition of when they're going to go. I hit that level 2. They know there's no way for Biofrost to live, so they send it. And it almost went out perfectly for them, which would have been even crazier.
Array with the full commit means that as he comes back to lane right now, he will have his tier already down. That was expected, but 2 long swords on top of it, so he can continue pressing a lot of this momentum.
Yeah. You're feeling pretty good at this start if you're CCG. And overall, too, you look at the rest of the map, things are kind of going about as expected. You know, a slight lead here or there. Of course, Dardoch is going to be farming very quickly as the Lilia, so he's going to outpace Spica. Now, I wonder if we're just going to make this play bot lane. I mean, no flash.
We are just chronically down here. We've set up a tent. This no longer belongs to near airport. As Array shows up, so does the rest of the squad. Off the back of Dardoch, they'll get the 3rd kill of the game. 4 minutes into this, 2 Array beatdown.
Do they get another? No, they don't. Oh, Spica's forced to flash it out too, and that feels even worse. And you know, this is what we want to see from teams overall, Petrex. There's a vulnerability. AD carry, Kai'Sa doesn't have flash. Abuse that. I don't care about camps. I don't care about waves. Kill her over and over again. And you're just really setting double lift far behind as a result. And again, that fast clear coming through from this Lilia is what allowed Dardoch to be here first and to level up.
And you can tell this wasn't the game that Near Airport wanted to play. Double Lift started off with the Cole. You're not looking to exchange fights right away, but CCG flipped that completely on its head. And now with Spica having no flash as he approaches level 6, that makes it even so much worse for the playmaking of Near Airport to come online in this early game.
Yeah, and you can just see it. Array just keeps stacking items into inventory. It's feeling really good as we see that lane swap come through off of the respawn of Double Lift and Biofrost, just to get him some breathing room, to allow him to kill a couple creeps in peace, for God's sakes, man. That's just what he's hoping for here. And of course, it is also, I mean, I don't want to say it's in preparation for Grubs, just because I really just see no angle, no way for NA to be able to secure them. As CCG has the Lilia, they have this Ezreal who already has a Phage, Longsword, and Tear. Like, it's just not happening, bro.
And the gold lead already really starting to add up early on into this. We're about at 500 difference between the ADCs alone. I mean, considering this is just the first opening minutes of the game, that's pretty big for Array. And it came off of what was repeated ganks into the bottom lane without Dardoch. Breezy's just going to make the gank himself.
Yeah, and I will say, even though things have not started off NA's way, we should mention that this team does scale pretty nicely. We're talking about Kai'Sa in the late game, talking about Rise. There is going to be a lot of damage here, and there are ways to start fights off. We talked about how Breezy is meant to keep the divers of NA away from his carries, but NA's job is to circumvent that. If they can get Pobelter and Double Lift to get out their max DPS, that is their way to victory in the late game.
You know, one of the kind of wild things to think about, since Breezy's been really big on making plays, he was almost not part of this squad. He was supposed to be on another team. That org fell out. They did not have funding. They had to release all their players, and CCG reached out to Breezy as their last and final piece. And it feels like the piece they definitely needed, because week one, starting off beautiful with the 1-0. Now look at this, the early game into Near Airport.
I mean, yeah, Breezy fits this team like a glove. You mentioned it. He's really happy to play with someone like Array. Just recognizes how good of a player he is, and we see how good of a bot lane they've become.
And there it is, headbutt pulverized, focus onto the mid lane, will follow it up with the stun. Pobelter eats a lot of damage, but will not burn his flash.
Doesn't need to, but is forced away from this lane. And because of how well bot and mid lane have gone for the side of CCG, Near Airport haven't really had a chance to touch any neutral objectives. They couldn't do first grubs for good reason. They had no way to reasonably get on top of this dragon, so now CCG are going to go ahead and grab that for themselves.
I mean, look at the bodyguard right there. You got to get past the bouncer Breezy if you want to get anywhere near the Club of Dragon. And he's not letting anyone through at the given time right now. First Drake belongs solely to CCG.
Yeah, and the extra bit of resistances early on always feels nice from that individual Mountain Drake. And now, honestly, sights are being set forward for that next spawn of grubs. We're 2 minutes away. And with how strong Array is, how far ahead CCG have become so far in this early game.
True Shot Barrage comes out, lands on the double lift. Playing distraction will be Biofrost. Gets a good chunk of damage onto Breezy, but Array is landing those Mystic shots and is finding his DPS. Teleport coming through as Pobelter has arrived to the party. Array looks to get one before he goes down. Needs to focus on the double lift. Waiting for that Arcane Shift to come through. It's not fast enough. Pobelter will clean it up.
Yeah, nice TP coming through from Pobelter to help try and equalize things a little bit there. He ends up getting a kill for himself, and he's already stacking that Rod of Ages. And I like this play mid lane, if we can look at that. Yeah, Aojun forced the flash. Pobelter responding back into the mid lane with the Realm Warp is actually a really nice touch, because you get Aojun's flash out, and now you make him vulnerable to a play.
Let's take another look at how that unfolded. I mean, Pobelter, the ward's in the right spot. Perfect teleport flank.
Yeah, and I respect Breezy for, you know, committing the barrier, trying to see if he can secure a kill, but not actually going for the flash. He's going to die 100% here. He's just trying to see what he can get while spending the least.
Now, taking a look at the map, we're still going to have our marksman over towards the top side. Grubs will be spawning in 35 seconds, so priority on that will be the name of the game. Clearing the wave in the mid lane is CCG as they look to expand out towards top side.
Yeah, you can see Dardoch making his way on top as well. As long as the race stays safe, he should be able to have a big impact on this Grub spawn. I mean, we're seeing the angle here. Even though Biofrost is trying to walk down and defend that ward, I don't really think there's a whole lot they can do. I'm wondering if it's going to be an instant start because Spica, he's walking out of the base. He's kind of late to this one. Dardoch might be able to just take them all before he gets there.
Yeah, Dardoch's in the area. I believe he's already pulled them. Yeah, he's moving around like he did. So Spica is going to be very, very late to this one.
I want to see what the health bars are.
Aojune's in the perfect spot to cut off Spica if he does go for it, but needs to return back to the lane. One grub taken. Spica does have time to try and take this final one.
Oh, okay, here's, I mean, nope,
No.
never mind.
Nope.
That's it. Easy Grubageddon because Spica is late to the party. Yeah, nothing's going to really come about this play. Nobody has to flash, everybody walks away, and now Crimson, if he gets this kill...
Nice sidestep from TF Blade. That
Still,
will keep him alive, but he's still under the tower low.
Yeah, and he Crimson also has 6 scrubs, by the way. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage to this turret. Oh! You know, I kind of respect the vision. He's trying to see if he can ult him while he's still in turret range, but it doesn't really do much other than help him clear the wave.
Yeah, no public execution to be found because no one's there. There's no public, so...
There's no public to execute, exactly, exactly.
All right, so I want to take stock of the map right now. I mean, we're 12 minutes into this one. We did like the start we're seeing out of CCG, but there definitely is a lot of bite back from near airport. And when I look at, especially the farm, when I look at the scoreboard, you know, Pobelter and Doublelift are still farming well. That bodes well for that late game win condition you were mentioning, Petey.
Yeah, because you see Pobelter already has that first item. He's still waiting for it to stack, and as Rise, you know, you want to get that Archangel staff before you really start to come online. So you want to take advantage of this window where you are still quite strong as CCG. And you have that early first item coming through from Array. And Crimson is even coming in with that Shojin, Spear of Shojin first item star. So right now, you're seeing CCG move this focus onto this bottom side of the map just because there are camps to take. You're still strong, and you want to set up for this Drake that's coming up very soon so you can continue stacking towards that Drake Soul. Near airport, they're going to stop the Gromp take from coming through, but otherwise not a whole lot else is going to take place. I mean, we can see near airport, they still have some vision to work with, so they're not completely blind, and they're trying to take space and see if they can take a little more. And right now, Breezy, he's kind of defending this top rush on his own with his life, while the rest of the team is stalling things out. I think notable summoner spells. TF Blade has a teleport, Crimson does not. So unless he goes for a move shortly after pushing in this next wave, there's an angle for a 5v4 near airport could look for. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really nice bounce back coming through from a near airport to be able to secure that one coming through. Now they find themselves in a pretty good position to kind of catch back up. They even have a minor gold lead in their favor, Eric, because now this is a comp too where they do scale really nicely into that late game. So as long as they're able to keep this pace, they're going to feel really good. I mean, we're going to watch this replay again. As even though CCG secures the Drake, Breezy takes a lot of damage on the way in. I think the hope was that they were going to be able to walk out of this, get this Drake for free, but instead they get isolated, they get picked apart, and they get killed. And Aojun is forced to use that teleport, isn't able to actually do much other than dissuade a play, as now we're watching Crimson. Oh, I think we have a kill on our hands here. Public executions coming through, but I think Crimson is just going to be about whether or not the Shock Blast lands. But Stardock's also in the area. He may want to try and secure this one. But honestly, nicely done from TF Blade to live so far. The problem is, will he be able to live again? I really love the attempt to go for the flash here, but it's just going to be flash for flash as he goes down and loses his life.
And flash for flash, more kills. Traded away. This time it's CCG who are able to secure one and even out the kill score. It also evens out the gold in the process. It might change though because we got some split pushing coming out. Pobelter alone with that tower.
Yeah, and we're gonna watch this one again in the replay where, honestly, well played from TF Blade to be able to keep himself alive, to be able to stall with the public execution, and potentially go for this kill for the 1-for-1. I respect the vision, but Crimson savvy to the fact that he could die. Flashes pretty quickly.
Yeah, flashed at the perfect time. Didn't give TF Blade the time of day to turn that one around. So again, that does even out the kills. Look right now, Dardock's not in the best spot to be. Gets slammed up against the wall by Spica. There's 3 members of Near Airport putting him into the ground.
Again, Double Lift comes flying in with that killer instinct, something that you really got to be careful of about getting caught as members of CCG. You are... if you get caught and CC'd and Kai'Sa's not too far away, you are in serious danger of getting bursted down. So it's another kill going the way of Near Airport. And they've really kind of found their foothold in this game after a pretty difficult early game.
And as long as they keep this up, it's only going to get better for Near Airport. Team scales beautifully. This was Dardock just completely out of position, and what happens when a Skarner sees you and a wall? You're going against it.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot else to do about it there. Again, Spica ends up capitalizing on that one. The nice thing, too, is Near Airport, they still have a Rift Herald to work with. Drake is up, so there could be an angle where they spend some gold, get back on the map, and try and secure that mid-tier 1 turret, then walk themselves to a dragon.
And that dragon spawning in 23 seconds. First 2 Drakes were picked up by CCG. This would give them the Dragon Soul point going into the next stages of the game, which I think could be one of the more crucial things. If you want to match this scaling, maybe getting a Dragon Skull could be a way to not be as doomed once this team composition of Near Airport comes online.
Definitely could be useful for them. Not a whole lot of healing, shielding, but the damage reduction with the soul is something that I think any champion, any team will be really happy to get. But it's going to be tough now. You're still kind of behind. The interesting thing is Array, despite being so far ahead early on, hasn't been farming as well as Double Lift. So he's actually behind in stats. So that early lead kind of doesn't feel like much of anything anymore. So Near Airport are going to have an easy time securing this second Drake. Arcane Shift is just going to reveal that CCG are already too late.
Dragon taken. Near Airport able to grab that one up, and they move to start spreading across the map right now. You're starting to see CCG put onto the back foot in this game. Against Supernova, I mean, they had spectacular 2 games to have a great debut on that week number 1. But for this one, it seems like things are changing up quite a bit. I did phrase this by hearing boss music, but that's really the power of what this veteran experience can do for a team. We've seen it in the past where some teams will like pick up some of these veterans just so they can bring their experience to a lot of these new players. What happens when it's just 4 of them in a streamer, you know? That's when it gets pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that experience really coming through in this situation especially, because it isn't just that, Double Lift's caught up into the game. I mean, Pobelter's been doing a really good job of farming so far, being a part of so many kills, while Aojun hasn't quite been keeping up, and he hasn't been a part of any skirmishes. So, I mean, Pobelter, Aojun recognized the challenge that he posed, and he is definitely living up to it, boss music and all.
Yeah. On this way, Leandri's completed working towards his second item. And as we get closer towards those 5v5s, I think that's when we're going to start to put the pressure more onto Aojun to perform. Because that's when that fear needs to be flicked in a heartbeat and stop that impales. It needs to stop the Mbessa as well. And you still need a position well to get away from this monstrous damage. Man.
Yeah, 100%. You are, even though you have fear, even though you have ways of defending yourself somewhat, you are still very vulnerable. And as a big source of damage, yeah, how you position is going to be really important for all members of CCG, as well as Breezy playing that defense as the Cow does. But right now, near airport, they're just going to go ahead and start the Otacon. And this is Pobelter at 2 items on the rise. He is really strong right now. I'm sure Double Lift could show up if need be as well. And he's also in a really strong position.
The Voracious Otacon currently being burnt down. Near airport will grab it, and there's not a single reply out of CCG. It was just given up for free.
It's crazy. I mean, honestly, going for that all in, I mean, we've been talking about how that's not exactly ideal, especially when you're guaranteed to lose it. So I like the restraint from CCG to not actually full send it, but it is tough to lose that in your face and have no response anywhere else on the map. The only thing you really have to show for it is that you took down the Rift Herald before it actually charged into a turret. But otherwise, Pobelter, he's headed straight towards the top lane to keep that pressure up there. Mid has been constantly pressured by Double Lift and Biofrost, and you can see Crimson collecting that bottom wave that's been pushed in as well. The map is all red, baby.
All red across the place, and CERN, those rivers are going to run red if CCG don't find their retaliation quite soon. Look at the map state right now. I mean, near airport are returning back onto the map, a map that they have lit up, as you had mentioned earlier. Very, very deep wards established by near airport, which is conceding more and more pressure to them. But CCG are struggling to find their answer. I mean, they don't have much deep vision. They can't push deeper into those lanes. The moment they clear a wave, they're pretty much just taking the recalls.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, unless you step up a little too far like Array just did, not a whole lot else is going to happen other than waves being pushed into CCG's side of the map. Because right now, near airport are the ones in control. Yeah. The only thing really to look forward to is that next strike, but because of how strong NA are and the fact that they have those Otacon GAs to work with, I don't see a world where CCG actually secure it. They're in a really tough spot.
Yeah. And right there, Spica going to be fighting out with Breezy, and there's the impale onto 2. It buys so much time for the rest of near airport to arrive. Double Lift is there. Pobelter gets the kill. Breezy's headed for dodge. They're looking to cook him up. Dardoch looks for the escape. Gets a rock thrown at his face, and now the wilting lullaby for the counter engage of CCG. They get a burst in, but that's all you're gonna get because heads are rolling, and they belong to CCG. The Otacon GA's getting popped. You're not even getting any credit for taking down near airport as they're able to walk away victorious.
You say that. TF Blade is also GA, man. Yeah, true. You still get gold for it though, so I think that does matter a little bit, and you do at least temporarily get a reprieve from NA's presence on the map. It's not nothing, but it isn't amazing either. I mean, you still have teleport on Aojun. There is a chance where you actually could maybe try and get a contest for this Drake, but honestly, maybe I'd rather CCG take this moment to fix up the side lanes.
That kind of seems to be the big issue right here, Beat. I mean, it's been a reoccurring thing where they're not really playing towards their side lanes much at all. It's just a lot of these skirmishes.
And I would say this one was well played from Spica, immediately getting the CC onto Breezy just to ensure that he's not CC chaining him until he ends up dying. He buys time for the rest of the team to show up. And yeah, CCG gets some exit kills, and even though the gold is nice, it is as you said, Eric. It is just the GAs, so near airport did show up on the map shortly after.
The gold's nice, you get something out of it, but the big problem is you're not denying much out of near airport. This just gives you a small influx, and you're going to need a lot more than just that tiny amount of 200 gold that's coming through. You need to fight tooth and nail to take this back. It's currently 2K in the lead for near airport.
And near airport off-screen secure that their second Chemtech Drake as we see a skirmish going on this bottom side here. Now, I mean, again, Spica's so tanky, so he's not really the target you're hoping for as Breezy, and neither really is Rakan. Oh, unless...
Oh, Wilting Lullaby comes out. Cleanse going to be used from Double Lift. Falls to about half health, still burning down to about a third. Teleport being channeled now. TF Blade's able to join the fight. Biofrost gets picked right down. Sadly enough, it's Breezy who gets the kill credit. It'll be more of a fight. TF Blade is looking for an angle. TF Blade goes in, tries to find it on the back line with the public execution, gets caught up by Breezy, the crowd control, the cow, paying dividends, and TF Blade gets chopped up. Now Pobelter on the run, has to burn his flash, almost gets picked off, has to go golden, but now they await his removal. They'll take him down. Array steps up, but Double Lift will put him down, and CCG fight back.
Ooh, that one is tough. I like the angle from Array to look a little further, but if he managed to live and turn that around, CCG could have gone for a Baron, but still, much needed injection of gold. They're going to knock down a turret as well to get themselves in the gold lead, so they managed a big swing off of that play, Deserex.
It was very, very significant for CCG to get back into this. I mean, it was about 2.5K in the deficit so far, but the way they play this, we hyped up Array's positioning. This is one of the reasons why. He's on a champion that can reposition very easily and play forward when he needs to.
Yeah, I will say we got to give credit to Dardoch for landing the sleep, allowing Array to get a lot of damage with the True Shot Barrage on the double lift. Watch this Kai'Sa the whole fight. He hasn't done a single thing. He's very strong right now, but he hasn't been able to participate at all. So, yeah, he had the killer instinct, which allowed him to survive this fight, but the fact that he didn't participate until this moment was why this happened.
Action Jackson, man. Array will step up and be that defining carry for the squad. But look at near airport. Here they are dancing around this Baron right now, but they're getting poked out. That artillery that we had talked about during the draft, we're starting to see it play to fruition.
Yeah, you can see it now. If you land these spells onto someone like the Kai'Sa, you're just losing so much of your health.
Speaker's going in. They're looking for the engage. Biofrost is following, but near airport's far away from this engage. You can't really go for it. Double Lift is still going to try and find it nonetheless. They get onto Array, and they blow him up. Aojun falls, and the rest of CCG are crumbling. It's only Dardoch who gets one kill in vengeance. Speaker's running low. Wilting Lullaby comes out. Dardoch is looking for an angle into this, but he cannot find the bowling ball where he needs to. Near airport will win the team fight.
Wow, really nicely done from Double Lift and TF Blade to get on top of Array. They knock him out of the fight early on, and they lose a lot of the damage on the side of CCG as a result of it. These fights are getting real scrappy, Eric. I love to see it.
Yeah, that was a high-risk play from Double Lift on top of that. Really dived onto that backline with Array. No one else from CCG was able to peel back to defend Array, so it actually worked out so beautifully well for near airport, and they're awarded with Baron.
Yeah, they are, and even though CCG, they fought really hard to get this sort of catch-up back into the game, and near airport take it right back with that team fight win and a Baron into their back pocket.
So the gold lead going to go back to where it was earlier before that spike. Let's take another look at how this unfolded, because this was a very extended engage, long-range engage coming up.
Watch Array again. Double Lift flies in on top of him. You even see the public execution come up from TF Blade. Really nice recognition and target selection from the side of near airport, realizing, all right, that's a lot of DPS. We can just take them out of the picture immediately. And as long as enough of us live, we got a Baron.
Nice little sidestep from Pobelter at the end of that, just to put insult to injury. Near airport played it the right way. I mean, Double Lift, he works well in the clutch, and it really showed right there, targeting Array and taking him down, giving him his 4th death of the game thus far. Now, as we take a look at the timers, it's 5 seconds before Dragon comes back up. It's near airport who are going to look for that Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, and I will say, small things that are nice for CCG. Dardoch hit level 16. He's really strong at the moment here. Also has access to the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he has stasis, has the rank 3 ultimate. Breezy, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Ray trying to get some chip damage in. The block's going to be found. Spica will survive, but Dardoch's in a bad way. Looking for the Wilting Lullaby. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Pobelter on the back line looks for Crimson. Will blow him up in an instant. Now Breezy trying to be that front line tank. TF Blade goes back in with public execution, finds nothing but his own demise. Mystic shots raining true, raining in, and Pobelter is fed to CCG. Will go golden one last time, and Array will claim that trophy. Double Lift dives deep to try and make the 2v1. It's not enough. Aojun will clean it up for the shutdown.
Yeah, 1K into the pockets of Aojun, and it's a big clutch coming through here. I think starting this Dragon, I mean, the jungler's right there. I don't know if I like this. Maybe they think they can get to the CC and kill Spica, but I don't really know. I don't like this, Eric. This is kind of scaring me.
Yeah, I don't really like this either. He's still kind of sticking around for it. I mean, Impale's not there, at least.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Smite is there. Okay. I think the idea was just wasting the time on the Drake to limit when Spica could actually go for it. Maybe they're buying time for the rest of CCG. I mean, you could see them showing up here. Dardoch is on the way, so it looked like it was a stalling tactic.
Ray knows Biofrost is there, did tag him with a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, it gets pulled out. Reset once again. Still a long ways for Pobelter and Doublelift, but guess what? Realm Warp is a skill, so Near Airport can rejoin the fight if they need to. True Shot Barrage comes out, Dragon's gonna be secured. Spica is too deep in enemy lines, will be shut down by Array. Fight going forward, Dardoch looking for the ultimate lullaby, finds it on the 3! Takes down Doublelift, Ao Jun will pick up that kill, and CCG clean house!
Yeah, and Pobelter's the only one left, and they're gonna take him down. A double for Dardoch, as they are gonna be knocking onto the base of Near Airport. Honestly, these spawn timers are so long, Eric. I think we're done.
We're done, man. CCG. I talked with Breezy. He said he could beat this team down, and he's putting his money where his mouth is. Game number 1, CCG will take it.
Yeah, and a really nice comeback from what was looking to be a difficult game for CCG to be able to win Desrex, but they make it happen. I think part of it is that they did a really good job in the back half here of really catching out Spica, catching out people sort of one by one, or getting some really good sleeps over from Dardoch. We really got to credit his Lilia for the damage he was able to do from the CC he was able to lay down and the space he created as a result.
It was definitely a bumpy game, a little bit of a parabola type situation, because early on, we were just so excited about what Breezy and Array were doing to that bottom lane. And then it just stopped happening. It was Near Airport taking a lot of these team fights off of some of these very ambitious plays from Doublelift and Spica that worked out. Thing was, it didn't work out for the long run. Ultimately, CCG overcome what is one of their big bosses in the league right now. I mean, if you want to make a name for yourself and you want to try and get into the top 3 of this league, this is a start. And off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, CCG versus Near Airport.
There are some players that use WoW keybinds for League. For me personally, the only thing I use that's weird is my trinket is on 4, and then instead of using spacebar to reset my camera, I use Y, which is camera unlock and camera lock. I just double tap Y instead of pressing space. I don't know why. Some people move their camera with arrow keys as well. That's not uncommon. I'm surprised by that. I don't really have any unique ones, but I have heard of some crazy ones in the WoW settings.
I mean, I use all my mouse buttons and for like toggle champion only, like for turret dives, and for my when I play Nico for the transforms, you can keybind all the different transforms like to all the other players. So yeah, I think that's useful when you play Nico. I guess it would be that.
Okay, so I know people use space to lock their cameras. I use F1 to lock my camera.
I think really a long time ago, I bound attack move to left click. It's actually like pretty cool because Riot ended up adding that as like an official setting that you can do in the game. It's like actually in the keybind menu now. After a while, I realized, okay, this is actually not super great. I should probably just go back to the default settings and just use like A as my attack move. But I kind of like made that pretty popular, and a lot of people ended up copying it, so that was cool.
I guess for me, it's not really weird, but it's like I asked a lot of my friends and they don't really do the same, which is I level up my spells with Shift Q instead of Control Q, which a lot of my friends, or like Control, and then I use my Control to tell my range, which a lot of my teammates don't really use the indicator to show the range of the abilities.
The weirdest keybind. I don't think I have any crazy keybinds. I guess the only one would be I use mouse button for like pinging wards, like enemy has vision. Besides that, I think I have like the most standard mouse buttons.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Near Airport versus CCG. You see that man right there? His name is Breezy. He said he was going to body these foos, and game number 1, CCG did it.
It wasn't as simple as bodying these fools, but they did manage to get the win, and that was a big move here for CCG Esports. Technically, I let you say it. So, CCG Esports, though, they got the win. It was a little contentious at one point, but they managed to secure it in the end. Again, got a shout out Dardoch for his Lilia play. Once we got past that 2-item mark, he got a lot of clutch sleeps. He got a lot of good damage onto people like Pobelter and Double Lift, and it just set up the rest of his team to get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, and it's someone we haven't talked about as much. We speak about experience and the squad of Near Airport and everything they have.
Yeah.
Dardoch is a very experienced player, man.
For sure.
Been all over the LCS on so many different teams, from Immortals to Team Liquid. And, coming into the collegiate space, a lot of that was improving a lot of the missteps he's had throughout his career and growing into that team leader role. And this is one of those demonstrations.
Yeah, 100%. And it's been a good look for him so far in the NACL and CCG as a whole. I mean, the question at the start of the series was, CCG beat Supernova. Can they continue to move with this upward trajectory and beat a team like Near Airport, who a lot of us had at the top 3 of the table?
Yeah. And if you want to see it at the table, well, beat Near Airport. Continue this type of trend, Yeah. CCG, again, I spoke with Breezy. He loves the squad. He thinks they have a lot of potential, and he thinks they can be at the top of this leaderboard. I want to see more of it. It's definitely a great start. It was a back-and-forth battle between these two teams, and I'm sure we got more to come.
Yeah, you got to respect. Like when I was talking to Aojin, another thing he mentioned when I asked him about his goals for the team, he had mentioned that honestly, this team's biggest goal is beating Dark Zero. That's the team who they're. Yeah, that's who they believe is the best team in the league at the moment. So they're kind of looking past Near Airport, while I'm sure they're focusing on winning every match. So these guys set their sights really high.
I like that. They have a great mind for the game. They have a lot of great players, and especially this debut that we've had from Aojun so far, seeing Crimson back into space, and Breezy being that big frontline bodyguard that enables a lot of these fights. It's a great look for CCG and how their team as a whole synergizes and plays together. As we take more looks at the way that this game went out. Now we got to look at the other side of the coin beatdown and Near Airport. They had a few angles where it looked like they were going to be victorious in this, but ultimately a little bit shy.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, it really just simply comes down to these two drafts and their win cons. I mean, if NA can dive in and take out members, if TF Blade, Double Lift, Spica can get in the backline and start taking people out, like in this clip right here, everything's good, everything's great. But like we saw often or not after fights like this, if a CCG were able to create space, allow their damage dealers to keep doing damage untouched, if Dardoch got good sleeps off with the Lilia, then CCG win.
I mean, there was a lot of mispositioning, it felt like, from Near Airport. There was these times where it just felt like they really shouldn't be getting picked into these situations. I saw Biofrost get caught out a few times like that. Yeah. And, with some cleaning up, they definitely have the mechanical power and ability to make that happen. But we're not seeing that team click just yet.
No, but I mean, there's still a lot to be excited about with this NA roster, and I mean, the series isn't over, so we could easily see a bounce back come through in the second game. Remember, guys, this is Fearless, so the 10 champs we saw, out of the picture. 10 more champs, gonna be banned. So who knows what else these teams could pull out going into game 2, and there's that chance NA could bounce back and take us to that 6-game night. Don't you want to see 6 games, Eric? Tell everyone you want to see 6 games right now.
Nothing but 6 games.
Yeah.
Nothing but 3-game series.
Now say you want 7 games.
I want 7 games.
Okay, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, when are we going to get the new best of 5 or, I don't know. We can
best of 7. Forget
best
it.
Of 7. Best of 9.
I was about to say that. There you go.
But, all right, now let's set the stage going into this next one, given the fact that it is Fearless. You mentioned that earlier. So a lot of these picks that we saw, not going to be able to go through once again. One that stands out, I think Ezreal was a pretty big one for that game because it allowed Array to reposition quite well to this deep dive that Near Airport were doing. What else sticks out to you?
I'm trying to think the way for Aojun is probably a big one, but it seems like he's pretty competent on a lot of the other mage picks, so I'm sure he still has plenty of things to work with going forward. Honestly, it's kind of tough because even though it is interesting to see 10 new champions come through, I guess Fearless, you know, we don't really feel the Fearless until like game 3, 4, and 5 because
especially 5.
Everybody plays like 2-3 champions, you know what I mean? As a pro, like that's just what it is.
Especially in tier 2. I mean, it's a way to expand your champ pool in some way if you really think about it. But
Yeah.
as we head into the draft right now, first ban is going to be that Talia. Talia's been a really good champ in the current meta to respond to a lot of the picks that we've been seeing going through. I mentioned it earlier. Ambessa was one of them. Callista is another. So get that off the map, man.
And I mean, that's some respect paid over to Aojun after he played a monstrous Talia game last week against Supernova. So I think it definitely deserves the ban.
Deserves the ban. Give the man his respect. He's earned his flowers in only 1 week of NACL and kind of getting it right there. Next man comes in, focusing towards the top side. Rumble going to be manned away as well as Jax. This is the Crimson versus TF Blade matchup that we're looking up. Comes to those champions. As Vi going to be the last ban for Near Airport.
Yeah, another big Dardog champion. So again, I forced the ban of the Nefiri, and considering kind of what's left, there's a lot of options for this first pick to come through in Near Airport. We're just gonna have to see what things end up coming through with. Oh,
okay.
Let me Nefiri through. Okay.
That leaves it right open, man.
Well, maybe CCG want to go to game 3. I mean, jokes aside, I think this champ is insanely strong.
Yeah,
there are ways around it. CC heavy composition, you lock her down, don't let her move. It is possible to beat it. It's just tough.
They have to have a response to it in order to be letting
But
this through.
surely that's a meme. Surely. Okay. Whew, whew. I just like Nefiri owns skill shot champion, so if I saw Blitzcrank, I would have lost it, bro.
Okay, so this is a start at least. We get some crowd control that is point and click. You can drop that right onto
I
the
love
Fury.
that.
Good start.
Yeah, it's really good. Honestly, I would just love it if they ended up going for something like a Nautilus as well. I think that'd be really good. I wonder if NA is aware of that and are considering grabbing that one for themselves. Either way, seems like they clearly have a plan on the side of CCG, so let's see it play out more.
So the response for the Nefiri, I'm a fan of it so far. We got to see more of that development in the draft to see how this is going to play on the big picture, because Nefiri is just one champion. We still got many others that we have to deal with, including Azir. Hope Belcher is going to be playing that into the mid lane. It does act as a good response to some of this engage that CCG want to do with the Maokai. He jumps on you. Goodbye, Emperor's Divide. MF staying a little bit too still. Goodbye. Go join my team. You die.
And it's nice too to have that lane push to give Nefiri a little bit of breathing room pressure, maybe opportunities to get aggressive if they present themselves at Spica's discretion. Rel is another fine example. At the end of the day, you don't really have to worry about hitting one of the dogs, one of the pack from Nefiri. So this is another great way to just be able to lock her down.
Just pop the ultimate. It's basically an Orianna Shockwave. Grab everything. Drag it to its demise. First phase of the draft gonna be finished now. I really do like the front lane tank that we really have coming out from CCG so far to protect this misfortune. But there's a lot of aggression that I see on the airport. You're gonna have to get through. I mean, Azir scales incredibly well. You're gonna have Jhin, who's gonna be poking shots into you left, right, and center, as well as this Nefiri.
And I think that's why you see the ban on the Kennen too. Though it's not a very popular champion at the moment, something TF Blade is definitely willing to play, and a great team fight tool. They want to make sure that one is unavailable as well. And I wonder if it's going to be another TF Blade focus, or maybe they do, maybe they remove one of the support options there for Biofrost. But I'm imagining it's one of the two.
On a ban coming in, Kennen plays towards that team fight. I think that does make sense. If you're looking to take away some of this potential tank that Near Airport are going to draft, especially the fact that you have the Cosmic Radiance, that's the word I was looking for, that you can place onto this Nefiri, good luck, bro.
Yeah. And now I'm kind of wondering how they're going to round out this draft. I mean, we know Aojin plays a lot of mages, and we saw the Victor and how well it can lane into the Azir. We could easily see that one come through for him as well. The extra bit of CC would be nice, or the mobility angle and the burst damage angle. would be pretty interesting. Although I will say that is one champion whose skill shot could get owned by the pack. That's all I'm saying.
But
That's all I'm saying.
you can distort the pact. That's
You can
an AoE.
distort the
You
pack.
can
Oh,
Goomba
that's
stomp
true.
them. Yeah.
That's true. And the changes around that aren't until next week, so I like where your head's at.
No, instead, no, we're not going to go that way, though. We're going to go for the Syndra instead. And it is still
I
a
like
skill
it.
shot, but it's a little bit harder to see coming when that Scatter of the Week does hit. So still something to continue adding to the crowd control repertoire that CCG have.
And it's still AoE. It honestly is a really nice answer to Azir we've seen often in this league. Just the fact that you can outrange Azir with the scatter, and you can also prevent him from going in. I think really good Syndra players do that in this matchup, where you're watching for that big Shurima shuffle combo, and you just say, nope.
Look at this. Okay, this is a little bit of a history. Tried and true champion for Biofrost getting locked in. Take you back all the way to when he debuted on TSM. I remember one of the big picks we saw that made the crowd fall in love with Biofrost was his Bard play. He got a lot of long-range Bard ultimates that locked down teams and shut them out. So a little bit of tried and true pick for Biofrost.
Yeah, and I think it's pick potential that they're looking for with a pick like this. And I really like that angle. Syndra, Misfortune, it's just so perfect for you to land those Tempered Fates. Most of the time, they are going to have to flash, so there's a lot of really good setup in that regard for NA.
Yeah.
And it seems like these fights that they're going for, they are going to be really chaotic. You're looking for Bard to start things off. You're looking for the exploding cast from TF Blade on this Gragas to be able to break up these fights. So it is a lot more messy, while CCG, they just want to play really straightforward, front to back. They want to set up these Misfortune ultimates, because that's where a lot of this DPS is coming from.
Yeah, basically what the setup is here is for CCG, if they do find a 5v5, that's their wheelhouse, that's where they're going to thrive. NACL Airport wants the chaos, man. We want a skirmish, we want to fight anywhere and everywhere in places where you can't group up as a unit. We should see plenty of that coming through from this squad, as now we are ready to hit the Rift. Game number 2, NACL Airport versus CCG. CCG taking game number 1 with authority. Now NACL Airport, they're trying to recover from that week 1 loss. It's not a good start for them, but they got to turn things around now.
That's right, we'll see if CCG can close things out, get another win, another notch in their belt. So right now, always got to keep our eyes out, Eric, for any level 1 fun. Anything interesting, anything exciting. But they're not giving it to us.
What happened to the old days of NACL when we would just int 5v5?
We would just level 1 all
bell.
the time. Oh my god, I miss wildcard.
And then you just come back and fight again because I didn't hear no bell. Yeah, I miss wildcard too.
Good
It was
times.
like
Well,
Moose Hater, Keel, Saligo, which was the most random one.
woo! Those were good times. Wow, that was years ago. Well, bringing it back to today, I think things I'm immediately looking at, I mean, in terms of like runes, keystones, nothing is really jumping out to me. Dardoch, my eyes are on him in those early minutes. As Nefiri, it's pretty similar to playing something like the Nocturne, unless there's the most obvious gank in the universe. You're just going to farm until level 6, but Dardoch has these opportunities to play off some of his strong laners, especially in that mid and bot lane, to see if CCG can get some early advantages.
So basically, we shouldn't see the most active early game, is what you're telling me right now, Beat?
If you're NA, yeah, you're chilling. Maybe Dardoch can be the one to have action, which is basically what I'm saying. I'm expecting, because you're playing Maokai, there's a flash W angle here, or just a straight W if the position is good.
Looking at the mobility of some of these champions, I mean, there is an angle to go for that. Jhin is not the most mobile. It's a little bit risky when you do it against Azir. If he's able to shuffle back in time, you might be underneath the tower. So maybe focusing towards this bot lane, or even the top side, I could see coming out from Dardoch.
Yeah. I will say Aojun took a nasty trade, but it was to get information on Spica, on this Nefiri, to get an idea of where he's going to end up. The end of is clear. I mean, they have the info, so it's seeming like him and Dardoch are going to end up on the same side of the map, and I'm wondering if we will see a skirmish for that top skull crab.
We're going to see an early fight in the bot lane once again. Chipping away at each other. Breezy hops right into the face of NACL Airport's bot. And kind of seeing similar vibes to what we had in game number 1, where you can tell that Ray and Breezy really want to continue the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, taking advantage, even though this is a double range bot lane, Biofrost pretty low on the mana, probably because he's dropping a lot of those shrines. That does mean that not many spells are going to be thrown out. Now as you watch the junglers, you can see it, they're hitting their last camp. Where are they going to end up?
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Oh, we're backing instantly. Curious. He just doesn't want to fight for it. He knows he's going to end up being there. He doesn't want to interact. Fair enough.
That's a fair angle to take.
I mean, 1v1, you do get dog walked. I was just wondering if laners
Literally.
would get involved. True. No pun intended.
Your priority is over towards the bottom lane, but it's at the same time that you're getting a reset coming out from the bot lane of CCG, so going from Scuttle to Scuttle is going to be Spica.
Yeah, but I will say, Dardoch, he's coming back with some stats. Array is coming back, I mean, with a cull, so not really any stats to speak of. But it does mean that... actually, it doesn't mean anything, because Spica already secured that crab by the time I was explaining it. So it's over. Double crab from Spica. It does actually feel really good. Again, you just want to farm until 6, so every little bit helps.
Like, you try and get the mind games, you try and play it right, and Spica's just one step ahead of you.
I know.
We'll take both of your Scuttles in the process, but that's a good amount of EXP. Go over towards this Nefiri and get towards those later stages. You were talking about it. It's kind of like a Nocturne. You got to farm up a little bit before you get into the zone.
And you can see Spica's already level 5 because of that. So we're getting that level 6 really, really quickly.
Coming off that respawn right now is Spica. He buys a pickaxe and a longsword to return to the fight. Same time, Dardoch is not going to be the most influential when it comes to at least damage output. That's really going to belong to Spica. So it has to be about being pretty straightforward with these ganks. Again, it's point and click. It can work out well, but you just can't do it on your own against Nefiri. You need someone to back you up.
Yeah, I will say a challenge that CCG are going to run into is damage output. We kind of mentioned it in draft. There's a lot of pressure on Array this game. To get really fed, to get really far. That's why you see the early cull purchase coming through here for Array, because this Misfortune is all the damage. That bullet time, it needs to go off. You need to be aware of people like Pobelter, Biofrost trying to CC you, cancel that ultimate. Speaking of cancel.
Yeah. That's what makes the Bard such a big pick here. You stand still when you press bullet time, and that's the easiest target for a Bard to hit with that Tempered Fate.
Yeah, not wrong. Now, I will say, Breezy, pretty good job of delaying that recall there from double lift. I wondered if Array was actually going to try and get that recall in first, but instead, it's looking like they want to stay, they want to pressure him more, and prevent him from potentially swapping here. But it's looking like Spica will just get the grubs anyway, so I think it's just more about preventing him from spending more gold.
See the call of Biofrost. Just kind of camping out in the area to make sure this is going to be as safe as possible. No real issue. First 3 grubs easily belonging to New Airport. So you look at the state of the game right now. Nothing too much really happening. I haven't had our first blood just yet. Mostly just a battle of the lanes. And in the lanes, Crimson getting the better over on the top side. It's the main standout so far in this game.
Yeah, nice flash from Eojun. I respect that he waited, because you do have a good bit of time, if you're quick, to respond to that Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the angle there, where now Spica is level 6. So now he's a lot more comfortable about having impact, about making plays, especially if he's moving around with Biofrost. And we still haven't seen much action coming through there from Dardoch either. Maybe he's waiting for level 6 in his own right. He just ticked over. Now Dragon being the only thing to fight for. Maybe we see that one come through. Worth noting, double lift, they've kept him in lane this entire time since we last looked. Half health, low mana, he only has a longsword. He does not want to, bro does not want to be here.
No. But at least he's going to get a juicy back when he does get one. I mean, not the most fun to be stuck and have this much priority going CCG's way, because play is pretty straightforward right there. You just grab the dragon and take double lift's head as well, apparently. Flashing forward, first blood! Array will slay double lift.
And that's 2 games in a row where Array and Breezy are just dominating in that lane phase. Of course, you have the Misfortune, which is generally really strong, but I love how Breezy has just been playing with vision, playing with that Hex Slash to be able to set up these plays onto the bot lane of Near Airport.
It was a beautiful combo of crowd control right there. And Array and Breezy, they just have Near Airport's number in this bottom lane, man.
And they do. And we are getting info at the moment, so it's back to us. Hello, guys.
Hello. How's it going? How you liking the games, huh? I like them.
Especially you asking me or are you asking Chad?
I'm asking Chad right now.
Do you have chat open?
It's not all about you. No, I don't have chat open.
So then how can they even respond to you?
Pete, stop ruining my vibe. Please.
Just make the vibe make sense, bro.
I couldn't even have the hyperbole from earlier, man. Come on.
Hey, I let you say it. I stand by that.
Okay.
But
well, technical difficulties aside, we can.
It's life.
Yeah, it happens. My camera shut down earlier. Now we have a game pause. It is what it is. But
that was like 3 hours ago. We can let it go now.
For this early state of the game, what do you think about the win conditions that Near Airport need to set up? What do they need to check off? You were talking about the Nefiri. What else is there on the table, Pete?
I mean, for Near Airport, you just kind of want to chill and scale. You have a lot of late game power, especially with something like the Nefiri. And I'm imagining the idea for them is just that you want to farm a little bit, and then you will do better in these 5v5 team fights later on. So it's all right to lose kills early on like we saw, but I mean, you have a Zir, you have a Nefiri, you're okay waiting to this 2-3 item mark where you do a lot of damage. Your comp does have a lot of pick potential. And against immobile champions like Syndra and Misfortune, NA have a lot of cards to play with.
They do. Breezy looking for a gank in the mid lane. Currently hanging out over there. There was a control ward that might have spotted out his rotation. It is going to spot him out now. He will be on top of it, so no play in the mid.
No, not quite. I gotta say props to Breezy. Keeping a pretty good bit of deep vision, so they at least have some idea of where Spica is most of the time. Because now Spica's in a position where we're going to start to see, good flash.
Okay, so, Hao Jun's in a bad way. Even with the unleashed power, still going to fall. It's just Nefiri things, man.
Bro, no, now's not the time. We need to talk about Nefiri W, bro. Like, what am I looking at? This is literally like rework a collie, where you can just dodge turret with your W. This is just ridiculous.
What point is my R button? Great flash out of Pobelter right there, because I mean, Hao Jun spotted the Nefiri coming with the ward, so you need to act fast.
Yeah, it was honestly, it's a really nice angle too to push him towards Spica. Yeah, I mean, that's disgusting. There's nothing else to say. It was a good play nonetheless. Should be praised. Good job.
Yeah. Credit to Pobelter. Spica, no.
I mean, Spica, he pressed his buttons, so, we got to give him props at least. We got to give him something.
All right, fair enough. I'm just mad at him for this champion.
I mean, he's not the one you should be mad at, so, it's just what it is. But what
John
we
Riot,
should...
damn you. No.
Yeah, you tell him, bro. But 20 seconds, grubs are spawning. And, like we keep saying, it's okay to give up the first 3 as long as you get at least one of the next spawn. And now you can see that setup coming through here, where there is that little bit of deep vision, a little bit of tracking, just to make sure you know where everybody is. And it's worth noting, no Zero ult.
As well as the lanes being flipped, top laner's now going to be in the bottom. Teleport available for one of them as the Tempered Fate comes through. I'm sorry, Hao Jun. It's repeating again. Feels like deja vu. There's a Nefiri that's killing you.
Yeah, that one is tough. Unfortunately, Hao Jun used the Scatter of the Week right before that, so there was that recognition to be able to make the play happen. Again, you got to be really careful against Near Airport's comp. It's really good at punishing these immobile champions, especially when they're flashless. So definitely need a little more discipline from Hao Jun going forward in this game, because again, his Scatter of the Weeks are going to be crucial.
Grub's getting taken. That's going to be Grubageddon going over to Near Airport.
Yeah.
Should secure that one, so they'll be taking turrets quite quickly once they're able to get onto them. CCG just could not find the positioning. A lot of that coming because of the play made onto Hao Jun. You lost your positioning after that.
100%. There was just no angle, so now they're just going to have to walk away from this one. I mean, They made a pretty solid comeback in that last game, so they're definitely not out of the woods just yet, but things get difficult. And this, chat, get ready to see a lot of this. Because even despite Aojun's best efforts, despite Array's best efforts, they're going to get hit by at least some of these.
This is going to be painful for Aojun.
Yeah.
This is going to be very brutal. I mean, we've been praising the kid. I'm very excited for his play. I like what he did in his week 1. Welcome to NACL. Here are some of the more bigger, badder opponents and strategies that are cooked up from a lot of these teams. And right now, it seems like, hey, you're a mobile. You're going to be our weakness that we target.
And right now, only thing really to set our sights on is going to be that dragon. CCG got the first one, so there's that angle for a dragon soul to play for as you see them kind of set up their focus spot side. Right now, we are seeing first items come through for basically everyone on the side of CCG, so that is actually a minor advantage that they have. Pole Belter opted for tier 2 boots. TF play just isn't quite there yet because also tier 2 boots. So that could be actually an angle for CCG to win on this neutral.
CCG going to go the dragon stacking route. Mountain Dragon now spawning. Taken currently will be the second Drake of the game going over to CCG.
Quick,
and
guess what the soul's going to be?
Infernal.
I'm saying, I was going to say Infernal. Okay, we'll both guess Infernal.
All right. No, change yours up.
Nope.
You doomed us.
That's not how that works. We were just wrong. It happens.
No, this was you.
Okay.
You jinxed us. Hex gates are now active. We're going to have a Hex map instead. I just wanted the pure damage, man.
So did I. I love the explosions. It's fun. But that is something really powerful that CCG can play for. Because now, if they're able to secure that soul, that's a big difference dealer in terms of damage. Oh,
it's going to be nerve-wracking.
Not only that, I'm pretty sure Spica... Did Spica not just take that Raptors away as well?
I believe he did.
That's brutal. So even when you win, you still lose.
Yeah. Didn't get the double scuttled. I mean, got double scuttled, I should say.
I was going to
by Spica. And now this. Just getting much more miserable. You got a CS lead coming out from Spica, who's really accelerated in this game thus far. I mean, 2 kills to his name 14 minutes into it. That's a scary Nefiri that you're going to be dealing with. Now the solo lane fight continues. Cassante versus Gragas. Big man on big man action. Big back on big back action. Oh, TF Blade's going to get away.
It's just Gragas things. Definitely helps that he has phase rush, so nicely done by him to get out of that situation here. Unless, is there more of a situation?
I just saw the skin.
Is it the skin? I knew it.
It's the skin.
I know. It's pretty funny.
Man. Yeah. But things should go relatively the same for there. Nothing really to fight over. The next spawn, going to be looking over towards that top side pretty soon. 3 minutes till you have the dragon. 5 minutes till Otacon. So, again, this plays into what Near Airport want to do. They don't mind if they just bide their time and let the game timer tick up.
Yeah, and I think Near Airport have done a really good job so far with how... Oh, I might need to hold that. No, Crimson is fine. I think Near Airport have done a pretty good job with how they have set up these lanes, because so far, a lot of their champions, they're really hard to make successful plays on.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Azir. You always have an escape with that Shifting Sands. Gragas is Gragas, and Jin can farm at range, so...
All right, here we go, collapsing onto Crimson underneath the tower. He's a Cassante, though. You got to do a lot of damage before you take him down. Oh, it's okay. It's an Nefiri. Here comes the Bard ultimate. Lands flush right onto Breezy. He's not able to move. He doesn't get to play League of Legends. Dardoch goes deep, looking for TF Blade, who's running out of mana. Doesn't have too much left. Array will be the recipient of that kill to clean it up for CCG.
That one feels good as a response, but I will say, he's okay. He's
Thumbs up, buddy.
Thumbs up. Yeah. So that's something that you get back on the other side for CCG, but again, it's kind of tough for them to make any real plays. Just because, again, you're really safe as the Azir. You can play from a good range with Jin, especially with the Bard in your back pocket. Gragas is Gragas, who only dies in lane in the most trying of circumstances, as we see this replay again.
It's a Cassante. It takes a while to be able to take him down, but you got 3 boys there, man, and Biofrost doing an excellent job to actually grab the turret aggro right there to make sure that this is an easy, clean dive.
Yeah, it cost a lot in terms of
So it wasn't-
summoners, but they managed to secure it. Yeah, I mean, TF Blade, he was always going to be the sacrifice for this, but we have some action in the picture-in-picture as well. It's looking like everybody is backing off. I'm seeing a fast recall, so it's looking like near airport are the ones who have secured the Rift Herald.
You can see it right there near airport. Rift Herald belonging to Spica. And with 6 grubs, that's pretty much all you could really ask for. I mean, once this Herald crashes into a tower, that tower's gone. There's going to be grubs falling all over the place. A good amount of damage to follow it through. This just adds more to the snowballing that we're starting to see from the airport.
Oh, and it's a lot of snowballing, that's for sure. The only real saving grace was those early Drake CCG have gotten, but now that those are the, now this dragon is the only objective on the map, you better believe near airport are going to set their entire focus on this bottom side, as we're already seeing that focus start to shift here, because now, with this extra power that near airport have had, we're getting close to second items for key damage dealers like Spica and Pobelter. It's going to be really hard for CCG to interact around this Drake.
Am I watching a replay? Thought I've seen this before. We're going for a dive right onto Crimson. Tower goes down, but he gets pulled right back in. Uses the all-out to get him back into a better position. Now here comes the Maokai ultimate. As well as the bullet time. Finds 1 kill. Crimson will grab it onto TF Blade. Ultimate advance going to be used. Twisted advance onto Spica as the Shurima shuffle will return 1 in the name of near airport. 2 in the name of near airport. Double lift is picking them off, man. Here it comes. 4th shot goes through. It's a triple.
You're joking.
For double lift, and Array will be slain right underneath his tower by Spica.
Oh, and that's so good for the side of near airport, just recognizing that teleport advantage that Pobelter had over Iojun. So not only do they get a big fight win, they get a tier 2 turret, and they're still sitting on that Rift Herald. Actually, I don't even think Iojun is going to be able to
Are they going to get
respond.
No!
No. There you go. All right, it's just been nothing but NA in this game 2.
Yeah, this is a much more locked-in team. Should get only 35 on that American slang. Now here comes Breezy over the wall. Looks for the hop to get away from an engage he does not want to take. And near airport will secure the Drake.
And just like that, they halt the Drake stacking of CCG, leaving them with not many options to play for in terms of win conditions. We're going to see this replay again. And this one is tough. I think CCG a little late to respond. You can see Dardoch kind of bouncing back and forth a little bit, unsure about where he's going to be able to go through, what the angle is, wasting precious seconds. But the real problem here was the teleport. The fact is, Eojun could have never participated in this fight. And because of that, the Azir turned the tides.
A simple, it wasn't even a shuffle. You just literally pressed R and sent them in.
Yeah, true. Nothing fancy, just business.
Yeah, and that's a lot of kills going on to a Jhin. Double lift position all the way in back, played it to as a front to back, and was rewarded with a triple kill in the grand scheme of things. And look at that. Along with the Collector, he has his Infinity Edge completed, now working on his 3rd item.
Yeah, I mean, big spike for the Jhin, feeling really good, and just in time for Voracious Otacon to spawn. While CCG can join quickly with the help of the Hex Gates, that's about all they can do right now. Move around the map relatively quickly. Yeah. It's NA who are running the Rift right now, knocking down turrets, collecting more and more gold, and they're in this position with 4,000 gold in their favor.
Now let's just not do any Otacon throws. That's something we got to make clear here. Baron throws are no longer a thing. It's all in Otacon now.
That would be pretty insane. I don't know. I don't think so. I think NA have a lot of ways to make space. They have a lot of ways to start fights. I think with this gold lead, they could just start Otacon whenever they wanted.
See hero, kill hero. As Breezy gets chased out of the jungle. Spica and Biofrost latching on to him and making sure that he knows this side of the river does not belong to CCG. Dragon will be spawning in 3 minutes, so nothing to really fight over than just positioning of the map itself.
Yeah, only thing to really take stock of is that there is that teleport advantage in favor of CCG, so if there's a way they could be able to take that bait NA into a fight and use that TP to their advantage with Crimson joining in, that's the way they could make this work. But otherwise, I think NA are smart enough not to engage and just poke with their range.
Tempered Fate doesn't find the money, but look at Pobelter. He's right on the flank. He isn't able to go in. He gets blocked from finding that shuffle, and it's a kill that belongs to Aojun.
I didn't see what stopped the shuffle, but super clutch and exactly how CCG needs to interact with the Sincere. So being able to do that, it got them one kill. The Herald doesn't actually secure a turret, so that is a bit of a reprieve finally for the side of CCG.
I don't think it was the scatter. Was it the Bramble Smash? Hold on, let's check this.
It is, oh no, Pobelter. It was just a misplay. So honestly, sometimes it happens, and if you're CCG, you're gonna be real happy about that one watching in VOD review, because that could have been, or that would have been the difference from one kill for CCG for like a 1 for 2, a 1 for 3 kind of situation.
I just find it funny though, man. We're like gassing up this.
Someone did something, guys. Oh my god! And then it turns out, we all fumble sometimes. Even 3-time LCS champion, a Pobelter.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It is what it is. Dust yourself off.
It be how it do, exactly.
But so far, this game has been pretty handily controlled by Near Airport. I mean, they're holding positioning over the river at the current moment. Kind of makes me wonder if the idea is to try and bait out a play so they can make something towards the Otacon. But yeah, a lot of vision has been established towards that side of the map.
Yeah, it's that plus the fact that on this bottom side, Drakes are going to be pretty important. You don't want to, if you're NA, you don't want to leave any Drakes to CCG just because they're already halfway to a Soul. It is quite a powerful Soul with the Hextech Dragons being the map of choice.
Comeback potential.
So, yeah, definitely. So I think that's something that they need to be wary of. And getting picked off like we saw is also something that NA need to be wary of.
Yeah, can't have moments like that unfolding, especially in a game like this. I mean, there's still a lot of pressure on Near Airport. For those who don't know, week 1, they lost their first game against Luminosity. Starting off 0-2 would hurt, man. That'd be pretty devastating for me. I'm not sure about the caliber of players that they have over on Near Airport taking something like that. But it is still a big deal, and it does mean that, a single round robin, you're now playing comeback.
Yeah, which would be something, honestly, nobody on this league would be happy to do. So we're going to see if NA can continue this lead that they've gotten in this game, and if they can make that comeback to take us to that game 3. Because, yeah, going 0-2 is not something I had on my bingo card for this Near Airport roster. I mean, I kind of expected the loss to Luminosity, but I think considering the experience, especially the recent experience of that roster, that's a bit of a different story. Even though we have some of that experience here on CCG, for someone like Dardoch, it's missing everywhere else.
Coming into the series, I had an idea it was going to be competitive. Ray and Breezy, Dardoch, these are names that have made big moves within esports, within League of Legends as a whole. So there's your power, and there's your fight. Out from CCG, but now Near Airport in game 2. They'll be the one in the driver's seat as we restock what's going on right now. We're 23 minutes into this one. Otacon is still on the map. That's something that we're going to be watching for. Actually, is it? No, it was taken. Wait, what?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was taken while we paused, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
So, Near Airport, now they have those GAs to be working with here. And as we get closer to this next Drake, I think that just means we're likely not going to see CCG even go for it. I mean, the nice thing, even though there is quite a big lead here, we're actually kind of close to parity. I mean, we look at mid lane, we look at bot lane. For the most part, the big spikes are relatively close. I think the difference ends up being in jungle and how powerful this Neferi is. But Dardoch, I mean, you're playing Maokai, you're utility, so it doesn't feel as bad. You still have use.
Dragon spawning in 5 seconds Near Airport. Want to make sure that the Baron is at least secured in terms of vision before they start posturing up towards that direction. As well as a potential collapse on the TF blade right here. Dardoch going for the long haul. Finds the ultimate on him. Will get that route going through. No one else is really coming there to back him up. So Near Airport are just going to put their attention onto the tower in the mid lane and let TF blade be the sacrifice.
I really like Dardoch for holding that Bramble Smash the first time around. Just making sure they maximize the value of the CC they have. Gragas is slippery. So that ends up helping them secure the kill. They do sack a tier 2 in the process, but I think you were always going to lose this Drake. So that's why I like seeing Aojun and Dardoch move towards this top side so that they can maybe take that tier 1 turret out.
So that GA popped out of TF Blade only. You don't really care. You actually got something out of this. So Spica gets some alone time with this dragon. This will be another Drake going over, more importantly, denying any comeback potential that CCG could have had with Dragon Soul.
Yeah, worth noting, Spica, very powerful right now. Getting pretty close to that third item. Man, I wonder if he's going for a Sterex or something like that.
Scary.
But he's also level 15, 2 levels ahead of Dardoch, and he's been farming so well this game.
Yeah, the Hounds are eating good. Now Biofrost over towards the Tri-Bush, finds himself alone. Not the best situation, will be able to find that Cosmic Binding, gets the double stun right out of it. Poe Belcher waiting in the wings, looking for an angle in. A lot of chip damage is now starting to come through as the curtain call opens up and the teleport is channeled through. Breezy, critically low, will be the first one to fall, gets a shield right up, but followed through. Here comes TF Blade, and he will claim 2 kills back to back. That's that big man Bomba. And now with 3 down and the turret golden, there's not a chance for CCG to fight back from this one as Double Lift goes on a rampage and only Crimson is left alive to tell the tale of Near Airport.
And what a harrowing tale it's going to be, Deserax. The fact that NA are decimating them in this game too, and now they're going to go ahead and secure that Baron. We had questions about a comeback, but I think those questions have been answered.
Yeah, don't call it a comeback because it's literally not. You're not finding a way back into this game. It is over. We are going to that game 3, and this is a great bounce back coming out from Near Airport so far. I mean, they're firmly in the lead right now. They got Baron to their name. They got an Otacon so easy, and it just keeps lining up.
Yeah, and this one is brutal, even without the Tempered Fate. The fact is, Biofrost, even if it was a short magical journey, it was still enough for him to get out without even using his splash and to bait CCG into a losing team fight. At this point, it was just over.
Yeah, you put down that ultimate and like, even the tower is not safe. It was a nice attempt from Dardoch. I'm sorry, Maokai doesn't have much damage. Those low health bars aren't going to be capitalized on, and Near Airport are running amok on this map right now. They have everything they could really ask for.
Yeah, at this point, we're considering what the map is like. We could be one team fight away from going to that game 3.
I'm fully convinced this is over right now.
Well, we need a fight. We need the Nexus to explode. SRX, remember, this is League of Legends, so yeah. Let's slow our roll a bit.
Yeah, we've had our cubby hiccups a few times when we said it was over, and it goes completely awry now.
No, he said done and dusted.
Ultimate. 2 golden now. Explosive cast does a lot right there, but here comes the bullet time. It doesn't do enough to turn this team fight. It belongs to Near Airport, man. Curtain call opens up. Poe Belcher takes down Crimson. Dardoch says, please just spare me, and the dog will tear him asunder. Another kill for Near Airport as they walk towards the base to close out this game.
And even though Spica gets drawn into the fountain, it really doesn't matter. As NA, they're going to take us to that 3rd game, and they're setting up that potential comeback.
Scoreless on the season in week 1. They need to make that turnaround happen, and they do it in game number 2, taking us to match point. Near Airport, 1 away.
And Eric, I don't want to be that guy.
Be that guy.
But this is why we banned Nefiri, because that champ, to get to lead, is very difficult to deal with. To be fair, I really like the comp that Near Airport went with to round things out, especially the Bard, who's really good at making space and setting up picks with these low mobility carries on the side of CCG. But still, it just feels like this champion is so oppressive, even when some of these plays look like they were working out. Oh, sorry, Nefiri W to dodge the turret. Ah, sorry, I can just dodge all of Misfortune all. Like, guys, it's really not that serious. I'm just a chill dog.
I'm not gonna think about Nefiri. Go away, shoot.
Yeah, it's fearless, so it's gone anyway, so no big deal.
I'm gonna think about Biofrost and Bard because a lot of those ultimates, chef's kiss to say the least. Off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a break. When we return, we'll get ready for our third and final game of the day, CCG versus Near Airport.
Character I mained was Irelia. That was probably right at the end of season 1, going into season 2. I was like, I would have been 12 years old, I think, at the time. I played top and mid. I didn't really care which, and I was honestly pretty good. I mean, back then I did my placement games, and out of the 5 games, 2 of them I got pentakills in, and I ended up placed gold my first season. So, and I only played the 5 games. So
I'm not sure exactly like at the very early stage, but when I started wanting to maybe go pro, I was playing mid lane. I mained Azir. Yeah.
Season 4, and I was actually a top laner because back then my computer, there was a thing where like it always took at least 1 minute to load in to the game. So by the time I loaded in, I would be 1 minute in because my computer was so bad. So I had to play top lane to TP to the lane, you know, because I didn't want to be late to the game. So I had to play top lane, and I played a lot of Darius, and then I like my like original email is also based on Darius, but it's really funny because it's like I'm like 9 years old, 10 years old, and like Darius is like, in my opinion, like super broken. So I just like made my email like Darius overpowered or something silly like that.
First character that I mained in role was support, actually. Season 3, I played Thresh. It was when he came out. So like, yeah, I played a lot of just Thresh and Bard. I was a Thresh Bard like main from like season 3. I mean, I could play most of the supports, but those are my main 2. It's kind of like the story of bot lane of like, man, if I just had a better support, or vice versa. Like whenever you're if you're support, you hate your AD carry. When you're AD carry, you hate your support. So eventually I was just like, man, I swear I could just play AD carry better than, like, these AD carries are so bad. So I just started playing AD carry, and that's just what I've always done now.
First character I mained was Blitz, and then the first week that I played League, it was really lucky. Blitzcrank was free. There was like 10 champs that are free. Blitz was free. I played him, and I was like, oh, this is exactly like my main. So I'm just gonna, keep playing it, and it was pretty strong.
Oh, damn. That's a P.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the NACL CCG Sports versus Near Airport. Beat down, sound the bell, ring the alarms. We got a 6-game day, baby.
Ring, 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 ring. I don't have a bell. I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared for this bit. But we do have a 6-game day, and that's the best part about all of this. Game 1, really exciting win from CCG. Near Airport, also exciting win, but with the Fury. So, you know.
It's exciting.
But it's still exciting win. Yeah, it was cool.
Okay.
I love watching the Fury dodge everything in the game. It's great.
Okay,
Great.
the most
Ask
exciting.
me again.
I'm not. No
Good,
worries.
good.
Most exciting thing for me was actually Biofrost, man. I liked his early to mid game play on a lot of these picks with the Tempered Fate. Especially on Aojun. Aojun was having a terrible day. He'd find himself golden way too often before the rest of Near Airport would collapse on him.
And he's like, hold on, I didn't build Zanya's. What's going on here? Press this tab. Yeah, that was a tough one for Aojun. Honestly, you're playing Syndra into this comp. Your margin for arrow is mighty thin. And we saw examples of that over and over again. But it was a good game for Near Airport to get that bounce back. They did manage to get a really strong champion, and hey, they rode it to a win. Now it's out of the picture because this is, of course, Fearless. And now both these teams, they got to show us what they got one last time. Will CCG get another win, or will Near Airport get there first?
I mean, that is one thing about Fearless, right? If you do win the first game, you can afford to try and give away some of the more powerful champions. I think in this case, Nefiri, we know that's not going to be one you're really going to find a way to overcome. The champion's just too damn strong. But to the benefit, it's no longer there. Don't have to deal with it. Going in game 3, it's off your mind, and there's going to be a different, fresh slate to approach.
Yeah. And now we'll see what kind of draft both of these teams are going to come up with in the meantime. But I still got to say, we got to give props to CCG. Even though there were some pretty good expectations for them to put up a fight like this against NA, it does give us a better idea about how good this team really is.
Yeah, again, they're trying to make a claim for themselves in the top 3 because we have a very competitive top 3. I mean, Darkstar is definitely going to be up there. Luminosity Gaming is going to be up there. And Near Airport was one we were considering up there as well. CCG might be able to put themselves into that conversation if they can clear out this series.
Yeah, that's going to be that big question. I mean, it's a big goal there according to Aojun, for this team to be able to beat Darkstar, the team they believe is the best in the league. His goals for himself, improve as a laner. And he believes that he can get to the middle, top end of the NACL in terms of mid laners. So he does have some high expectations for himself. This team has their sights set just as high. And we'll see if they can actually get there.
It's been an interesting series so far because we've seen a lot of power punches really pulled off from both sides. I think this was definitely one of the more dominating games that we've seen on the day thus far, on top of that, where it shows what can happen. But again, we still have that situation where we keep in mind that Nefiri was the champion that got through, so there were some expectations to that.
There certainly were. But now that one is out of the picture, so not really much they have to worry about anymore. But as we're getting ready going into this next draft, I am excited to see how this one is going to turn out. Of course, it's really fun that we got to get that max amount of games today. I know Eric is just loving it. I can see the smile on your face. He's laughing. Look at him, guys. He's loving this. And I'm loving it too.
Man, it's a double-sided blade because we haven't casted for like 6 months and we come back into this banger and the games.
Yeah.
It's taken.
I will say, it's been more than 6 months since I casted with you. That's a crazy thing because my last cast was with Mazel. I don't even know if I casted with you for America's Challengers. Actually, I don't remember. I don't know, maybe.
But yeah, it has been.
It's been a hot minute.
But it's good, it's good. We work this out right away. We front load the workload so we can get right into tip-top shape and really just get right into enjoying some of the banger games that we've been having, especially today. I mean, taking 3-game series both ways, CCG versus Near Airport. I think we got to start dialing back into the main topic of the conversation right now. Again, we did phrase this in the last series between Winthrop and Pulse that they're going to be next to each other in the standings. It's a single round robin. Let's pull that up one more time. Beatdown, it's a single round robin. So with CCG putting up performance like this is a highly impactful game.
Yeah, and if they're able to get this win, I mean, it feels amazing. Every win counts, no matter what your goals are, whether it's just staying in the league or trying to get that first seed. Of course, higher seeding, a preferable first match when you get into playoffs. So it is going to be a really big deal for either one of these teams, especially near Airport, who kind of started on the wrong foot with their loss against Luminosity last week. So a lot of stakes, not very many chances to get wins for both of these teams, for all of these teams.
I mean, you've already played out your first game of the season for both squads, and now you're on your second, and that doesn't leave much left in terms of the amount of teams that are currently in the league. But that's the way it is, and you have to make the most of it. Getting ready for this next game right now. This is one of the situations where I do expect some of the veterancy of Near Airport to shine through. Again, these players weren't just veterans, but they were long-established veterans. So they do have a wealth of champions that they've gone through throughout their career. They can pull out for something as feisty as this Fearless series.
Yeah, 100%. And I think even, I mentioned it earlier, Game 3 in Fearless, that's when we really start to see teams dig a little deep. 30 champions are out because of Fearless. 10 more are out because of the bans. So with 40 champs gone, what else do these teams got? That's always the most exciting question and the most fun part about Fearless, especially as it goes late.
20 champions off the board. Big ones to keep in mind, the Fury no longer going to be available for the draft, so it allows you to put the ban elsewhere. All at the same time, it is CCG on blue side this time around, so we'll see what power pick they're trying to line themselves up for.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, okay, it is interesting too that CCG did elect to choose for the blue side. So we'll see what they want to prioritize onto that first pick. Now we can see the champs that aren't available because of Fearless. Let's get a better idea of what's OP that's still available.
Let's see.
Pantheon, some good shouts.
Pantheon's a good one. Especially if you're Kangas. Only we have him still here.
I mean, I don't know if I want to see Kangas play Pantheon jungle, but Speaker or Dardoch, different story. Kangas would probably build AP.
No, he wouldn't build AP. He's a true Pantheon player, all right? I will give him credit there. There's a lot of things I dunk him on. Pantheon, I respect you, Kangas.
My bad, dude. Sorry. I didn't realize that touched the nerve. Jesus.
Pantheon's my boy. The man drop has just been the most iconic thing in League for the longest time, man.
All right, fair enough. I believe you. We're going to have first
come on.
Picked. Yeah, the Vi is picked. We're having a little fun with the hovers. I respect TF played for that. Nobody's playing that champion, but, you know, we're having some fun.
Yeah, just having a little fun here. I mean, everyone has some of their hovers that they do sometimes. We always talk about XU and the Katarina one, but
yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you hide the hidden meanings in there. Maybe it's a shout out to your girlfriend. Who knows? For this one, Near Airport, gonna respond in kind by taking the Zyra.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too, I mean, this is probably a setup for the Talia there for Aojun. We know he's competent on the champ. He had a great game on it last week, and it pairs really nicely with the Ahri. So I think that's already, and it also gives you a really strong combo at level 6. Like, it's a guaranteed play that will work most of the time, as long as you know how to press your buttons.
I mean, having that kind of chain, anything that sets up an RA charm is always really, really good. But Talia being the lock-in right there, does provide you with a lot of control that you have on the map. You use that Weaver's Wall to get into either of the side lanes to influence a lot of the map play there. So you get some of that mid-jungle synergy, some of that roaming that you can actuate early to mid.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as we're getting later on into this series and top laners are getting removed, they would rather get something strong, consistent for Crimson in that Renekton, something reliable early on. I'm already seeing a lot of like early and mid-game power here for the side of CCG. So I'm kind of wondering if we're just going to see some potential late-game AD carries just taken out of the picture to kind of remove some late-game experience, late-game insurance champions.
Could be the way to go for, as the bot lane will be secured for Near Airport, so they don't got to worry about taking away bot lane champions. It's just stealing it from CCG and making sure they don't get those picks with the bans. As for that, Corki and Leona, this is kind of a time-tested duo. I remember especially back in some of the older days, the big benefit about it is every ability applies that daylight from Leona. You can Gatling gun and pop them all without having them ever kind of overstack with each other, which makes it a really deceptive amount of damage this duo can do.
Yeah, fair. And it's seeming like NA are actually going to try and ban away the Braum instead. Just remove some more CC options from that bottom lane. At this point, I'm wondering, I mean, Nautilus is still up. I wonder if they want to try and deny both, just because those are the three big engaged champions remaining are Braum, Leona, and Nautilus. So if they want to ban both, limit Breezy's options, that could be an angle to go as well.
I'm actually surprised Nautilus is still available, making it all the way to Game 3. Usually a pretty stable pick to have to your lineup as the support ban. Braum banned away, as you said. Just take away those engaged supports, one of the final big ones. As well as taking away that long-range engage of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Ash banned away.
Yeah, honestly, I like that look as well, just because it pairs nicely with what's already showing, and it's just a play that will work every single time. So now, it's just going to be about, what are we blinding here? Do we want to keep that potential Corki flex, or do we answer top because we already see the Renekton? I'm kind of guessing that's the angle.
Makes the most sense to answer top. You can tell the rust is getting
You're
to me,
doing
man.
great,
My tongue is
buddy. It's
slipping like
okay.
crazy.
Don't worry about the audio. It's just us here, bro.
I got it. It's just me and
You got this. You got this. Yeah, exactly.
All right, first pick to come in. Yeah, I'm still looking for exactly what you were saying, to play towards that top. You don't want to blind into it. And we're going to Garen, boy. We're going to Garen.
Hey, respect. It's probably fine. I don't know very many Garen matchups, but I'm sure it's fine. And he does get tanky and quite annoying. And honestly, I don't see enough damage to take him out in that mid to late game. So again, Array, something with scaling, please. That's fine. Not exactly what I had in mind, but Lucian Milio, I mean, when this champion came out, this was a really disgusting pairing. You do have that added range, which feels really good. You have that chance to run that bot lane. And now I really think Pobelter should be the one piloting this Corki, just because I kind of imagine you'd want something that will perform a little better in lane. But, you know.
Lucian, if allowed, can be a pretty big bully thanks to that passive. You just keep proccing it and getting those double autos coming through. So that's something that is going to add pressure to the bot lane up near airport. But the final pick to lock it in, instead of taking the Corki mid like you wanted, they're going to take the Galio instead.
I think this is a fine option too, just because you're indexing to 3 tanks on the side of near airport, and the only source of DPS on the other team is Lucian. That's it. So actually, there's a lot of pressure on Array this game, if the game goes late, to get a lot of serious damage down to chunk these tanks. So that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye on. I think they're putting a lot of eggs in the Array basket when it comes to late game, but early mid game, the top side is going to be doing a lot of the work for CCG.
Yeah, and it's about really kind of snowballing that to take over the game so you don't have to deal with some of these late game issues that near airport are gonna be throwing your way. And when I say throwing your way, I mean literally at your face. It's 3 tanks that want to run at you full blast, including a Garen. That's some terrifying ordeal to have to deal with.
Yeah, Breezy's got his work cut out for him. That Ultra Mega Fire Kick. If I'm Array, I'm begging him, listen to me, bro. You only press Q for Garen. Do you understand me?
Quick shout out to all our viewers out there for joining us on this long 6-game day. It is the final one of the day. That is going to be near airport versus CCG. Both teams 1 win apiece. Now near airport trying to redeem their week 1 loss. CCG trying to continue that upward trajectory.
And this early game will actually be rather interesting because we talked about this Vi Talia combo is going to be really strong. It's at level 6, but I think early lane on the top side is rather safe for NA. We know Galio plays fine into mages, can get pushed into them a lot of the time. I feel like Garen is just hard to deal with all the time unless you're playing Vayne. So that's pretty solid too. So there are actually angles, I think, for Spica to get a little aggressive. try to steal camps away, do a little bit of skirmishing, and fight for some of those neutrals like Scuttle Crabs.
If you can get on the map and make it happen, it does bode well for NA's early game chances. One of the tricky things is kind of locking down some of these members on CCG. Because I look at Array, he does have a dash, that's one thing. He can cleanse the crowd control.
Ooh,
All right, now he's got Emilio who can cleanse that
electrocute.
as well. So it's challenging to lock down CC onto this marksman.
Yeah, and Array is running the electrocute, which I think is very
that's what it is,
interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen it. It was I mean, there was Nami electrocute back in the day, but I'm not aware of this one. But it's very clear he's looking for a lot of burst damage.
Most definitely. It's been the way they've played throughout these games, though. Breezy and Array have been in the face of Double Lift and Biofrost, and that's still the case right here, because look at Double Lift. The short range of the Corki makes it so hard to out-trade what Array and Breezy are bringing.
Yeah, I will say I just looked it up. Lucian Electrocute, definitely a bit of a thing in other regions. Promiscuous played it, Doinbe's played it. Xiaohu has also played it. Oh, it's cool. I respect the vision.
Not that weird. It's Action Jackson. He knows what he's doing, man.
Of course. As we're seeing now, this dual jungle cam. Just get an idea that both of these junglers, they're going to finish their clear on this bottom side of the map. And I'm curious what Dardoch is going to want to do. We know, I mean, just judging by that last game, he's definitely all right giving up Crab if he knows it's not a safe position for him to be in. So I'm wondering if he's just going to let this one go top, or just back after his full clear like he did on the Maokai.
Unfortunately, being on the Vi allows him to play towards that Dardoch style we historically know, where he's being much more aggressive, in your face. He would even pocket pick assassins here and there to get on tier carries. Vi, well, it's not going to be the exact assassin. It's still aggro, and on a player like Dardoch, it could influence this early game quite well.
Oh, Breezy's here first. Oh, they're sending it.
There we go, Breezy walking up, Pobelter looking for the angle in, will be able to get the charm right in. And just like that, they lock down Dardoch. And despite all that praise, he goes into the ground.
Really like the flash from Pobelter. Just complete recognition that, look, Breezy can stop my engage. I have to bait it out. I have to flash it immediately, and it's going to secure my team the kill. Good start here for Near Airport.
I've accepted that if you talk about a player, they're going to have a ball in play immediately. And if I talk about a player, they're just going to blow up.
Yeah, you think so? Well, we can keep track of that. Maybe it's a thing.
Man. All right, let's look back at the situation, bot lane.
Wait, no, pick a player. Pick a player.
Wait.
Oh, Biofrost. Okay, yeah.
okay, fine. Biofrost. Biofrost goes in. Hex Flash taking so much damage. The autos are ringing true from Array. And down he goes. Array and Breezy still keep besting this bottom lane early.
Wow. You know, Eric, you might be onto something there. But yes, it's as you say, Array and Breezy, I mean, to their credit, they have been playing a lot of early game focused bottom lanes so far. Although I will say, the Ezreal Alistar kind of less so. They have been showing a lot of lane dominance so far. And this is a bot lane we were really excited about. Both players individually, we were hoping to see get to the top in their respective roles. And seeing performances like this, especially against players of the caliber of Double Lift and Biofrost, it bodes well for that goal.
Array's been around the block, to say the least. I mean, back from St. Thomas, 100 Thieves next. A lot of experience there. We do got to take another look at that replay as we hold this thought.
Yeah, and again, Pobelter doing a good job keeping track of that Ultra Mega Fire Kick. It's the only thing that could turn this engage in favor of CCG. So as soon as that's out, they can just throw everything at him.
And Pobelter, knowing how to really just get in there, he just flashes in, says, I'm going to get that charm no matter what. They charmed the taunt. And it's Near Airport's way to play it. It does make Pobelter in that kind of playmaker role, but works really well when you're on that Galio, because you can get across the map in no time, which makes for a good response to what Talia's going to do.
Yeah, very true. And now we're seeing CCG just taking Drake as soon as they can. I'm not sure we're going to see an actual fight for that first set of grubs. I mean, considering that early kill going through, that extra bit of gold. that pole belter was able to go for. I don't think we're actually going to see a fight for the first set. Oh.
Just gonna run that one back real quick.
Yeah, why not?
Caster Curse, why not?
Yes, I love looking over.
The highlight should be on me slowly saying bio for.
Wait, that would be so funny.
I'm
but
just
a
gonna curse
thing.
them all to the grave, man. Oh, look at this angle right here. Taunt's gonna be found onto Aojun. All the meanwhile, you get rooted up by Spica. Flashing out. Fine safety. Aojun will survive.
Yeah, nice flick. Even though it still costs him his flash, it does save his life. So he is gonna have to basically get out of dodge. And that's a plate over to Pole Belter. I mean, right now, the only thing really going particularly well for CCG is that bot lane. I mean, top lane, kind of even. We know Garen's to be pretty safe overall against other melees. So that's just going to be what it is. And I think that further adds that pressure onto Array, who's playing the solution. And he's going to be he's the only source of DPS, literally the only source on this team. So there's going to be that pressure on him to be able to perform later.
Because again, the tanks.
They be
Three
tanking.
of them. Big tanky boys tanking stuff up. TF Blade wants to tank some more, so he's going to take a call in just because he feels like it.
It's more like the wave tanks the culling. That feels really bad. I mean, in the end, I don't think you're actually going to get the kill, so it's no big deal.
Posturing up towards Crimson. I mean, the big picture here is just getting the turret plates more than anything else. Not looking for the dive on Crimson just yet.
There's no way you could, yeah. Doesn't have teleport to work with here. Yeah, I think he's going to stay just because there's no way anyone can catch it. He would be sacrificing so much, and he still has dominance to work with. Right now, Dardoch, he is going for... Oh, okay, I think Aojun might be looking to join. Oh, actually, Aojun doesn't have... He hasn't skilled his ultimate yet, though.
Dude, this is such a painful scenario for CCG because you can tell they want to go for the dive, but they have anti-dive on the airport. Poe Belter's going to be there, and I don't think you can kill Garen fast enough for the Galio channel to not be effective.
Yeah, it's tough too, because unless Aojun can join immediately with the Weaver's Wall, that small chance has basically gone down to 0. But I think he must have put an extra point into Q. If we could take a look at that, I would love to see.
You're right.
Yeah, and you do it on other champions too sometimes. And if you don't think something's going to happen, I think it's fine just to allow you to clear waves faster.
Does make sense. I mean, Weaver's Wall doesn't like blow up in your face and cause a bunch of damage. It's literally just terrain there to interfere with what's going on in the game thus far. Freeing up is going to be Poe Belter. The move from near airport seems to be focused on the top side, and Crimson smells something in this side of the camp. It smells funny here, and there's a bunch of members near airport waiting to dive you, so he'll concede that tower. This looks like it might be a first brick scenario for near airport.
So very easily. Yeah, this is just it's going to be pretty easily secured, even though there's only 3 grubs for them to work with. At the end of the day, that's going to be all 5 turret plates from the top side. It is going to be first brick, so that's near airport getting themselves almost 2,000 gold up, just in time for the next spawn of grubs to show up.
Good approach to this early game from near airport. You mentioned the grubs 30 seconds before those are available. 30 seconds after that, we'll have a dragon on the map. So being able to transition from that to that without actually trading them would be an ideal situation for near airport. Again, they're in a pretty good spot to make some of these things happen. I mean, look at Poe Belter, 600 gold above Aojun. Pretty much across the board, it's going to be gold leads. The only lane that's doing well enough to hold its own is Array on this Lucian.
And it is important, yeah, even though the early mid-game isn't going like CCG probably hoped. The fact that Array is keeping pace, if not slightly ahead, is still something for them to work with. And I like this pressure here now because you don't want to let go of that grub again so easily, but it's kind of difficult. Oh, okay, you know what? I think the thing with Aojun is a bug. He probably has results.
Oh, Biofrost regretted that engage. Flashed right out. All engage tools used by near airport as they bail from the fight.
Yeah, that does mean Biofrost also used the ultimate there, that Solar Flare, so nobody is really starting this Grubs yet, but because that top lane got pushed as far as it did, you can see Near Airport moving their way to that top side, making it easier for them to set up.
Yeah, Near Airport now on the Grubs. CCG looking for some established vision control towards the river as they look to steal away some of the Grubs for their own name. Here comes the teleport now. CCG are looking for a fight. Here comes Crimson. Dashes in, slice and dice, looking for more. Weaver's Wall blocks out the Tri-Bush from being the escape route, and Pobelter has to flash away to survive. CCG look to pick a fight, but can't clean up anyone else. They do stop the rest of the Grubs.
Yeah, getting 2 for themselves, it is not bad. You do get some summoner spells out on top of it, so that opens up an opportunity for another play to be made later. I mean, we're at level 9. Aojun has that max level Q. That is a good amount of damage there for the Taliyah. And Dardoch still has the ultimate, so there is another play that could be made around this Drake with those tools up and available so that they can secure the neutral.
Yeah, taking a look at the movement on the map and the vision on the map, this is one thing that's standing out to me from Near Airport is they're very aggressive about getting that forward vision when they want something. And it seems to me like they want that dragon. You already have Biofrost deep in that enemy jungle quadrant. There's lots of wards on the entrances for CCG. Now the dragon going to be pulled by Near Airport.
Yeah, we had that late recall from Array and Breezy, but there is that chance of them, now that the first item has come through on the solution, to be able to go for the Stray. You can see it. Spica has to back off, let the dragon reset. I think the only problem is Aojun is on the other side of the map, although he is walking his way down now.
Charging up the Vault Breaker. Psych. Dragon going to be started up by CCG. They were able to grab the first Drake of the game, so this starts up the Dragon stacking for them, but it's still a 2K lead for Near Airport. And they're looking to push the issue right now. Maybe a little bit too fast. Flashing out is going to be TF Blade. Now coming in is Biofrost. Remember, he doesn't have a splash. He used it to get out of the last engage. Trying to find his escape out of here as Dardoch re-engages, and Crimson takes the head of Biofrost. And with that, Ruthless Predator finds the stun onto Pobelter. He can't even justice punch out as he's chased down by CCG. 300 health remains. Aojun can't find the angle to land the seismic shove. Instead, over the wall comes Crimson. Pobelter will survive, and Dragon secured by CCG.
Dude, big shout out to Aojun. He must have canceled that hero's entrance off screen there. That could have been a very different fight for CCG if he hadn't done so. So being able to clutch up like that is huge and contributed greatly to that fight. Oh yeah, right there. It looked like he wasn't even, it looked like he just happened to throw out the flick. And Pobelter chose a bad time to go for that hero's entrance. But still, a big deal coming through here, and it's what turned the fight in their favor, allowing them to get the second Drake.
Yeah, somehow Pobelter able to survive the back end of it, but CCG, they fight back, and I mean, hey, it might have been just an accident for that flick, but it's still big in the grand scheme of things for giving CCG some momentum on this map, which felt like it was completely controlled by Near Airport. Now the attention on the bottom lane, tower critically low, but CCG are there to defend.
And I will say, members of Near Airport do need to be careful about overstepping. Right now, nobody on that team has flash available to them. So if they get jumped on, they really have no way to escape. And if you're looking at Taliyah, that's a very big possibility of that happening. Whoa, Dardoch.
Yeah, look at this. Sharks in the water for this bot lane tower. Array and Breezy realize, maybe we shouldn't be too close to this area near airport. We'll take that tower and be able to back off.
Yeah, no response on the other side of the map for CCG. So it is a nice bit of free gold, allowing NA to get this gold up to 2,500. Next thing to set our sights on is that Rift Herald. You can see Dardoch's already in the area, clearing Scuttle Crab, trying to get to his camps and set up what vision they can for the team. And that's going to be the next point of focus for both of these teams. I mean, taking stock of items, I think CCG are honestly in a good position. We have first items coming across the board. This is when their comp is particularly strong and where everybody has a lot of impact. So I think they're going to fight for it.
Herald's going to be the big point for what could be this next fight that Beat was alluding to. CCG moving from their blue side quadrant of the jungle to get some positioning over there. You can see the wards being placed by Breezy currently. As much of that as you can afford. You still have Pobelter down in the bottom lane. Teleport's not available, so that's one thing that CCG do have in their favor.
That is true. Pobelter, though, he does have his ultimate.
Yeah, and
so that's why we see him playing on that bottom side of the map. So there's still the angle. It's not quite as global as a teleport, so he will still have to do a little bit of walking. But he ended up getting the first push and is on the move anyway. So for all intents and purposes, he can show up anytime now.
Yep. So he'll be within range if a fight does break out, but CCG are not going to go for it. Rift Herald 2k health remains a little bit late to the party. Will be CCG. They just walk right into Biofrost, and Biofrost is happy to oblige them. Continues his chase onto Dardoch. Dardoch will just run away as Herald is secured by near airport.
Well, we had a little skirmish that we missed on that bottom side. Well, nice thing, Crimson. He is able to get that turret in exchange, get that wave in as well. So that is some gold back in his pocket and the rest of CCG. But whether or not that's worth it is going to depend on how near airport use the Herald. Now they have that option. They still have the mid-tier 1, which is probably the most likely suspect, to knock down the last tier 1 structure.
And kind of surprising. I mean, it's been a pretty carefully played game from both of these squads so far. No one's really racing to go for a lot of these team fights. Instead, they're kind of just biding their time and making most of their plays around objectives. You can see now, to play around an objective usually means mid-control. Pretty important. So CCG fight for us. Start to transition that over to where the dragon's spawning 40 seconds before that comes up.
And TF Blade will have his teleport up before that comes through. So he's essentially going to be able to match Crimson, who's actually already walking at the moment. So it's looking like CCG maybe want to try and set up a bit of an early play, but we're at the point now where everybody's flashes are back up on the side of NA, so it isn't going to be quite as easy as before.
Oh, Dardoch with a surprise will arrive, and that's a kill for Array. With 15 seconds on the Dragon, it's time for CCG to reap the benefits.
You couldn't have picked a better target, and that's the power of Vitalia. So with that, now they're going to be able to keep the pressure onto NA. Oh, wow.
Oh, double lift, watch out. That was a careful, you got to be careful for situations like that when a Talia is next to you looking for that seismic shove. CCG get control of the mid lane. They'll transfer that right over to the Drake. That gets them at Dragon Soul point.
Big deal for the CCG roster to be able to get something like the Mountain Soul. You get the resistances from those two Drakes they'll theoretically get, and of course the shield that will always come back is a big deal against a champion like the Corki, even the Zyra, where you're looking to poke from range.
One more Drake. You want a win condition. They're trying to find it, and they're finding it around Dragons. Could get that Dragon Soul later. We'll see what happens in the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds and where CCG will be standing before Near Airport makes the next move.
Yeah, and again, it's a really nice catch out onto Spica. He flashed and died. Wasn't able to do very much in this fight. And as soon as this happened, I mean, it was over. It was good.
Yeah. It was quick, it was snappy, it was to the point. Now Otacons on the map, Beat.
Yeah, he is. There's not a whole much to say or talk about with that one just yet. I think for the moment, big thing in my eyes is that next Dragon. I think Near Airport really don't want to let that one go over to CCG side. It's going to be really important to them to be careful about getting picked off before the next Drake.
4 minutes before that Drake. That means CCG, I expect them to play a little bit more careful. Not really press the issue too much just yet. I know they're at a time when they're kind of at their most strongest with this composition, given it spikes so heavily into the mid game. But you don't want to give a situation where Near Airport can find their comeback off of the Otacon. One lousy fight can make that happen. And ooh, you can see Array right there brings the calling into the face of Double Lift. Double Lift loses half of his health in the process. And now Near Airport looking to try and guide Shelly towards the tower. It will be denied.
Oh, nice flick coming through from Aojun. If they can hit the eye.
Oh, just hit the eye. No problem.
Yeah, they got it. So there you go. CCG completely nullify that Rift Herald. So the trade we talked about from earlier ends up being worthwhile. And they've managed to chip away at this gold lead little by little. It was up to almost 3,000 gold before. Now NA only up by 1,500. I will say, notable power spike. Double lift. He's hit that second item. So this is where Corki really starts to ramp up into damage. But so is Array, going straight for that IE.
I'm sure you were happy seeing a first item Bloodthirster this time.
I mean, it's not the same situation because Double Lift is not a threat of being poked down. So honestly, I would have been fine if he went for IE or something. But I mean, Bloodthirster's good too.
Fair enough on that. Otacon is left to near airport. There's no one within the area whatsoever. Instead, near airport are going to look for a trade of top towers. They grab one, and that's really about it. Now in the mid lane, Breezy and Array are looking for an angle, but they can't stay there for too long. Weaver's wall goes out,
nice
double
try.
lift clears.
Yeah, it will be the GAs available, but honestly, I like the call from CCG to not try and risk it. It is still pretty hard to front to back against a near airport. So trying to fight for Otacon of all things, not really ideal. As long as they bide their time and try to trade across the map, I think they'll still be in an okay position. The really important thing is Dragon. We're 2 minutes away now. This powerful buff,
Solar Flare does not find it right on the center. You don't get it on the center, you don't get the stun, so Bifrost making an attempt there. It's not the worst ultimate to blow because at the end of the day, Solar Flare has a pretty low cooldown, so it will be back up for the Dragon fight.
Agreed. I like that Biofrost was fishing, even if it didn't end up working out. And I will say, NA, they've done a really good job setting up the map to make it harder for CCG to actually go for this Drake. You can see right now the side lanes. They're pushed in pretty far, especially top lane, and you have most of CCG trying to defend this mid-tier 1 turret while sacrificing those lanes. It will actually make it a little harder for them to get proper setup around this Drake. So I'm wondering if they're actually going to sack it, try and knock down that tier 2 turret that they're currently pinging, and then go for a 4th Drake later.
Yeah, they just might. Teleport now being channeled out of near airport. Poe Belcher going over there. He's okay to burn it for a reason you said earlier. He does have to walk a little bit, but can get into the fight. Yeah. At least somewhat timely. And for the time being, I mean, near airport have what they want right now, which is priority onto this river. They need to deny this dragon.
Yeah, you can see the angle too that TF Blade is actually sitting on. Oh, he is coming in from a crazy angle. Luckily, they have it warded, so CCG are aware. I think, guys, it's time we let go of this Drake. Or rather, not this Drake, this mid-tier 1. But as I say it, they still hold on.
It's doing okay.
Better than I expected.
Hang in there, put in the cat poster.
Yeah.
A little bit of chip damage on the Poe Belcher. Array doesn't want to eat too much here. It's very significant if they do get this dragon for Dragon Soul. It's a Mountain Draken. That does mean a lot for defenses and dealing with near airport's composition. Tip Blade on the flank. Crimson looking to meet him.
Yeah, Crimson's whole job is just to mark the Garen, to make sure he can't get on the carries. And as long as he keeps himself out of the fight in exchange for TF Blade, that's honestly really worth it at this stage of the game. So now, watch Dardoch, watch Aojun. Who's their focus going to be? Double lift is the target.
Are we going to flip for this one? 2k health remains. It gets secured by near airport. No Dragon Soul for CCG. Deep into the fight is TF Blade, and he's spinning round, baby, right round. 1 kill locked in for near airport as the heroic entrance finds the knock-up and takes out the Gator. Array's able to return 1 kill. Looking for another on a Poe Belcher. A couple more shots would do it, but the flash of Poe Belcher gets him to safety. Now jumping in his double lift. Array tries to turn it around. He can't claim double lift. Aojun will find the shutdown as Array falls.
Wow, really close fight. But at the end of the day, NA come out on top with the extra kill, and they secure that Drake. They deny the Dragon Soul, and for tanky champions, like Garen, like Galio and Leona, every individual Mountain Drake that they get is just going to make them that much more difficult to kill. CCG, they tried to go for this and failed, and they're now in a really difficult position because the longer it takes them to get the soul, the slimmer their chances of winning the game.
They felt so much pressure from Biofrost on the flank right there. He was walking up, so you saw that CCG peeled back to put damage onto him. That was the window that was needed for near airport to win that smite fight and to pretty much win the team fight outright.
Yeah, I mean, Double Lift was largely untouched for a lot of it too. Even though he went down to the end, he did his job. He laid out a lot of DPS, and that was a big contributor as well in the back half of that fight. So now, the only thing to really fight for is the Baron, and you can see both teams have started setting their attention on that side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is where we're starting to see the struggles you were mentioning earlier, Beatdown, the damage output that CCG have into 3 tanks. That's a lot that Array needs to do in order to find his worth and get CCG a teamfight victory, and it's proving to be one of the more difficult things for CCG to get past.
Yeah, I will say Double Lift, he had to flash to clutch out that team fight in the end there recently, so he is flashless, a big target for Dardoch and Aojun, and the buy ult is already up and available. So if they get a big pick, a good fight coming through here where they keep most of their members, that could still be CCG's way in securing the Baron.
But right now, 3K in the lead is near airport, and they're sitting pretty. Even having the kill deficit, being able to stop a lot of what CCG are doing in this mid game and letting this transition to the late game, that's the game plan right now.
Yeah, NA are chilling. You just need to relax. There's not a whole lot else you really need to fight for until the Drake comes back.
Oh, double lift
got him.
gets soloed by Array. Sure, you got the assist of the Milio, but that Colin being able to take down that big ADC will give CCG the room to breathe and take out these towers.
The big thing is Spica is flashless. They got that kill without Dardoch's ultimate, so they could actually pull the Baron right now. And if Spica walks up and gets too close, they can immediately kill him. That could be a Baron for this team, but we got to look back on this. And Cozy Campfire is OP and Array. He pressed all his buttons good, man.
Pressed them real damn good, and Array being able to take down double lift without expending too much in resource. You expended the calling. Good job, man. I mean, that's pretty much the golden scenario you could ask for to find ways to chip away at this gold lead that Near Airport have.
Yeah, but CCG, they didn't feel confident going for the Baron rip, so instead they're just going to be happy with the gold that they got from the kill and the mid-tier 1. Now Double Lift is back on the map. He has the Infinity Edge. This Cork, he's here, man. He is going to do so much damage, and unless CCG can isolate him, burst him down, he will out-DPS Array.
Yeah. I mean, it's called Near Airport. Double Lift's already on the plane, man. That's how ahead this man is rocking at the given moment. And with 3-item Corky, yeah, I echo that sentiment completely. You either take him down or he's killing your entire squad.
Yeah, we talk about Array as a player, someone who's always, since he's joined the scene, he's been a great team fighter. Always able to maximize his amount of damage. He spaces really well. And now he's in this position where he's going to have to show us a lot of that if CCG are going to want to get this win here over Near Airport. A big win over one of the top teams in the league.
And again, the topic is Dragon. 35 seconds before that comes up, Dragon's Soul Point is still available for CCG. They just need one fight around these Dragons to go their way, and they could have that Dragon Soul and all those defenses to themselves.
Oh, Crimson.
Oh, Crimson.
But he's Renekton. He has Sterix. I actually think he's all right.
He can buy a lot of time right here. You don't even need it. Weaver's Wall comes out, and that's going to block them from continuing the chase on the Crimson.
Still, that one is tough. No Dominus. Doesn't bode well for CCG's chances in this next fight. He could still play with his health bar.
Solar Flare finds the stun onto 2. Here comes the flank, looking to run right on through, but immediately you see Dardoch intercepted, but here's TF Blade as he spins around and brings down Judgment onto CCG.
In the Flash E, it doesn't get any simpler than that. Spin to win, baby, as CCG secure their second Mountain Drake.
And again, that's another Drake denied from CCG. It stops their soul point, and now it's pushing NA into a position where they might be able to make that happen. Now Biofrost in a bad way has to flash back out. TF Blade is here, though. He's ready to bring that Demacian justice, and CCG are just going to walk away like the scoundrels they are.
And remember, not only do they deny the Mountain Soul from CCG, but every Mountain Drake they get makes this team so much harder. They get more resistances, more armor and MR. And if this Garen wasn't tough enough to deal with, now he's even tougher. And NA are starting the Baron.
Yeah, Dardoch just got off the respawn. he's not going to get here fast enough. It has to be a play coming out of these three members of CCG to slow this down, to buy time for Dardoch, or stop this outright. Aojun is now here. Now moving forward, TF Blade looking to spin to win and get on top of the members of CCG, but gets pulled right away. Aojun grabs the kill. Aojun now making it rain onto Biofrost, but it's actually hail as it rocks his world. Now 2k health remains onto the Baron. CCG looking to grab and flash it forward, and it's secured.
Are you kidding me?
Crimson! CCG get the Baron!
Suiko went for the flash, but he couldn't get the smite in the end, and CCG, they somehow clutch it up big time. Dardoch, he almost has ult, by the way. They could look for a little bit more. I think they want to try and set this up, but it's looking like they'll get away.
Near Airport don't have their first win on the season, and this is one of the top 3 teams that were expected coming into this, and CCG are saying, no, this spot belongs to us, and we're gonna fight to prove it as they take that Baron fight. They're taking towers, and man, they're taking over this game.
Yeah, and I will say, you gotta watch Aojun. I think he played this one out really nicely. Big flip onto 2 of the tanks of Near Airport, and he just creates so much space for himself and the rest of his team. And as soon as that one ends up coming through, you have the position on the Baron. You have the secure, and unfortunately, it looks like the damage from the Dominus is what ends up securing it, and that's a tilter. I don't know what else to tell you.
This is crazy. Look at the gold lead. It's now in the favor of CCG. They've turned this around within the last 5 minutes, and it was all about that Baron, man. I mean, now you have a lot of map to take control of, and it puts you in a prime position as well for that Dragon Soul. I mean, it's 2 minutes, 30 seconds before it's up, but this burst of gold into your carries will give you a much better fight for this last one.
Yeah, 100%. And now we're back. Even though Near Airport have been stacking some of these Mountain Drakes, CCG, they find themselves in a really strong position. They still have Baron, so they can still empower these waves. And
Array, man.
Lucian Milio.
This is a very different Array. We called him the team fight master. No, he is feisty today, B.
He is, and look at that. Another turret. That's 2 in a row. They're starting to knock down the bottom tier 3 as well. They're going to start knocking on the base of Near Airport again. And yeah, in the damage, every time the Cozy Campfire is up, Array, he's going to look for something to get some damage down.
And look at that double lift, waiting for the Weaver's Wall to time out, has the Valkyrie to get over, but inhibitor attack in the bot lane, in the mid lane, both of them fall. Now you got supers coming into the base of Near Airport. CCG are close to doing it, B.
Yeah, and empowered recalls means they're going to back and have plenty of time to spend gold and set up for this next Drake. Now they're in a prime position to secure that Dragon Soul. It was a little tough. It was a little delayed, but if they're able to get it, it's still a very powerful buff, and it will help CCG close the game.
Great play from CCG to bring this back. They were at a deficit. That's the big thing to really bring up here. They were at a deficit, B. It was somewhere like, what, 4 or 5K before they started turning this around, and now, look at them now. Look at them now, 3.3K in the lead for CCG. A lot of this from brilliant flanks from Aojun, from a lot of great aggressive play from Array, and just one more inhibitor, followed by a Nexus, and that's it right there. You take out some of the biggest veterans within the space of League of Legends.
Yeah, and they're really close to doing it too. Not actually going for the setup around the Dragon. Instead, they want to pick. They want to see what they can get. Oh, wow.
That's not a tank beat. That's butter. And Array's a hot knife looking to carve right through it. Here comes the setup over in the top lane. Weaver's Wall comes out, so this tower is gone.
And that's another inhib on the chopping block here. Worth noting, a lot of flashes up here. If TF Blade wants to go in, if Biofrost wants to go in, they do have ways to close the gap, but it's going to be after this inhibitor if it's already gone.
No, it's double supers now. This is
nice
desperate
ult.
coming out of Near, as pulling away is going to be Po Belcher. Still a lot of damage onto Array. Almost fell to Hubris right there. Double super minions in every damn lane. Aojun with the flick onto TF Blade. Forces him to burn his flash. Double lift stepping up, but here comes Dardoch. Tries to turn it around. Unable to get the Vault Breaker. There's the flick once again. 1-for-1 Drake thus far. Hero's entrance finds the knockup. So much crowd control found. Teleport going to be channeled out to TF Blade as he looks for the flank onto the backline. Crimson's running low, and CCG are running out. But here comes comes Garen, and he will spin to win and clean up CCG near airport. Fight back!
And they fight back big time, Eric. What a clutch comeback coming through from the LCS veteran team, plus TF Blade. That very same TF Blade who has still got Breezy in his sights. And the only saving grace for CCG is the fact that they got all 3 inhibs down. There are so many super minions that NA have to cut through that they won't actually be able to get into their base.
The lost child. He's been found by TF Blade, and I'm sorry to say he is no more. Now, near airport, setting up on the Dragon. This Dragon we were talking about for so long, it's not even Dragon Soul for CCG, man.
No.
Near airport are finding ways to extend this game a little bit more and find more defenses.
And a third Mountain Drake means they're even tankier. I'm gonna keep beating on this drum. And I gotta say, at this point, I think we're doing a little too much to CCG. Mountain Dragon is up. You have all 3 inhibitors down. Let's spend our gold, boys. You know what I'm saying?
Let's cash in. We're eating good. We just got to find a table to sit at. Why are we still over here at the cash register? And just like that, I mean, the kill now evened up, and it's near airport who have the gold lead.
Yeah, an insane gold swing coming through after that big comeback from near airport. But now you can see the setup here around the Baron trying to bait a sort of trap play, but instead they're going to try and burst this one down after the blue trinket went off. I think they might not realize they want to go check, but now there's nothing can be done.
So even with a good fight coming out of near airport, double supers, Baron buff, that's a death sentence right there, beat down.
Yeah, especially one good fight is all CCG need. So I think at this moment, they're just trying to walk these minions into the base. And the only real bit of gold you have left to spend is another item and change for Aojun. I mean, Array is almost full build.
Yeah.
Double Lift on the other side is almost full build. We're getting closer and closer to the point where gold doesn't really matter anymore.
And you're not really too pressured here for CCG because you got supers coming in. You can guide these supers in every lane and make them crash. And it will shove near airport into a situation where it's do or die. Either you give up your base and give up the game, or you fight right now and go out in flames. Ray jumps forward, damage onto TF Blade. Double Lift still trying to find his. A good chunk taken away from Array as the super minions continue crashing in. Inhibitors are now going to respawn. Inhibitor in the mid lane taken, still available in the bot lane. Transitioning upwards is CCG.
Yeah, and they're just making sure they can keep all these inhibitors down. The bottom one now is the only one up, but I think they learned their lesson. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew, so they're being a little careful, but they always have that threat of the Vi-Talia combo, even though Dardoch is losing all his health.
You can't let Double Lift free fire like that. That was 2 autos and a rocket that put Dardoch that low.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full build Corki. We definitely got to pay our respects a little bit. But right now, I like this from CCG. They're just going to spend some of the gold they earned. They're going to back off and use the Empowered Recall. Wow, that could have been disastrous. But you know what? Not even close, baby. That's my takeaway from this. And I like that Array is respectfully just walking his butt all the way back.
Takes the long way back home.
He probably doesn't have enough for his last item anyway. I think he just wants to farm a little bit and try and reset.
All right. We're almost near 40 minutes now, Beat. Said it was a 6-game day. We're really going for the late stages of this one into overtime. As near airport, that Dragon Soul they were able to pick up?
That can't be right. I thought it was their third Drake.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of tripping out on that for a second. I was like, wait a second.
You're good. Yeah, now CCG, they want to try and knock down this last inhibitor, get the double supers, rolling in once again. I mean, at this point, the Baron push is just about over. Not a whole lot else is going to be secured as a result of it. So I think it's just going to be about keeping control over this bottom side of the map. I mean, we're a few minutes away from the next Baron. It's the Dragon. This time around, there is no stalling, there is no delaying. Eric, someone's getting Dragon Soul now.
I really want to point out just how much damage Double Lift is doing. He's willing to walk up, get one auto in, and that's like a quarter of your health instantly gone in the blink of an eye. And this is what's making it so challenging for CCG to close this game out. Because if you don't engage on the double lift, that damage will be tearing apart your front line, tearing apart your back line. They need to lock him down at the start of these fights if they're going to close this out.
Yeah, I will say really quick, Array sold his QSS and ended up full buying the Collector. So he's just all-inning on damage. He has Cleanse, he has Emilio, so he'll be fine. And this is the most damage he's going to be able to do. Again, this Vitalia is the starter, but Array has to end these team fights if they want CCG to win the game. NA, they're strong as hell. Their front to back is great. Team fights aren't that difficult for them right now.
10 seconds until Dragon comes up. That's going to be Dragon's Soul, and CCG are missing health. Double Lift is poking, and he's poking well. He's put a lot of these rockets in. Here's the teleport coming out. Now Weaver's Wall coming through. Aojun looking to join this fight and cut off the rest of Near Airport. As the flick is found, Seismic shove onto Biofrost. Biofrost is getting low, and he will get out somehow. TF Blade now looking to bail as he falls to about a quarter of his health bar remaining. Belter on the run. No one falls. Trying to stop that recall of Biofrost because they will be teleporting back in. TF Blade has his teleport available if he needs to return to the fight in a timely manner.
Yeah, he has a lot of options in terms of teleport wards, but he's not going in too deep. Really big deal to not die immediately from the flash engage, but TF Blade is back. He has full health, and he still has Demacia Justice.
Oh no, Array might be in a bad way right here because TF Blade has a pinch onto him, turns it onto Breezy. Breezy is going to be the first one to fall down. Now Array trying to get out of this. Array has fallen! Double Lift will take him down! The rest of CCG are crumbling at the strength of Near Airport, at the veterancy of Near Airport. They lost all their inhibitors. They were on death's door and beat down. I think they're about to turn this around.
I think they have, Eric. They simply outscaled CCG. They did a great job keeping themselves in the game as long as they could have. But we're talking late game, Corky, Zyra. Oh, wait, it's a base race. Oh, my God. I don't know if they can respond.
It's Biofrost going back, though.
Oh, I think they already got him, actually. He might be able to do it.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, okay, no. They got him.
Okay, if they just lock him down long enough. Oh, okay. He's
a low HP. There was almost something there, but respect for the effort, and they are still going to win.
All right, Breezy is here. Nexus under attack real fast. Array needs to get up right now because after all of the efforts, it falls. Near Airport get their first win of the season.
And a much-needed win despite a valiant effort from CCG. Near Airport are the ones who make it happen. And I gotta say, Eric, we have a trend today where you lose your first game and win 2 in a row, which I thought was very fascinating that you might like to know. But congratulations to Near Airport for winning.
What a crazy game, man. The first game back after 6 months, and this is what we get. Every single inhibitor was down. You had a situation where CCG had double supers in every lane, had Baron buff, but they could not stop the scaling of Near Airport beat.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really difficult comp to face off against. Again, you got to give props to CCG for how they played that one out, using those quick moments to get some fast burst damage with this Lucian-Milio combo. But at the end of the day, as soon as NA's comp gets on top of you and double lift free firing, just wrap it up, man.
It's like if you don't get double lift, you don't get the win, period. He was that much of a big threat in that squad. And even with Array trying to take this route where, you did sell off that QSS and bought the collectors, if you're eating damage before you even get your first auto attack in, it's just not gonna work, man. And that's what Double Lift was able to bring on that Corki. The constant rockets firing in set up these fights for Near Airport's favor.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree. And it looked really good. And then it didn't, and then it did again, and that's just the nature of 50-minute games, right? Or however long this game went. I didn't really look at the end. But at the end of the day, you said it earlier, Near Airport, they get their first win, Desert. They got one on the board, and CCG, it's going to be back to the reviewing the tape.
You know what? And I think before we pull away from CCG, I think we should really give them a pat on the back for the performance they were able to do here today. They had a spectacular start against Supernova. That's not the highest of competition that's going to be here. That's not who we consider part of the top 3. And to be able to take on one of these teams we see as top 3 and have a performance such as this, you got to give yourself a pat on the back. And even with the loss, there's still a lot to take away from this.
Yeah, there certainly is, and we're just getting highlights from the entire day, just to kind of give you guys a bit of a look back on what we've experienced so far these last couple of hours, Eric. And it's been a great game. It's been a great day of 6 games.
It definitely has been. I mean, you said it, going the full distance on both of them.
I told you before the show started.
Yeah, you
that
did,
this was
man.
gonna happen. Dude, I just know this league, man.
It was kind of just wildly unpredictable with how they went.
I mean, I predicted it, but go on. No, please continue.
No, you go. You go.
I was not trying to say anything. What's going on, man? Talk to me, Eric. What happened?
Man. Okay, now we got the proper highlights on for the way that this series went. I mean, it was a wild one. It was back and forth, a slugfest to say the least.
Yeah, 100%. Especially that last game. It was very back and forth. We saw a lot of good looks from both teams. At the end of the day, near airport, they take that win. Our day is over. And let's look at these highlights. Guys, Garen's a cool champion, by the way. Very normal. He should exist.
It takes me back to Moose Hater. I miss the lad. But seeing TF Blade here, still pulling this out, you know what? We got a good future ahead of us. Garen plays are just so wild to see, and this is not one of them right here. This is the struggle that was kind of the bane of CCG. Double lift, even in the back end of that fight. You can see Array was purely focused to be able to take him down, but when you didn't have it in a situation where you can just run him down in the lane, when it was stuck into a 5v5, I mean, that's the outcome. Double lift tears you apart.
Yeah, 100%. He was definitely set up to succeed with this comp, and he did a good job in the end. We saw in a couple of these replays, he had a lot of nice plays on when he had the space to do damage. Oh boy, did he do damage.
And still intense to really think about, because this was, game 3. This was the big one right here, and when you're looking at plays like this, and you haven't really watched the entirety of the game, you're like, oh yeah, this is CCG's victory easily. Look at this blunders coming on. Look at how their base goes up in flames. A wild turn of events.
And at the end of the day, no matter how much CCG we're getting in
this was the blunder right here, dude.
Yeah, but I think no matter how strong they got, how much gold they picked up, and how they were turning things around, you were always on a razor-thin margin of error as CCG, and I think that was honestly just the most difficult part.
Yeah. Significantly was, see Double Lift cleaning up right there. I mean, that last overstay in the base, if there was hope for CCG to win, they didn't need to make that blunder, man. That was the blunder that really swept them in and took them out from this one. Because when you have such a level of veterancy that knows how to capitalize on mistakes such as that, and knowing how to set up for a lot of these 5v5 team fights, it does make a big difference and big deal. So, we are joined by the man of the hour. We will be joined by the man of the hour in a little bit. Yeah. All right, we don't have you on screen yet. Don't worry. We're gonna we gotta pull you onto the broadcast.
Any second now.
Yeah, but not yet. All right, Pete, go ahead.
But I mean, do we want to spoil? Do we want to keep it a surprise? What are we thinking, Eric? Talk to me. Did you already say it? Did I miss it? Okay, you know what, man? You can just do this on your own, bro. I'm done.
Hey, wait! You've been making me do that for the last couple of times. What? No! No, our producers are against me. Oh no, yeah, bring it to him. Good job. No, not me. Not me. I'm still trying to buy time here before we get him on screen, man.
Dude, I will say that was unplanned, so shout out production for that one. That was good.
Oh my God, it's like what Cynthia used to do to me.
Good times.
But yeah, overall, you got to feel good about the performance for CCG, and you also got to feel good for what Near Airport were able to bring, get their first win of the day in one of the most wildest comebacks I've pretty much ever seen. I don't know. I think this is going to top it right now. Well, we are ready for the interview, so we're going to pull Double Lift onto the screen.
Surprise!
And join us. Yeah, surprise. How you doing, Double Lift?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
All right, I'm going to get to question. Talk to me about Game 3. How in the world did you guys find a comeback in that game?
Honestly, I don't know. Our draft that game was literally just completely unplayable. I was on my team. I don't know what's going on. How did we draft Leona, Galio Zyra, as like our jungle mid support trio, and our 2 carries are Garen and Corki, like just horrendous scalers. It just makes no sense. I have no idea how we even like got close to winning, or let alone win that game. But yeah, when we loaded in, I basically went like alternative build and Rune Page. I went Gathering Storm because I knew the only way we could win is the enemy team just
Like
didn't know how to end the
45
game,
minutes.
and it went like 40 minutes. So I had Gathering Storm, absolute focus on Corki, and went full crit build. And yeah, late game we just got a good engage and we one-shot them, and we won like 3 50-50 smites because we were ready to burst and they weren't. So yeah, that's pretty much how we won. I mean, also we just stalled really hard. I think teams with Vi usually have struggled to end the game because Vi just needs to ult on the next turrets to win, which is kind of weird.
Fair. The one thing I want to ask too is, I know it's only your guys' second week, but you guys have been playing for a little bit in the OQs as well. What's been the experience for you guys so far? Now they're in week 2 of NACL.
What's been my experience? I mean, like, honestly, we scrim 2 days a week, and then the rest of the week, I'm like playing as much solo queue as I can while still kind of having a life. So it's pretty stressful. I think, well, okay, I would say it's pretty stressful the day of because I feel like there's a lot of feeling of like, man, we don't know what's gonna happen because we do win like most of our scrims, to be honest, but like a lot of the opponents, like for example, Dark's team, we've scrimmed them a little bit, but we just don't know like exactly how they like to play. We haven't gotten enough reps in, I guess, in practice against like a lot of the NACL teams. So yeah, I also feel like our drafts are usually like pretty impromptu, just like, yeah, this is what we're playing the day of. That's just not really even a fault of Croissant. It's more just like, once again, if we were able to practice more, and we weren't so limited in our schedule, then I think like it would feel a bit more comfortable. Usually teams have like 2 to 3 comps that they cycle through that then they make like derivatives of, where they have a style and then they expand. Okay, we replace these champs with these champs, or we make like a small adjustment macro-wise here and here, and then that gives them diversity. But for us, I think we're still figuring out what we're good at. You know, dive, kite back, front to back, split push, poke comps, whatever it is. We're trying everything, so we're definitely very new, and we definitely could have easily lost the series, which would have been crazy because Dark seems like not even very good. But I'm glad we were able to win. I think we have a lot to work on. There's like a ton that we wanted to discuss. I don't think anyone's super happy about the win, but like I will say, I guess everyone's very relieved about the win. Like we are happy, but I don't think everyone looks back on these games and it's just like all smiles and it's just like, wow, we played amazing. So yeah, we definitely want next time for the game to be more like in our control.
Next question coming up here. This is now your second week in the Tier 2 space. I want to know your impression about some of the talent that's in this ecosystem.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, there's some like really good players in NACL, and everyone always knew that. Like, basically, like every team has like 1, 2, sometimes more players that have a lot of potential and could definitely be like Tier 1 material. And like obviously the reality of NACL is like there are some players that are not Tier 1 material, but they're like might get there someday. But like even just snapshotting it right now, I think every single team has some super talented players, and the like reality of League is it's a lot based on small things like resources given, either resources in draft or in game. Sometimes, you know, the best player on the team gets shafted in draft. Sometimes they don't get as many resources as their opponent. Sometimes, you know, mid and jungle or support are getting gapped so hard that it shuts down their pressure. So it's not very easy sometimes for the viewer to see who's good, but when you're scrimming and, you know, maybe for some of the viewers when they're watching some of the games, you can see the small interactions like the trades, the angles that people look for, and like the game-winning plays or the game-winning calls. And then you can kind of eventually piece together that there's some really good players in NACL, and the hardest part for Tier 1 orgs is always how can you like decide who to take bets on, because every single team is always looking for talent from NACL. Every single team is always looking for like new upcoming players that are both cheap but also like very with high potential. Like, you know, Buzio, Masu, there's just a ton. Danny, Jojo, a ton of people come from Tier 2. but yeah, that's always kind of like what's interesting. So the microscope on tier 2 now might be a little bit bigger. So I hope that tier 1 orgs maybe take NACL a bit more seriously.
Fair. You mentioned that basically every team has like at least one player who you think really stands out. Would you be willing to name a few? Because I'm really curious what your opinion is on the talent of the league.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, if I didn't play, I've been very vocal. Like, if I didn't play, I would have had Shoga play on my team. I think he's the best AD carry in NACL. And who else? I mean, there's a bunch of great players. Breezy, we just played against him. I think he's definitely tier 1 material. There's a bunch of junglers, like, who I think they're pretty accomplished. Like, they've done challenges in Korea where they go high challenger, like Kisno, Keel is one of them. Yeah, pretty much, like, I guess if you were to boil it down, when you watch a team play, like, who's the team's win condition? As in, like, when that guy gets behind, it's GG, or when that guy gets ahead, it's they usually win. And that's probably one of the simplest ways to see who's the most skilled on a team, because, like, it's, I think there's not that many. Like, I can't name, like, there's obviously not like 30 players in NACL that could immediately play in tier 1 right now, but there's definitely a lot. Like, there's a lot, and like I said, 1 or 2 on every single team. I'm kind of drawing blanks on like top and mid. To be honest, I don't think about top and mid as much as I think about support, AD carry, and jungle. That's just like a function of my role. But yeah, those to name a few.
I mean, they're the ones that interact with you, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
What are your goals in Tier 2? Is it to get into that LTA slot and promote into it, or what's the road look like for Doublelift if you are to find success in NACL?
Okay, like, honestly, the end goal for us is to win NACL and then promote into LTA. That is the only reason why we're doing this. Like, we're not just doing this like so haha, like, for fun, make some YouTube content and streams and stuff. But, like, I think it's like 2 things. I think it's good for the scene that there's actually people who care about tier 2. Tier 2 directly feeds into LTA. Like, whether people care about it or not, like, it's literally like the mechanism that new players come up into what everyone dreams to do, which is play an LCS. So the second reason that we want to do it is, not only to put a spotlight on NACL, but we want to be a legitimate org. Like, we want to be a real team and the real deal. So to do that, unfortunately, we're gonna have to beat the NACL teams, or at least attempt to. And yeah, like, we're gonna play in the promotion relegation tournament and beat Disguised and take their spot. So, with the new system, the fact that that's possible is really cool. And I think what it does is it gives people something to follow that isn't following the same 3 teams that always win LTA. Like, if you're a fan of esports in, League of Legends / NA, you're either rooting for a really terrible team in LCS with no fans, or you're a Team Liquid, C9, FlyQuest fan, and then there's nothing else. So I think it's really cool that there's sort of this other competition, which is like what we are, where we're like bunch of old boomers and trying to do something really cool that people can follow and be a fan of.
All right. Well, you got any shout outs before we do let you go now, Doublelift?
No, that's pretty much everything. Shout out to my teammates. I think everyone stepped up a lot today, and we were able to, learn from our mistakes in game 1. And, in spite of all of the things that we have to go through, whether it's like getting extreme behind early game to like getting disrupted practice because like real life obligations really got in the way this week. I think everyone on the team really did great. So really appreciate them.
That's good to hear, man. And, it's good to see you guys pull through and get that win, first win of the season. Hoping to see many more to come after. We want to thank you so much for a very informative interview, Doublelift. I wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season.
Yep. Thanks, guys. See you.
See you later. And with that, I mean, I really want to double down on that. That was an incredibly informative interview. It's great to see a lot of the inner thoughts and workings and opinions on the ecosystem for League of Legends. And off that, I mean, I think we can talk about our MVP beatdown.
Yeah, and I really want to quickly add to I really like Doublelift's motivation to qualify through the tier 2 system now that it's an option and bring eyes towards that scene. I think it's a really cool thing. Getting those extra eyes, kind of like Los Ratones does in Europe. I mean, that's nice. I'm glad to hear it.
And that conversation of MVP isn't really going to change the conversation we're having right now, because there's only one man it could really be here, and that's going to be Pobelter, who was able to show up and facilitate a lot of what Near Airport were doing on the map.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, he performed, I think, well pretty much the entire series, especially on the Azir. And something I think it's just the day of mid laners, it looks like, because earlier on we had Sword as well really step up and lead his team to that victory there for Winthrop University. And yeah, this time it's Pobelter.
I mean, for Pobelter, sometimes just playing that facilitator role on the Galio is the big impact. Even though you're not making the flashy plays that kind of wow people about your KDA and stuff, even though he has 11.3 KDA on top of that, it is what provides the control for these teams to win their team fights.
And I will say, even watching back at the OQs, I think Pobelter was one of the best performing players on the team. So it doesn't surprise me that he's still keeping up that level of performance now that we're here in the NACL. And it's part of what led NA to their first win. And now they're 1-1 as their record. So now they can get one step closer to beating the Skies and taking their spot, as Doublelift said.
Yeah, and I like it, you know, especially if it's a way for a lot of people to view it, take it seriously, and be like, yeah, I want to get back into the LCS now, LTA. You know, I like seeing the promotion relegation. It does take me back to the old days when we had promo relegation pre-franchising. It's always a lot of fun to see what these newer teams can bring. And off that note, we got to start wrapping up. So let's pull up the standings so we can look at how things shaped up after the end of today.
Well, just like that, Winthrop moved themselves up to third place. CCG, I mean, they got a loss, so not a whole lot of movement on their end. And we see Near Airport take a couple steps up as well after today's events. So it's definitely got to feel good. I mean, everybody's got their eyes on the top of the standings, Conviction and Dark Zero, Dragon Steel, to try and get those top spots.
And I think the biggest one is going to be Dark Zero. They're the team that is expected to be number one, to say the least. I mean, when you do take that title and you are the defending champions, that's a lot of weight onto your shoulders. And if you can brush that weight aside, sure, it's going to be a clean slate for Dark Zero, but there's going to be a lot of people gunning for your head. So best of luck to them. Best of luck to all our teams as they try and climb the standings. Let's pull up the schedule for our next set of games coming forward. You can see tomorrow we'll have Blue Otter taking on
April
Luminosity.
9th.
And excuse me, April 9th, next week's games.
Yes, there you go.
I thought it was Wednesday for some reason. I'm just realizing now it's Friday. Next week's games, April 9th, Blue Otter versus Luminosity, Near Airport, and Conviction doing battle.
That's right. If you're not tired of NA, you want to see more veteran action, they'll be back on our first day of week 3, Desrex, and of course the return of some other players on other teams we haven't seen play as much this week. So it's exciting. Matches have been great so far at NACL. They continue to be great, and I'm sure they will be great next week going forward.
So we're back, Beat. How do you feel, man? We're wrapping up the day.
I feel
Let's take a breath,
great. I mean, I'll take a breath when we're done. It's okay. For now, I'll just hold it.
Okay, well, you know, it's been definitely a fun day to see a lot of the shenanigans that have unfolded, and seeing just how competitive this league is really going to be gets me excited for what we got left. But we can only see that with time and moving on to next week where we'll see more games. But for tonight, I want to thank you for joining us. Thank all your beautiful faces. I want to thank our production staff as well for doing a killer job, and as well as the players, staff, and coaches who make this possible. We'll see you next time, next week, April 9th, for more NACL. Okay, here we go. Cease and desist going to land right on the ADC. Hunt has fallen, but it gets repeated back to Wilson. Only 35 pulled back towards the tower. Teleport coming in. Here comes Denethor, but he can do nothing but watch his support die once again as the equalizer goes down. It's only drawing a line in the sand that no one is willing to cross because they got a different route. Express to Sword's face. Flamethrower finds one. Denethor survives with a slither thanks to the scrap.
Looking for the angle, but a great blue ward is going to spot him out. So nicely done there from Adam. Or not, excuse me, from Sword. be able to catch out the roaming support. And you can see they're making sure he doesn't have the angle to get in.
Look at the positioning right now. Dr. Calculus is trying to stand in front of where those shot blasts are going to land. It made Dennis
What?
Azotacon secured by Pulse! And now the fight breaking through. Oh, there are those resurrections coming through. Winthrop might be empty-handed on this one, but there it goes.
I mean, there's really not much else to say. Deserex, that's going to be it here. Winthrop University, unless Dr. Calculus and Bio do something obscene, it's over.
Yeah, here's the last stand from the Gator, but the flower has been plucked and the Gator is now boots. Tubbs can only watch his Nexus go up in flames. Polestar not going to find their first win of the season just yet. Winthrop taking the series 2-1.
Much of your health.
Speaker's going in. They're looking for the engage. Biofrost is following, but Near Airport's far away from this engage. You can't really go for it. Double Lift is still going to try and find it nonetheless. They get onto Array, and they blow him up. Outjude falls, and the rest of CCG are crumbling. It's only Dardoch who gets one kill in Vengeance. Speaker's running low. Wilting Lullaby comes out. Dardoch is looking for an angle into this, but he cannot.
They already got him, actually. He might be able to do it.
Oh, my God. Oh my God.
Oh, okay, no, they got him.
Okay, if they just lock him down long enough. Oh, okay. He's
He's a low HP. There was almost something there, but respect for the effort, and they are still going to win.
All right, Breezy is here. Nexus under attack real fast. Array needs to get up right now because after all of the efforts, it falls near.